Hey Diva, welcome back to the Garbage Candy channel, Housewives with Heather, right here. I'm Heather, if you're new here. I'm a Real Housewives super fan, sociology diva, and overall just mostly a girl who loves to talk. So if you don't know what we do here, we are recapping Real Housewives from the very beginning, recapping, discussing, all that fun stuff. If you haven't watched my series on season 1 of Real Housewives of Orange County, obviously I'm going to tell you that you should watch it because I think I kind of ate that. You can kind of just jump in whenever, so most things you will be able to grasp, but if there's any necessary context, I will try my best to provide it. But if you want a more in-depth look and you want more me, basically, and you want more Housewives, that will be linked in the description. I have been itching and bursting at the seams to get into season 2 with you all, but before we jump in, disclaimers from season 1 still stand. I'm not really going to spend too much time dwelling on anything that's super of the time, early 2000s problematic that they say. That's more of a warning if you want to go and watch the show for yourself. There are some things they say where it's like, oh, that's not, but I'm just not really here to sit here and highlight and unpack them unless I think it's relevant to my recapping, so just keep that in mind. Number 2 is just don't be an asshole. I feel like that should go without saying, but you know how the internet is. Just be nice to me. I don't know, I feel like I'm not asking too much. And final disclaimer, if you are from Bravo or if you're affiliated with anyone from Bravo, please don't sue me. If I say something you don't like, something unsavory, don't sue me. I say it with love. I'm a huge fan. I just want to give like a massive, enormous, huge thank you to every single person who watched my videos, subscribed to the channel, liked, commented, or even just supported me in like any way. It truly cannot be overstated just how grateful I am. I really do hope that you have as much fun watching my videos as I have making them, because I truly do have the time of my life making these videos. I want you to know how grateful and happy I am, and I hope that we can hang out and talk about reality TV forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and actually I have one more thing to say. If you're not subscribed to the channel, what are you doing? Literally, what are you doing? Consider changing that. I can't make you do anything and I'm not gonna beg, but just think about it. Hit the button. I don't know what side it's on or like what platform you're watching on, but somewhere on the screen, I'll hit it. I'll get it somewhere. Let's just consider changing that. Okay, let's get this show on the road now. So right out the gate with episode 1, we do get new taglines for the women, and we have a new housewife who we will get into. Her name is Tammy. Super exciting. And before you ask, if any of you want to know what I'm holding, I'm probably holding a little plushie. I like to have something to squeeze on so that my hand's not just like flying around. I dropped it. If it's not immediately apparent to you, I am an adult ADHD diva, so I just need something to like squish on and hold. And sometimes I'm holding it, sometimes I'm not. But right now, look how cute. Look how cute. Okay, anyway, back to this.
I deserve only the best. I'm worth it.
So the first woman we see is Jo, who was on last season, and she is back with Slade. Famously my best friend in the whole world, my favorite person to ever be on my television screen, literally my ultimate bias in all of Real Housewives. I'm just fucking with you. I can't stand him, but it's a new season, so I'm approaching this with kindness and an open mind and an open heart, okay? Let's see how long that lasts. So Jo is getting ready for the party, the Midsummer Nights party at the Playboy Mansion, the same one that Lauri went to last season, but we'll get to that. And she is going with her friend JJ, who I think is like her friend from high school. We're gonna see JJ a lot. She's just sort of like Jo's friend. Slade, no, let me be nice, let me be nice, let me be nice, let me be nice, let me be nice. Slade, if you haven't watched my video on season 1, Slade is about 12 years her senior. Slade obviously is not going to the party at the Playboy Mansion, but he's not too concerned, he says, you know, sometimes there's events that we both can't go to. Like, I went to the Maxim party. Let me be nice. Let me be nice. Let me be nice. Let me be nice. Right out the gate, I detect a bit of shade because Jo mentions that this is the same party that Lauri went to last year, and she claims that, you know, it's way easier to get in if you're a blonde. It doesn't matter if you're hot or not. Whereas if you're a brunette, you kind of have to be hot to go, which is
5, 6, 7, 8.
I know Lauri went last year, but I've heard in the past that if you're a blonde, it's really easy to get in, but if you're a brunette, it's super hard to get in. I guess unless you're good looking.
I feel like I'm going to be saying this a lot. If you were with us for season 1 At the end of season 1, when Joe and Slade broke up briefly, Slade was spotted out on several dates with Lauri. So there's a bit of unresolved conflict between these two women, which, trust me, we will get to.
Here's to not being fake.
And next we see the OG of the OG, Miss Vicki Godwilson, getting eyelash extensions, which is a new technology at this time, which is so fascinating because now it feels like, well, not now, but maybe like 2 years ago, it felt like everybody was getting them. Can I just say, Vicki looks so good. I don't know if maybe it was the Miss Piggy comment that got to her, but she looks really, and this is a common thing we see on Real Housewives, is like between their first and their second season, they come back glowing. Now it's usually they come back with piano keys, but let me be nice. Let me be nice. She's talking about how Dawn finally got another job, which is really exciting. And they have kind of an independent marriage. They sort of do things separately. So he goes and does his own thing and she goes and does her own thing. So she's going up to Chicago to visit her son, Michael, who is gone to work for the summer with his biological father, her ex-husband, Michael. She says that she basically shipped him off to Chicago to get a job because all summer he was just being defiant and like sleeping in late, not really doing anything. And she's like, okay, you need to learn a work ethic, which was something we saw with him last season as well. He is a little bit of a brat, like not in the Charlie XCX way, but in the like, doesn't really understand the value of a dollar, takes advantage of his parents' money, that kind of way.
That's not the way this house runs. I sit down, I think we're going to have to ship him back to Chicago to learn the work ethic, to learn that I'm not only going to be on his back, but my mother and my brother and my sister won't let him sleep till 12 and 1 o'clock.
And Michael low-key sucks at this. I literally wrote in my notes, oh my god, he's flopping. Because that's what it's giving. His father says that a 6-year-old could wield a hammer better than him, so... And they basically say, like, yeah, if he worked for any other construction company, mama, he would have been fired. Capital F, fired. And Vicki does say that now that Michael's an adult, she does think it's important for him to have his own relationship with his father, which he didn't really have living out in California. And both Vicki and Michael did mention last season that Michael is a lot more like his biological dad, so I think this will be good for him and hopefully teach him a little bit of a work ethic, because we were not seeing that last season. We were not seeing that at all. He was failing out of school, just wanted to sort of like fuck around, for lack of a better word.
I have always wanted things. I crave money.
So then we see Jeana, and she's still a real estate agent. She's actually in the top 1% worldwide with RE/MAX, which is kind of insane. And she's doing a showing for this house that is genuinely insane. Like a TV drops down from the ceiling. And she says that her career has come a long way since being a Playboy centerfold. And she's laughing all the way to the bank because that RE/MAX money is long. Okay? She said she sold 3 houses on that street. And this house, I think I said this in my season 1 series. I love watching luxury home tours on YouTube. Like, unfortunately, that is my tea. I live for it. I like seeing things that are ostentatious, tacky. I'm sorry. I will actually, no, I'm not going to apologize for that. That's who I am. But this house, there's such a specific type of like California rich, like wealthy person real estate that is so ugly. Like, it's hideous. I would rent a house like this for like a month and just like kick it. I don't know.
This is the great room, and I love the way they did 2 different seating groups. Oh, these are the best chairs. I am perfectly confident that I'll be able to sell this house. I've sold 3 on this street, so it's kind of my street.
All right, that's great.
I know your client will love it. It's a beautiful house.
So then we're back to Joe, and we see Mr. Slade Smiley. I'm trying so hard to be kind. Okay, I'm trying so hard to practice positivity right now with Slade Smiley. He looks a little different this season. He grew out a beard and like he's dressing different too. I don't know if maybe it's the same thing where he saw himself on TV and was like, oh, I actually come off as fucking insane, so let me like actually try to be a little bit normal. Maybe, I don't know, we're probably 5 minutes into the first episode, so it does seem like he's trying to be a little bit more chill and likable. That's sort of my initial impression, but that also could just be me trying to approach this with positivity and an open heart. So maybe we're meeting in the middle a little bit. However, he is jealous. In my notes I wrote, Slade is jealous AF.
Okay, you don't think I should have an issue with the fact that you go out and buy sexy lingerie to go wear at someone else's house?
We are so not having this conversation right now.
JJ, handle it. I tried to get you in.
JJ tried to get him in. I don't know how hard she tried, but she did try.
And Joe mentions that Slade has been a bit more jealous and insecure lately, which is very interesting to me because he's the one who was off dating someone else when they were on a break, but he's being a bit jealous, which is like, I mean, she is going to the Playboy Mansion, so like I will give him grace there. That is definitely like a kind of normal thing to be jealous of, but also like it does kind of seem like an event that everybody was going to. Her and JJ look phenomenal. They look so cute. They're gonna have fun. And Joe calls Slade a jealous bitch, which he is. Thank you.
Bye!
She'll be a good girl. Otherwise, I will hunt her down.
But then 1 hour later, Slade is calling Lauri and asking if she's going to this party, which is just a bit weird. I don't really know. Even Lauri's like, I don't know what business he has calling me. Like, why do you care? Again, I'm trying to be nice and I'm trying to practice positivity, but Joe did literally call him a jealous bitch, so I feel like I have a bit of grace to say the same thing. He's being a jealous bitch and he's being weird, which is weird because he was the one who went on a date with Lauri. He was the one who was dating somebody else, not Joe, but let's move on.
I was poor, I was rich, I was poor again. And you know what? Having money is easier.
Speaking of Lauri, we see Lauri, and she says her life has done a complete 360 turn since last summer, which I always find it funny when people say that because 360 is like you're back at the place you started. It should be a 180, but her life has done a 180. Let's just say that. She went on a blind date with this guy named George, who's a real estate developer, and things just took off, as we remember. And then for those of you who were not here for season 1, Lauri, she was taking it last season. It was bad for her. It was really bad for her. She was just out of a divorce. She had no divorce settlement money. She was living in this townhouse with all of her kids. Her daughter came back from LA to then surprise live with her. Her son was in juvie. Like, it was bad for her. It was bad for my sister. She was living in the torture labyrinth, and now she's been rescued from the torture labyrinth. So let's celebrate that. Sorry, he's a land developer, not a real estate developer. I don't know if there's a difference, but I'm not going to sit here and lie.
God. George, you like big toys? I finally convinced George to take his boat out after being in storage for a year, and took the kids and got jet skis, this big, huge, massive boat, headed out to the ocean. I'm so excited.
Fine, I'm glad.
Oh my God, this thing is huge.
They go out on George's boat, and she's like, you know, this is just the environment that I feel comfortable in. Which is like fair. Like, I would feel pretty comfortable too out on this boat. I'm honestly really happy for her because number one, you can tell she wanted this so bad. Like, from last season and like even just right now, like she needed this. She wanted this really badly. She wanted a man and she wanted a rich man. So kudos to her. She does say she's met her Prince Charming because, as we know, last season she was talking about how basically she was always ending up with losers, abusive men, drug addicts, like just the worst of the lot. And now she's met her Prince Charming. She's met this rich man who clearly loves her a lot, and I'm happy for her. But unfortunately, not all that glitters is gold because Josh apparently has taken a turn for the worst, and he's in a treatment center that's about 2 hours from Orange County, so he's not able to join them a lot. As we know, last season, Josh was in juvenile hall for the majority of the season for felony assault charges. And Lauri mentioned as well that he has struggled with drugs and alcohol and just generally bad behavior, so he is in a treatment center getting treatment that he needs, but it is unfortunate that he is separated from the rest of the family.
I have 4 kids. Slade, who's 15, Danica, who's 13, Bria, who's going to be 10, and Kenzie's senior in high school, and modeling up in Los Angeles.
We're the modern day Brady Bunch. I mean, it is so fun. I'm comfortable here in this environment. This is what I'm used to.
Sorry for the constantly changing lighting. Number one, it is now past daylight savings, so the sun goes down a lot later. Unless I want to start filming at like 8 o'clock, which I don't really want to do, we're going to have to deal with that. And also, I feel like I have to come clean. For season 1, I made it seem like I filmed everything in one day. I didn't. So if it happens again where suddenly I'm talking about, episode 5 and it's light outside again, I'm not a time traveler. I'm a stickler for continuity. So enough. Anyways, so back at Jeana Keough's house, as we remember from last season, Jeana, in her family, baseball is like a huge thing, and her eldest son, Shane, had gotten a really shitty draft pick position. I'm just regurgitating sports terminology. This is not me speaking from the heart. I don't know this. I only know what Jeana said. So he was going to go away to college in hopes of getting more playing time, in hopes of getting a better draft position next round. So Shane had had a really shitty summer because right before he was supposed to sign with the Oakland A's, he hurt his back and basically had to just stop playing for the entire summer. So he's on hiatus. He's 20 now. He's got a shaved head and he's got these earrings. And the diamond earrings are kind of a point of contention because when he came home, his parents were like, why do you have those?
When I came home, my parents just kind of looked at me like, who are you?
And I said, you've not played one game. You've been injured. You've been given a fairly large amount of money. You come from a high-profile name. I said, you know, the guys that are wearing the big earrings on TV, they've accomplished a lot. But you've done nothing.
And I know I said several times last season, I kept calling Jeana's kids badass kids. And we didn't really see much of them being badass kids last season. I was more referring to this, where they're just always screaming and throwing shit. They did it a couple times last season, but they're always screaming and throwing shit at each other. And Jeana's like, my house is so chaotic. Like, I love it here. This is my hell. I love stimulation. I love high energy. This is my actual nightmare.
Oh, jeez.
No!
What happened?
I worked so hard to keep it clean!
What is going on? The rodeo just got now.
Hey, the gym opens tomorrow. Hold on.
And clearly it's not just my nightmare because Matt is not having any of it. And Jeana does mention that chaos and loud noise is really hard for him with his injury. As we remember, we found out last season, he had like a really traumatic brain injury. He was sitting in the dugout during a baseball game, got hit with a stray ball and like had to go to the hospital immediately, almost died. And now his personality did a complete 180, like just big head injury. Let's just keep that in mind. Big head injury. And honestly, we didn't really see much of Matt last season. He was kind of in the background a lot. We never really heard him speak except for like once or twice. And Cara mentions, even though Shane said last season that before the injury, his dad was really happy-go-lucky. He was really fun to be around. And then after the injury, that kind of switched. Cara says that she actually doesn't remember her dad pre-injury. She only remembers him post-injury. So they have very different experiences with their father. But even just right here and throughout the season, we do get a lot more insight and a lot more of a peek into the dynamic of the Keough household and what their life is like. And we do get just a small preview of that in this very uncomfortable interaction. Just this whack scene of these kids throwing shit at each other and fighting, and then this awkward interaction between Cara and her dad. It's just like, there's a lot happening here. It's very dysfunctional to me personally.
No sense of reality at all, the sense of stupidity.
Really? Because I don't think you're around enough to know who I am.
What you're being right now is stupid. Nothing less, nothing more.
No. I got a 4.6 last semester. 4.6?
A lot of people 4.6s have no social skills, and right now you're not
That
showing
was
any.
this semester. Dad, why are you being mean today?
Because you're overcooked right now.
You know what? Your room's over there.
Then we see Kimberly, who is actually not, it's weird for me to say we see her, but she's not in the season. But we see her, but she's not in the season. In Not All Diamonds and Rose, which is, if you are a Real Housewives fan, this is the Bible. It's the oral history of the Real Housewives. I've bookmarked mostly about Orange County, but it has like chronological chapters about every single Housewives franchise. I think it doesn't have Salt Lake City because that's a more recent one, but if you're a Housewives fan, this is a must read. If you have a Housewives fan in your life that you need a gift for, this is the book. I did mention this in season 1, but in Not All Diamonds and Rose, they do mention that as production went on and as the show was airing, Kimberly was sort of realizing that like this just wasn't really the tea for her. And obviously I do think, again, I feel like I've referenced season 1 already so many times, but in season 1, Kimberly opened up about her experience with skin cancer. She did have a malignancy, like we did see that. If you are going through something like that, I would imagine like being on reality TV is probably just a lot. So it does make sense that this experience might not be something that is conducive with her life, especially given all that she was going through. But we do see her moving out of her house because she reveals that her family has moved up to Chicago. Kimberly and Scott, given Kimberly's history with skin cancer, felt it would make a lot more sense to live somewhere where there's not as much sun exposure. And Kimberly mentions as well that there is a hereditary aspect to, I believe, all forms of cancer, but she specifically mentioned skin cancer, and that her son Travis, who's 8 years old, had a very slow growing cancerous mole on the back of his ankle. So that was sort of like their sign to just pack it up, say, nope, no more sunny California, like we need to get out of here.
No, it's tough to get kids to be compliant and cover up. So we decided to reduce the risk if we moved to an area where there's only sun 3 months out of the year. It would make it a lot easier.
And Kimberly expresses that she feels guilty, not just because she feels like she's removing their kids from like their social circle, their friends, that kind of thing, but also she feels like because of the hereditary nature of this cancer, she does feel like on some level she brought this upon her son, which I get why she feels that way, but like, and that's a very natural feeling, but I even though this was filmed like like over a decade ago, I'm like, I don't want her to feel that way because there's so much more to it than that. And she also says she doesn't want Travis to feel like they're moving because of him, because he was joking, being like, we're moving because I have moles, but she's like, I don't want him to feel like that's the reason. I also do think that even if Kimberly had decided to stay in California, I don't know if she would have done season 2. I just don't think it was like I mentioned, I just don't think it was really conducive with her family life and everything that she was going through. I think she would appear on the show, and I think that's also mentioned in Not All Diamonds and Rose, that we do see her sometimes like as a friend and appearing. Like, this isn't the last we see of her, I don't think, but I don't think she would have come back as a main housewife even if she didn't move away.
Cara, you never call me anymore.
You never called me, dirty one.
What'd you call me?
So in addition to having badass kids, Jeana also has badass dogs, and she's threatening to sell Cara's dog on eBay. I didn't know you could sell a dog on eBay. And at first, like when I wrote the notes, oh, she wants to sell the dog, in my mind I'm thinking like Facebook Marketplace, which I don't think existed then, or like Craigslist, but I didn't think you could sell a dog on eBay. I don't think you could sell live animals on eBay. Maybe times have changed. I don't know. But they have like mad dogs. They have so many dogs, and I swear we did not see any of these dogs last season. And they're like, yeah, we're a big dog family. And I don't think these dogs were ever mentioned last season. And apparently she sold one of Cara's dogs before. And Jeana basically is like, we have all these dogs running around and nobody wants to take responsibility for them, which, like, yeah, shocker. These kids are spoiled as hell. Of course they're not taking responsibility for anything. But also, like, who set that system up? So we're back to Lauri and Lauri's Brady Bunch, as she will continue to call it. And she was actually able to get Josh out of his treatment program for the day so that the whole family could go to the beach together, which is really nice. So they get to the beach and Shane is there. I was going to say randomly, but like they do live in the same area. And Shane mentions the Playboy party to Lauri, and he seems kind of mad that he's not going. He was like, yeah, I was supposed to go. Like, are you going? And she's like, well, no, I'm in a committed relationship now. So, like, that's not really, like, my lifestyle anymore.
Joe called, but she called and said I was going. She's like, oh, yeah, we hang out.
When he mentioned that he had spoken to Joe, I was actually really surprised because I knew that there was some controversy last year in regards to Shane and Joe's relationship.
Joe and I flirt just because that's just our attitude, but I think I would ask Joe out.
So Shane then asked Lauri about Josh, and Lauri says that a few weeks after he was released from juvenile hall, he was booked for speeding with underage kids in the car, which isn't great, to say the least. And in order to get off of probation and finish school, Josh was sent to a state-run boarding school where he basically lives full-time now, which is what I mean when I say Lauri has to, like, get him out for the weekend or get him out for the day. Like, he has to get like a little day pass. And Lauri does say that she feels guilty that Josh isn't home with the rest of the family, which I understand, especially because she is sort of living just like this new life, and to feel like her son is left behind. It would probably feel weird for both of them, where it's like, yeah, my mom is living a completely different life while I'm here, and she's like, my son is in a state-run boarding school while I'm living this fabulous life. But believe me, we're going to get into it. It's only the first episode.
Probably the biggest thing to get through right now is the battles I've had with myself. Just, staying clean, staying up. I think I'm going to stay until I get my GED and everything. Because, I can start college. I can get enrolled in college there, too. So
Vicki's still in Chicago, and she mentions that her insurance business is actually growing and expanding, and it's a lot more than just she can handle. So she's had to hire more employees to keep up with the demand, and this employee she's hired is named Duff, and he's a friend of Jeana's. And when I first watched this, I was like, why do I have to care about this random man? But we'll get to it. Duff has a 4-year-old son who's running around the office, and he said that having this job is actually really good for him because it helps him sort of expand his horizons. He was in a relationship with a woman for 10 years and they were supposed to move to Palm Springs, and at the last second she was like, not really, not feeling this one, sweetheart, and they broke it off. And he says that working with Vicki is a walk in the park because he's been dealing with crazy women for 10 years. But when you're a man, all women are crazy, right?
No, I was in a relationship for 10 years with somebody that I had a child with, a woman that was supposed to move with me to Palm Springs, and unfortunately at the last minute she changed her mind.
Oh, you gonna go to sleep?
It's a total family meltdown.
So Vicki's having lunch with like her mom and her son and just a bunch of family, and she's hoping that Michael's summer work in construction will help him take his education more seriously. And there's nothing wrong with working in construction, but Vicki kind of hopes that Michael wants more for himself.
Your paycheck requires your body to be physically fit at all times. And if you get
injured, like with your hand,
you wouldn't be able to make your mortgage pay.
That would really be scary.
Yeah. You know, I was born and raised in construction. It's a tough way to make a living. I want much more from Michael. I want him to be educated. I want him to do whatever he wishes to do, but hopefully it's more than construction.
And Vicki and her mom are kind of like, Vicki's mom is teasing her. In my notes I wrote they weren't getting along, but I think this is just kind of like how their relationship is. And we saw this briefly in season 1, but Vicki's mom doesn't really approve of her California lifestyle. She just doesn't really understand it and thinks it's a bit too extravagant, like the eyelash extensions, the Botox, the bleached hair, all of that. And she's kind of poking fun at Vicki, just being like, "Oh, I think I see a wrinkle. Ooh." And Vicki's like, "Mom, you said you were going to be nice. Like, come on." And Vicki's mom says to us, when I say she says to us, it's like in her little talking head. She says Vicki needs constant assurance. She always needs to hear that you're proud of her and that you approve of her and all of that. And it's just interesting. I try not to mention season 1 challenge, but like I did mention this in season 1 that it is interesting to sort of see, like, it doesn't matter how old you are. Your mom is always your mom and you're always her daughter. It's very interesting just seeing that dynamic at this stage of your life.
She thinks I'm mean to her if I don't agree with her. Let's put it that way. Then I'm mean. I don't approve of that Botox.
So back to Miss Lauri. Lauri says that George wants to make her life easier and he's taking her out to a beautiful dinner at the St. Regis, whatever that means. And she says, she's like, "Oh, this champagne is nice. Like, are we celebrating something?" And he's taking her on a vacation to Europe for 2.5 weeks. Hello. And they've only been dating for 6 months. And I'm like, God, I've seen what you've done for others. I've seen what you've done for others. Because really, like, even just the way she's giggling, like, she is happy as fuck. And like, she needed this. She needed this. I guess manifestation does work, because that's literally all she ever wanted last season was like, I need a rich man. I need a rich man. And boom. Okay, and not to sound like a walking motivational quote, you know I love my affirmations. If you know me, you know I love my affirmations because I'm a little insane. But it really is like, she had a year from hell and then now she's blessed. So if you're going through hell, maybe something really sickening is waiting for you. I don't know. The proof is in the pudding.
Going to Europe.
I am so excited to get to Saint-Tropez. I mean, to all of Europe. I cannot wait for this trip. This is going to be the craziest trip ever. I'm still kind of nervous. I've never, ever, ever gone on vacation for 2.5, 3 weeks ever in my life.
So then we see all the ladies going out for a cocktail with Kimberly as a little goodbye party because she's moving to Chicago famously. And Kimberly mentions she calls living in Orange County living behind the orange curtain, which I kind of live for. But she does say, she's like, as much as it's nice, you do kind of forget you're blocked off from everything going on in the outside world and you live in this little bubble. And Kimberly said it is bittersweet to be closing this chapter of her life. And all during this, Vicki is asking for blue cheese stuffed olives for her martini, her dirty martini. And this will become her signature cocktail. And she's asking the waitress, she's like, "You don't have blue cheese stuffed olive? You have blue cheese, you have olives. Can you go back there and like stuff the olives?"
I say living behind the orange curtain. I mean, it's easy to forget about the things the rest of the world has to worry about.
Do you have blue cheese stuffed olives?
We do not.
I just asked.
Regular olive. I know.
Do you have blue cheese in the back of the kitchen?
gosh.
Can you take a pimento out and stuff it for me?
These are so
Ask them, because that would really make us all very, very happy.
And I always wanted to try a dirty martini because they look so fierce. Like the iconography of it is so fierce. Tell me why I tried one recently and that shit was disgusting. I did not fuck with that. I was like, I don't think this is the tea for me. Maybe it's because I don't like olives and that's like what the whole thing is. I really hope it's an acquired taste and I really want to acquire that taste because they're so fierce. Maybe it's just like not in the universe's plan for me, but I really want to. Cocktails are kind of a big, obviously alcohol is a big thing on Real Housewives, famously, specifically on a little show that is being developed as this season is airing. The working title being Manhattan Moms, Real Housewives of New York, Real Housewives of Alcohol City, thank you. I'm more of a cosmopolitan queen, which I think is what Jeana is drinking. So hey Jeana, hey sis. Does anybody have a favorite cocktail?
I don't let my kids or my exes drive me crazy.
So then we see Jeana, she's going for lunch with her friend Tammy, who actually is the new housewife this season. This is our introduction to Tammy, Miss Tammy Knickerbocker. And she is a longtime friend of Jeana's. Jeana says they've been friends for about 10 to 15 years. Tammy's almost like a sister to Jeana. And Tammy says she's a single mom. She was divorced and then she was dating somebody for about 10 years. I don't know if you're putting any pieces together, because when I was watching this, I certainly was not. And Tammy used to babysit Jeana's kids. That's how close they are. And one time when she was babysitting Jeana's kids for 8 days, her house flooded. And thus brings Tammy onto our screens.
My whole life has been on hold because of this house damage. When I was married, we had a lot of money, and we lost everything when we got divorced. The idea of moving from big house to a smaller house was not my problem. I didn't have an issue with that. It was the first house I bought by myself, on my own.
And so this house that Tammy bought was actually the first house she'd ever bought, completely on her own. Sounded a little familiar. And this house she bought, she was moving on with her life. She was super excited to start this new chapter, and then the house flooded and everything was destroyed. And Tammy's hoping that this bout of bad luck ends soon. And I'm like, hey, if it ended for Lauri, it can end for you too. But it is kind of interesting. I wouldn't necessarily call Tammy down on her luck. We obviously, this is the first like 30 seconds we're seeing of this woman. We're obviously going to learn a lot more about her, but it is kind of interesting that right as Lauri's on the upswing, we get introduced to a new single mom who just lost everything. So here's our new SpongeBob in Silent Hill. So we are back to Joe and Slade, and I will say, I can't even believe I'm saying this, but Slade is like marginally more likable this season. Shocking. I know. I can't even, hell must have frozen over that I'm even saying that. And so Joe and Slade are having their little date night. She says they're working on trusting each other again. She's telling him all about the Playboy party, and she's talking about all the celebrities that were there, and Slade is like, that's the one thing that concerns me about Hollywood. Like, I'm just scared you'll run off with one of these producer guys. Like, slow down, slow down.
If you'd like run off with like a producer guy.
I have a boyfriend.
I know.
So I wouldn't cheat.
Yeah, maybe you break up with me.
Why?
Because you were hot for a producer guy.
So I could sleep with him to get ahead?
I know I literally just said that Slade was marginally more likable, but I kind of take that back. He's still weird. Some things truly just don't change. Because he keeps like almost having this like fantasy about like, oh, you're gonna run off with this producer and, you know, sleep with him to get ahead. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But as they've mentioned several times in this episode, there's clearly trust issues going on. There's clearly some jealousy or whatever that's going on Slade's end that he's projecting onto her. I don't know if you can hear that, but wee wee wee.
You know I love you. And if anything ever happened between us, not that it will. Not that it will.
Yeah, it's the second time you brought it up at dinner.
I'm just telling you that if anything ever happened between us, that I would always be there for you as your best friend.
But after all that weird end to that dinner, Joe does say, she's like, I just feel like we're growing apart. It's kind of most pleasing to me to start the season on the note of like, I think me and Slade are growing apart. Like, yay! I literally could have told you that, of course you're growing apart. She's like 25 at this point and he's like 37 or 38. So I could have told you that. And thus ends the first episode of season 2. Like I said, I'm so unbelievably excited for this. If we're thinking about evolution, and you know when like the picture of, let me pull it up. If you look at like human beings evolution, we're like here. We're like towards, if that's season 1 and this is like modern housewives, we're like here right now. So it's a little bit exciting for me. We are going to start to see the show evolve and develop into the show that I am obsessed with. Things are the same and things are different this season. So I'm very excited to get into the rest of the season. Let's get into episode 2. So Episode 2 opens with Joe waking up in bed at her and Slade's house, ready for work, and she says that she has a new job as a title rep, and she says that part of her job is to visit clients. So she's in a bit of a transition period at work because half her clients are out in Newport Beach and half of them are out in LA. And I had to look at a map because I didn't, every time they talk about like, oh, I'm going up to LA, I'm going down to LA, and before anyone tells me like, how do you not know like where this is? I'm from Canada. If you're not from Canada, can you name all the provinces? I didn't think so. Also, the outfit she's wearing to go to work is like, it reminds me of that TikTok. I can't remember if it was a tweet or a TikTok or whatever, where someone was like, office siren, girl, you were a walking HR violation. She's got her Joes out for work, like, holy. But Joe's really happy with her job. And if you remember from season 1, shout out season 1, that was a big point of contention between her and Slade, was that she really wanted to work and have a sense of independence. He wanted her to kind of be this like kept woman. Very strange. That's a big part of why I don't like him. But she says she's very happy with her job and she's happy with having this newfound sense of independence. That she's able to kind of have her own job and do her own thing, and she feels like herself again. She feels like she's finding herself again. And it turns out she actually works for his company, so I guess that's why he's like not too fussed about her having a job, because he still has some aspect of control over her. But I said I was being nice. I already lasted 1 episode being mostly nice until the end, but mostly nice. And that has to be a record.
Joe's very, very hungry for independence and wants to be successful on her own. Joe works for my company, so I will make sure that she becomes very, very successful.
Honey, I'm leaving.
And Slade says he thinks that Joe's going through another phase, and throughout their relationship, she's gone through these phases where she's like, I want to do this, and he's like, okay, I'll go get that thing for you. And then when she tries it out, she's like, I don't actually really want this, which is like, not to belabor the point again, but she's also in her mid-20s. People go through that throughout their life. It doesn't matter how old you are. Like, you're allowed to have free will and change your mind regardless of how old you are. It does feel a bit condescending and belittling of him to call it a phase, because that's something you say about like your kid who's 16, not your girlfriend who's 25. You know what I mean?
I think Joe's going through a phase. Through our whole relationship, there have been things she wants, and I've attempted to be as supportive as possible and said, fine, go check it out. Go do that. And then she comes back and goes, oh, I don't want to do that. It's like, I told you.
Maybe part of these phases she's going through is she does want to have that independence. She wants to work for something and have it be her own, as opposed to just like, look what my boyfriend got me. But I'm not them, and this was over a decade ago, so who knows. So we're at the Gunvalson household, and Vicki is taking her family on a cruise out of Rome, which is great because Vicki needs a vacation. But Vicki's obviously being Vicki, and she's telling Brianna how to pack. She's handing out to-do lists. She's really just acting insane, which is what she kind of does best. And Vicki is calling the cruise agency and losing her marbles because they're telling her like, no, there's no internet, you cannot work from home on the cruise. I'm sure things are different now, but like, it is kind of funny. She's like, what do you mean people don't work on vacation? It's like, yeah, that's kind of the point. Like, literally I saw this picture the other day that was like, when you're on vacation but you have to work from home, and it's like a girl, I'm pointing here so I can put the picture here, she's like in the water on her computer. That is literally Vicki.
There's no internet. You know what? You're being snotty. No, you can't. So people are not working at all 100% of the time that they're on a cruise. I'm paying a lot of money to go on the ship. I want to figure out a way to get on the internet. You know what? You're making me go crazy right now. I have to call back. Okay, you know what? You need to get a different job. Okay, goodbye. All I want to do is be able to work when I'm there. Why is it so difficult?
So then we see Lauri. She's in Saint-Tropez with George. She mentions that she's left Ashley, her 21-year-old daughter, in charge of the townhouse, the place she was living last season. And she's like, yeah, you know, like, I trust her to, you know, keep it clean, keep the cats fed. We see the townhouse rotted. That shit looks like a rotten mess. And there's cat shit everywhere. There's like moldy food everywhere. Ashley's like, yeah, I think I keep the place pretty clean.
There was doo-doo, feces thrown all over the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and it stunk so bad.
And then she's on the phone with her friend. She's like, there's moldy milk in the sink. Like, oh my God, it looks like cheese. Like, girl, that is disgusting. But also, same thing with Jeana's dogs. I did not see these cats last season. Like, Ashley had that dog that she brought and then she left at the house. Where did all these cats come from? That's my question. Maybe George bought them for her because their names are Dolce and Chanel, which I think is kind of fierce. And Ashley says she knows that her mom expects her to be responsible, and she thinks she has a much better character than a lot of kids her age. That's definitely debatable, but I'll let her have that. Because in Kodo, honestly, probably. But that seems like a pretty low standard, no offense.
My mom never checks up on me. It's kind of nice. Okay, love you. Love you too. Okay, bye. Bye. When I leave my house, I always put the cats in the garage just because I don't want my house smelling like crap.
So then we see Tammy, and Tammy's moving into the rental that Jeana actually found for her in Kodo. And she is moving in with her 17-year-old daughter, Lindsay. And she says, first of all, Lindsay, the makeup and the tan and the hair, it's looking a little crazy. There's definitely a lot going on there. But she does say, she's like, Lindsay, she's very sweet. She's a great kid. But Tammy says she hasn't seemed happy or content in probably over a year, especially with all the moving around and all of that kind of stuff, which is really sad. So she's hoping this can sort of give Lindsay a bit of stability. And in addition to her daughter Lindsay, she does have 2 other kids, one of which is her 4-year-old son Riley, who is her son with Duff, Vicky's employee. That's the woman he was in a relationship with for 10 years. That's the man that she was in a relationship with for 10 years. Her and Duff are clearly still very involved in each other's lives. I mean, they were together for 10 years and they do have a kid together. But she mentions that Duff, he was living out in Palm Springs and he wanted to start this business in Palm Springs, and he was then changing careers, and she just was like, I don't know if I can pack my family up and move out there without having like a solid foundation that we can rely on.
I am pleased for you. I really am. This house is nice. It's good for Riley.
You can come visit.
I think the friends with benefits situation suited us.
And you can kind of just immediately tell, like, that man still loves her. Like, it's honestly a bit sad. And Tammy kind of gets annoyed because instead of helping the movers, Duff is like sitting outside going through a box of memories of their 10 years together. And she gets annoyed. And it is a bit weird because it's like, again, you can tell he still really loves her and wants to be part of her life. But that's just like, you got to let it go. That would honestly piss me off too. It's like, can this not wait? Do you have to do this right now? Like, I'm trying to move this couch and you want to look at like photos of you with my kids? Like, stop.
I have proof forever and ever. You have broken a contract. It proves that you have broken our contract of love forever and ever.
I babysit for your birthday. You don't have to talk. Just
that was cool.
Okay, quit looking at me.
No, stop it. Look at it.
Okay, enough of this. Come on, we gotta pack.
Fun.
Okay, I'm gonna go pack while you guys are reminiscing.
And speaking of failing relationships, let me not get ahead of myself. We're back to Joe and Slade, and they're going to a charity event with each other and then Joe's friend JJ, who we're going to see a lot of this season. I think she's Queenie. I don't know. And the charity event is out in LA, and Joe basically says, like, when they're in the car, she's like, I wish we lived somewhere a little more, you know, upbeat, fast-paced, not in the suburbs. And it's pretty evident that Joe is over Coto de Casa. Like, this is not the tea for her.
It's like 15 minutes away from a freeway. And there's horses everywhere.
I know that's the idea.
Right, and I think it's beautiful when you're ready to retire.
And right at the gate, this is another fracture we can see in their relationship because, as we know, Slade loves the Kodo lifestyle. He loves this big, like, rich suburb gated community lifestyle, and this is just not the tea for Joe, and I think that's very understandable. And then Joe ever so casually mentions that there's a position opening up to have Beverly Hills as a territory because she has Newport Beach and she has LA. You can tell she's bringing it up because she's thinking about it, and she says, she's like, no, I just found out about it. I haven't been thinking about it, but this would be amazing. And Slade just is like, I don't want to talk about it because we're gonna have fun tonight. And so they're hanging out with JJ. And like I said, I think JJ is Queenie. And Joe even says, she's like, I love her. She's kind of part of the reason why I'm getting this itch to move to LA. Because JJ's living out in LA and Joe obviously is looking at her life and then looking at JJ's life. And she's like, wait a minute. I'm kind of feeling that. Like, I'll have what she's having.
Where's the psychic?
I want to talk to her. What if it tells you bad things? What if she tells you that JoJo's going to move to LA with me? Yeah, you can hit her.
Even though last season was the very first season, this season we're going to get a lot of firsts. And JJ mentions that there's a psychic at the party, which if you are a Real Housewives watcher, you know psychics for some reason are a staple in the Real Housewives. These women seem to always be talking to a psychic. Famously, one of the best episodes of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, the dinner party from hell episode, where there's the psychic who's huffing on an e-cigarette, and she says to Kyle Richards, she says, your husband will never fulfill you. Know that. And literally clocks her, and she's like, once your kids grow up and move away, you guys will have nothing in common and your marriage will fall apart. And Dare I say she gagged it. That is like very amazing episode of Real Housewives. Like psychics, all that kind of thing play a massive role in this show, which obviously if you know me, you know I live for. I've only ever seen a psychic once and I cried my eyes out quite literally the entire time. So anyway, enough about me. Anyways, back to Joe and Slade. And so Miss Healing Intuitive says that she can offer Joe some guidance on anything she needs guidance on. So Joe sits down, she's like, okay, work. Because as we've seen, Joe does need a bit of guidance. She's thinking about things outside of what she has. And what does Slade do? When Joe sits down with the psychic, he basically pretends to leave, does a lap, comes back, and then sits behind her and she doesn't realize. And I'm sorry, like, maybe it's just because I'm a little woo-woo. That would be like breakup material for me. I'm sorry. Like, do not get between me and the word of the spirit. Like, what the fuck?
So you want some clarity and guidance?
Yes.
Okay.
Once Joe sat down to meet with the psychic, I wandered around the corner and then came back and sat down behind her. And I don't think that Joe quite realized that I was sitting behind her.
In addition to that being like, that would actually be a deal breaker for me, unfortunately. And I'm like being dead serious. Joe asked the psychic, she's like, so there's this guy and like, I'm kind of wondering, is this the right thing for me right now? Not knowing the man in question is right behind her. And the psychic is like, I just don't really think this feels like the right thing for you right now. Which is like, they pan to Slade looking all like, oop. But I'm just like, don't go searching for things you don't want the answer to. Like, you were the one who snuck up behind her to sit behind her while she's talking to the psychic. Like, what did you think she was going to ask about? And then Joe asks a follow-up question to the psychic. And she's like, so there's actually this opportunity opening up in LA. And I'm wondering, like, is that the right thing for me? And the psychic is like, yes, Orange County doesn't really feel like the right place for you. This definitely seems like a really good move for you. Which is definitely what Joe wanted to hear. I don't think that's what Slade wanted to hear. But also, this isn't Slade's reading. So I don't really give a shit what he wanted to hear, but
it just doesn't feel like the right thing for you at this time.
And then Joe turns around and she sees Slade has been sitting there the whole time. And she says that broke her heart. Like, that was the worst feeling ever. But I'm just like, again, that would be a deal breaker for me. I'm sorry. Like, that's kind of a red flag. Obviously, we know Slade has a lot of red flags, many of which I touched on in season 1. But that alone, had I not seen season 1, that alone, that's a huge red flag for me. I'm sorry. Like, you can't even let me talk to a psychic without eavesdropping. And then you're going to probably get mad that I asked her those questions. Like, what did you think I was going to ask? I can't believe I made it almost one whole episode without hating on Slade. And now I get to do it freely. I've broken the seal. I've broken the dam. I hate you, Slade. I don't like you. So back at the Keough household, we do get more insight into their family dynamic. She mentions to Colton, who's her youngest son, that she read an article in the paper about like whether putting too much pressure on kids to train for one sport sort of like hinders their ability in other things. And she wonders if she's putting too much pressure on Colton because, as we know, baseball is a huge thing in their family. They wanted Shane to do it. They're realistically going to want Colton to do it. But now she's kind of like, she's having second thoughts because especially after Shane's injury, she's like, maybe we should let him do other things. And Shane feels they don't put enough pressure on Colton. He's like, you know, when I was his age, I was out every morning, like, you know, playing baseball, and Colton just sort of like plays video games for 90% of the day.
But he's so young. You don't think he's going to get hurt playing with 21-year-olds?
I played with them. I'm not going to get hurt.
Weren't you a sophomore or a junior?
I was maybe, like, it was my summer going in. I was maybe 6 months older than him.
And then we see that Shane and Colton fight a lot. Shane starts calling Colton gay, tells him to go put on his gay print.
Someone try this. I hear it's actually really good. I don't want to try it. Peanut butter chocolate cookie? Come on.
Oh, that's so gross.
You
gay man?
Get away from me.
Yeah, nice job. Now go get your apron and clean that up with your mouth.
And Colton says Shane is a dick. He's the meanest person you will ever meet. He is mean to everybody, which is interesting because I feel like we did not see that side of him last season. We did see a bit last season of Shane and Colton being brothers, and sort of like Colton mentioned that he did develop a stutter because Shane always cuts him off, and we saw a bit of that, but like not to this extent. And honestly, part of it might be the diamond earring sending like actual magnetic waves into his brain because there's been a shift. Something has shifted. And speaking of relationships that we're getting more insight into, we see Vicki, and she's talking about her relationship with Don, her husband, and she says that Don travels a lot for work. It's getting to a point where she feels like they don't know each other the way a married couple should anymore. She even says, she's like, at the end of the day, do we even still like each other? Like, she doesn't know, which is not really a good sign. But she thinks the cruise will be a good opportunity to sort of spend more time as a family and spend more time with Dawn. And Vicki naturally is freaking out about leaving the house, about leaving work, and Duff is like, relax. Like, we've got it. Go on vacation. Spend time with your family. Like, enjoy your life. Like, things will be fine without you.
Are you gonna be okay?
Are you going to be okay?
The question is, am I gonna be okay?
I'm fine.
No, I don't think I should go.
Oh my God.
I swear to God, I don't think I should go.
The anxiety level for Vicki right now is over the top. I'm sure it's going to take her an amazing amount of alcohol to settle down. Go on vacation.
It's now departure morning for their cruise. So it's Vicki and Dawn and then Brianna and Michael. And both Brianna and Michael, she said, were allowed to bring 2 friends. So there's 6 people, which is going to become a very crucial and important piece of information in about 1 minute. So bear with me while we do a head count. This, I'm like trying so hard not to laugh. But this is like Vicki's first absolutely iconic scene. This is a very classic, legendary Vicki Gunvalson moment. So Vicki had chartered, in her words, in Not All Diamonds and Rose, a limousine to shuttle them to the airport with bagels and mimosas and that kind of stuff because it is early in the morning. They each have about 2 to 3 suitcases. There's 6 people, okay? They walk outside the house and there is a little family van.
We are going on a cruise. This is not funny. You have a little family van. When do you ever bring a family van to pick up 6 people? Okay? This is ridiculous. You guys are everywhere. Why are you sending a family van?
And Vicki is absolutely fuming. She is calling the shuttle company and she's like, when do you ever send a family van for 6 people? Like, what is going on? I told you last night, we have this many people, we have this many bags. Why would you send this car? She's losing her mind. The merit of what she's mad about, I think, is reasonable, but the way it's being presented is insane. And so she's calling the company and they're saying, you know, like, all the shuttles are booked. This is all we've got. Like, we're so sorry. Like, this is what you ordered. And she's like, literally, no, it is not what I ordered. I was wanting bagels. I was wanting mimosas. And everyone in her family is like, okay, like, calm down. Like, we'll make it work. It's just, and I think, like, to my understanding, I think the ride to the airport is like 2 hours. So this would kind of be hell. And she's basically like, fuck my life. I wanted mimosas. I was expecting bagels. And honestly, like, I'm sorry. If I had gone to bed being like, I gotta get up early to go to the airport, but like, I'm getting in a limousine with bagels and mimosas, and that showed up at my door, I can't promise that I wouldn't react the same way. I think most people would. They might not deliver it in the same way, but I think you would be like, this is not what we ordered. This is not what we expected. But let me just roll the clip because I love this queen.
Should I call Jeana keough?
Yes, ask her.
Oh,
Vicki, we got it loaded in here. Let's go. Come on.
I was taking a nice limo, relaxing with a mimosa on our way to a trip. Oh my God, this is bull.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. It's this idiot.
Some may say she's being a Karen. This is before the term Karen really existed. I don't think she's not being a Karen, but I'm watching Real Housewives. I'm not expecting them really to not be Karens. This is one of those moments where also you have to remember what show you're watching, because if you're going to sit here and watch this and be like, oh my God, she's being such a Karen, I don't think you're watching the right show. Just turn the shit off. Like, I'm sorry. But don't clock out of my video. I need the views. Stop. Overall, I think everybody finds it funny, including Vicki. I think probably in retrospect, she did also get a laugh out of it because she certainly got an iconic moment. So, and even though Vicki went to the airport in a family van, I bet Lauri went to the airport in a limo. I bet George would make sure they were not sending a family van, even if it was for 2 people. He would get the whole limo. And so back to Lauri. Lauri again mentions that George is absolutely her Prince Charming. And the biggest news of the trip, he proposed. And she said yes, which is kind of amazing. Like, they've been dating for 6 months and they met on a blind date. And sometimes when you know, you know.
I mean, it was a huge thing. You know, I said I would never get married again. And I said that probably not all that long ago.
Wow, good call, baby.
I mean, he's just the most beautiful man and got the warmest heart that I've ever met.
So then back at the Keough household, Shane and his friends are playing in the pool. There's dogs everywhere. And Uncle Richie, who appeared last season, but I'm sorry, I can't bring myself to care about him. Like, he's their uncle who's always at the house. I don't know if he's like actually their uncle or if he's like their friend who the family friend they call their uncle. it's actually not important to me. He comes out and he's in his biking gear, and obviously Shane starts making fun of him, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna have a great bike. I got protection on my head and I got a condom in my pocket. And then Shane starts being homophobic and is like, oh, is that for Slade? Because Richie and Slade have become friends. Maybe Slade needed that. I don't think he has many. Actually, no, he had a couple friends last season. Let me be nice. But they became friends because they're both into road biking. So he's going to go road biking with Mr. Slade. Meanwhile, Joe is down in LA hanging out. I don't know if it's down in LA or up in LA. I need to look at a map, but I'm just going to say whatever feels right coming out of my mouth. So Joe is in LA at JJ's apartment, and she's talking about what the psychic said. And JJ's telling her exactly what I would be telling her in this moment, which is she needs to just follow her heart and do what makes her happy. If she's not feeling satisfied, then it's a sign that she should move out to LA and she should follow her heart. And if she's happy doing the Orange County thing, then stay where you're at. But clearly you're feeling conflicted. And Joe says that she is feeling conflicted because she feels she's lost a sense of her independence. Before she met Slade, she was working 3 jobs. She was paying for everything herself. And then she met Slade and he provided everything. And JJ says, again, exactly what I would say, which is that that's just another way for him to control you, because you end up relying on him and needing him.
Then he leaves you without your independence, and he leaves you needing him. That's how he kept you with him all the time.
JJ.
Yeah, JoJo?
I'm really scared.
You're scared? Can I do anything to help you?
No, I just feel like for the first time in my life, I really just don't know what's going to happen.
So on their little bike ride, Slade and Richie are talking about, his relationship with Joe. And let me continue my pattern of being a bit more graceful and forgiving towards Slade. He actually is being pretty reasonable in this moment, because he's saying he loves her, but he doesn't want to hold her back from doing what she wants to do. And he doesn't want to be with someone who questions if they should be together, which I think is kind of fair. Even though I think it's a red flag that you were sitting in on someone's psychic reading, I also think if I overheard my partner asking a psychic, hey, should I break up with my partner? Or like, hey, do you think my partner's right for me? I would start to have second thoughts as well.
I feel bad sometimes because I feel she holds back from doing what she wants to do. Sure. She wants to party. She wants to be 26. Not with a guy with 2 kids and sure, worrying about all my drama. I guess I love her enough to let her go.
Let's see how that attitude keeps up, okay? So then we see Tammy, and Tammy is with her mother because her mother is going to treat Tammy and her daughters for dinner for Tammy's birthday. But Tammy's badass kids are late as freak for this dinner. We've already met Lindsay, Tammy's 17-year-old daughter, and now we meet Megan. She shows up to dinner with her boyfriend.
Hey, baby! Hello. There's me the ugly jacket.
Very much tradition in our family for my mom to take just the girls out, but Megan, of course, had to bring her boyfriend. Of course, my child just can't go by the rules.
How are you?
My name's Roman.
We're not in the... Oh, I'm sorry, that's Roman.
And she expresses that Megan is one of those kids, she's a great kid, but she does crazy things, and she was hit very hard by her parents' divorce. And Megan says Lindsay's not coming to dinner because she's mad at Megan for not driving her to the mall or something. And so Megan brought her boyfriend, Roman, who is a pit bull breeder. Lot going on here. And she's like, am I allowed to smoke out here even though they're on a non-smoking patio? And also, like, you're at dinner with your mom and your grandma. Like, that's a bit... I'm sorry. Like, I'm just gonna say it. I refuse to believe that these were the richest people in Kodo. It's not clicking for me. And Tammy says that Megan was never really the typical Kodo child. She always kind of marched to the beat of her own drum, dyeing her hair crazy colors, body piercings, tattoos, that kind of stuff. Not really the typical Kodo kid.
Are we going to get the tattoos taken off? You told me that you were going to
No, we're going to do that. I'm taking her to Bangkok.
I'm not going to Bangkok.
Yes.
No, she's not going to go to Bangkok for a bargain.
That's what they do.
No. My skin will fall off.
Anyways, back at the Keough household, we see Colton driving around his little golf cart. He loves driving his little golf cart around Kodo. And Colton mentions that he actually took apart his golf cart because otherwise Shane would drive it around and destroy it, because Shane has no regard for others and wouldn't really care, which is, again, very telling of Shane's character. And Tammy's over at the house, and Shane is being really weird and disrespectful to her as well. He keeps calling her tits, which is like, that's a crazy thing to call somebody, but also like, that's your mom's friend. Like, He's just being very weird and, again, disrespectful. And Shane does say in his talking head that he's feeling really frustrated since he hurt his back. He can't play baseball. His car is in the shop, so he can't even drive around. There's kind of nothing that he can do, which I can imagine can be frustrating, but that also doesn't give you a free pass to just be a huge asshole to everybody. So Shane is like, oh my God, we can drive the golf cart, even though it's Colton's golf cart. And he goes out and he discovers that Colton took it apart. He took a part off, literally for this exact reason. And Shane is pissed off, and he goes in the house and he starts pouring water on Colton's head and being like, fix it, fix the golf cart. And then Colton loses it and he throws the bottle of water at Shane. He calls him the F word. They don't bleep it in the show, but I'll probably bleep it in the clip, which is because like, that's crazy.
Fix it. Fix it.
What are you doing? Fucking faggot, Shane. You think you're so fucking tough?
What did you just What was that?
What the f*** you think you did that? What do you think it was, Shane? What the f*** off of me? Get off of me, faggot.
Stop it.
God, he's a fucking homo, Mom. He's 20 years old and he picks on people 14 because he just show up one of his fucking friends.
And they're like fighting. Like there's anger there. And I can imagine if you do have a brother like Shane who is like very disrespectful and constantly pushing your buttons and pushing you around, it probably is very easy to snap, but like this is ridiculous. Ultimately just very trashy. I don't know, like there's something very trashy about these people. I'm sorry. And Jeana's also not really doing anything. She's like, hey, stop. Meanwhile, like your kids are throwing shit at each other and pushing each other around and calling each other slurs. There's a lot going on. So back to my queen, Vicki Godwilson. Her cruise was amazing. She had the best time, and her cruise was very eye-opening for her in many ways. She got to spend time with her family. She got to see beautiful places, and she learned about the European work ethic, which is very different than the Vicki Gunvalson work ethic. Probably the exact opposite, especially in Italy, girl. And it is nice because Vicki does feel like she got to reconnect with her family, and especially with her husband, who she's been feeling a bit distant from because of both their work schedules. And I love Vicki. I'm sorry. Like, I'm biased. I love her. Her energy is amazing to me.
Talking to other people on the ship and saying, you know, the Europeans only work 8 months out of the year and they travel 4 months out of the year and spend time with their family, and they live in much smaller homes and they don't have $300 purses and $500 pairs of shoes. And it really made me sit and think about, I don't need this big house. I don't need 3 cars.
And this seems to be the episode where everybody's going on a trip, because we've got Lauri getting engaged in San Tropez, we've got Vicki having the most amazeballs cruise, and now we have Tammy in Vegas for her birthday. Tammy has this fabulous birthday party, and she says her daughters couldn't come because neither of them are 21, so they got to go and do their own thing, which we'll see in a second. Bear with me. But Tammy says this is the first birthday she's had in 25 years without a man, like her husband or Duff, which is kind of crazy, and she's learning to kind of be by herself a bit. But her birthday party looks fun. I'm glad that she's enjoying herself. Now on to Tammy's daughters. Megan says that her boyfriend Roman is 36. She's dating a 36-year-old bald pit bull breeder. I don't really love that. Definitely not a fan of that. That's definitely a bit weird. And so she says that she has known Roman for about 6 or 7 months, and they just started dating a couple of weeks ago. And this scene, they're at a tattoo parlor.
First tattoo, 15 years old, in someone's house. Most painful I think I've ever had. Ex-boyfriend Drew. Most recent. His parents hate the tattoos. At first, that's why I did it. I'm not gonna lie. The shock factor of it all.
So she's getting a tattoo right now. And when they showed the tattoo, right then and there, I'm like, it says ick, which I was like, okay, like, interesting. And the symbol it's on is also a little bit of a choice, but hey. Again, not a fan of this, but we'll get to what that says in a second. I also think getting a tattoo on your mom's birthday, knowing your mom hates your tattoos, is kind of nasty work.
I'm okay, mad. Where is it? I really thought you were joking when you were saying it. You're gonna show it to Would you like it? Have it? No, you didn't. You convinced her to do that?
No, I did not.
What is that?
I did not.
Oh my god.
I don't even want to know what that means.
Iron Cross Kennels.
Iron Cross Kennels.
Iron Cross Kennels? That actually has me speechless. Iron Cross? I need to know where Roman was on January 6th. because that's his kennel. There's so much going on here because first of all, Iron Cross Kennels, that alone is crazy. Second of all, they've been dating for a few weeks and you got your boyfriend's kennel tattooed on you. I get that that's where your dog's from, but like, couldn't you get the dog's name? I'm not a fan of whatever's happening here. And Tammy's kind of obviously also not a fan. And she's like, I thought we were going to take those off. Like, oh.
I mean, but still, my baby with tattoos. Like, come on. I like tattoos. Get over it.
Anyways, back in Kodo, Jeana is taking Colton to go play baseball. Likely thing for them to be doing. And Colton says that the pressure to play baseball in their family is really high. And Shane said the same thing last season because, as we know, their father and also their grandfather both played in the major leagues, so it is kind of a big part of their family. And Jeana says that if she had to put her money on one of them, Colton or Shane, she actually thinks Colton is more talented at baseball than Shane is. But still, like, it is just a lot of pressure to put on them because Colton's like 14. And they have kind of an uncomfortable conversation because she asks him, like, why did you break your golf cart? And he's like, because Shane would have done it and like I just didn't want him to do that. And she says, she's like, well, why'd you have to throw that bottle? Like, why'd you have to do this? And he says exactly what I said, which is like, well, you don't do anything about it. When Shane's being an asshole, like, you don't do anything. And she kind of doesn't even really have a response to that.
But why did you have to throw that bottle? You could have hurt me or Riley.
Because he was poor.
Yeah, but why would you do that to me?
Because you don't do anything about it, so I have to.
You could have hit me. That wasn't very nice.
Okay, Mom.
And Jeana says that Colton is basically like her golden child because of his skill and all of that. And Colton does seem to be kind of affected by the fact their dad is like never around. So the episode opens with the Kodo Insurance employees, so Vicki, Duff, and still Lauri. Lauri still works for Vicki, and she's sharing the news that she got engaged, and Vicki's like, so when are you guys gonna get married? And Vicki's joking about offering to plan Lauri's wedding, and she says she's like, I'm happy for her, but I am a little jealous and also a little bit worried because I just hope, like, she's 45 years old and she's been married twice. I hope she's not rushing into this marriage, and I hope that with the money, he doesn't have too much control over her in that sense, which is like, Vicki is so kind. Because it is true, as we saw last season, and even as we're seeing now with Joe and Slade, where it's like that money in a relationship can be a huge control factor. But George does seem like a nice guy, so let's hope it's the best for Lauri.
I know I could still provide for myself if Dawn leaves me tomorrow. Can she do it if George leaves her? I don't know.
And so Lauri is at George's house, and she says she's getting ready to go to a Republican dinner for Mitt Romney, the governor of Massachusetts, who is, they say, is going to be the next Republican candidate. And I'm pretty sure he was. I don't know. I'm Canadian, so. And Lauri makes a joke where she's like, you know, a year ago I was getting ready to go to a Playboy party, and now I'm getting ready to go to a Republican party. What a difference a year makes. And I'm like, hold on. Let's not act all Hollywood now that you've got a rich man, because you were geeked to go to that Playboy party. You were taking pictures on the beach to go to that Playboy party. Like,
Before my mom met George, she never really cared about anything having to do with the Republican Party before.
I consider myself a Republican. I don't know what even really that means. It's just that my parents were Republicans, so I voted Republican ever since I turned 18.
I'm sure there's a lot of sociology to the fact that she was poor living in Idaho that contributed to that. So as a Canadian, no comment. Meanwhile, while Lauri's getting ready to go to this party, her daughter is shopping for horses online. I guess you can buy dogs on eBay and horses on the internet. What a time to be alive. So back at Jeana's house, Jeana tells us that she has 4 houses and that the kids each have a house if they want it, which is like, this is pre-market crash, but also like, that's kind of sickening. That's crazy, but that's kind of sickening.
We have a house in Irvine that we bought for Shane, and that's gone up $200,000 in the last year and a half that we've owned it. This is the second house we bought in Kodo. We paid $250,000 on the golf course. It's now worth $1.1 million.
It must feel so good to be able to afford a house. And Jeana says that her daughter Cara is very bad with money. She loves to shop. She loves to buy handbags and all these types of things. She's not very good at saving and investing, which is, I think, something that Jeana wants to teach her kids. But also last season, we saw Jeana just sending her money to buy clothes. So, like, how well are you teaching that lesson? But we meet Cara's boyfriend, Steven. She says they've been dating since, they were in middle school, but we did not see him last season. So, hey, Steven. Nice to meet you, I guess.
It's just money. You can't take it with you. That's what we said.
That's what everybody says, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I might as well spend it today because I could be dead tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess
And it will be left unspent.
Car does anything she wants, basically. Doesn't really listen to anybody.
So out in LA, Jo is out partying with her friend JJ, and she says that, like, if she's been drinking, she usually stays over at JJ's house instead of trying to find her way back to Kodo, which makes sense. She says that JJ is kind of a bad influence on her, and Slade is trying to call her and is like, hey, call me back, are you coming home tonight, blah, 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 which, like, I get she's in a relationship, and it is, like, concerning to not be coming home, but also, like, you should trust her a little bit. And the next morning, Jo mentions that her and Slade have actually been fighting a lot, so she wants to do him a nice gesture and cook for him. And Jo says she's actually never cooked for him in the 2.5 years that they've been together, which is funny because last season all he ever talked about was like, oh, I want a wife who can cook and have dinner for me, when like this woman has never cooked for him a day in her life. And it's funny because she keeps saying, I'm gonna cook for you, I'm gonna cook for you, like I'm gonna cook for him, I want to do a nice gesture. The cooking in question is chocolate chip cookies, which is not cooking but still a nice gesture.
There's actually like scissors for the kitchen?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yes.
Can at least make it look cute.
It's not about cute.
Add some color.
I thought you were gonna go take a class.
Baby, I told you that I would. I was trying to make you cookies. Why do you have to be so mean?
And so they start fighting, and he makes her feel stupid, and she cries, and she's like, he was being really mean to me, and he made me feel like a moron. But I will say, I'm not defending Slade, and I'm not harping on Jo. I will say she does seem a little bit less mature, and I think part of that is like just actually her age showing, and the fact that she is like 25 or 26 and she should be out living in LA with her friend and not trying to be a housewife. She is kind of being a little bit annoying sometimes, but I think it's okay to admit, like, I'm actually just not ready for this phase of my life. I think that's perfectly fine. I don't think she should be villainized for not being ready for something that she doesn't really want to do. Is that okay to say? And this is just one of those moments where it shows they are just at totally different moments in their lives. She wants to hang out with her friends, which she's allowed to do, and he, you know, is focused on spending time as a family and with kids and yada yada yada. They're just at two totally different points in their life.
I'm not being mean. I understand that you were attempting to make it. What?
It's fine. Slade was being really mean and made me feel like I was a complete moron.
So we see Tammy and her daughter Lindsay. They go down memory lane, quite literally. They go to check out their old estate that they used to live in, which, fun fact, in the opening of the show, the shot right before the title of the show is a set of gates, and those gates actually are from Tammy's compound that she was living on because this house is insane. And she talks a little bit more about the ending of her marriage and that there was a typical affair and his company went bankrupt and they lost everything. Just hit after hit, clearly. That sucks.
I lived in Keough, and probably one of the largest homes in the States. You used to ride your bike up and down this.
I remember we were little bunnies. Remember Brownie?
Oh yeah,
and they used to
walk
up these. We used to have little bunny races.
Yeah, I remember the bunnies, all the bunny
It seems
food.
so much bigger.
It seems bigger.
Not now, but back then it was.
And Lindsay says that it's hard to visit these memories because being at this house reminds her of when her parents were together and when they were this happy family. And Tammy says that after the divorce, Lindsay actually started homeschooling because it was really embarrassing to go to school. And Lindsay said that she hated going to school because, again, people would always be asking questions. Everybody's nosy as hell in Kodo, clearly. But people would always be asking questions and they would talk about her family and say, oh, they lost all their money and blah, blah, blah. So that's why she started homeschooling.
Oh my God, in my teenage years, how cool would this be? Having a party.
Scary. That would have been scary.
Oh my God.
So I don't think I miss the big house. I think I miss my life, you know, because I was married, happy, 2 kids, all those things, and that part I miss.
Bye. So back at the gunvalson household, Vicki is cutting Michael's hair in the garage and asking him a million questions. She does say she's trying to be less controlling, and I believe her on that, but she definitely is asking a lot of questions. But I think she's valid because she is saying she's just trying to be a good mom. Honestly, like, I'm always gonna come to her defense. I'm sorry.
What are your plans today?
Going to eat and packing and I'm leaving.
Where are you going to go eat?
PF Chang's.
Why do you have to go there?
I don't have to go anywhere. That's where I want to go.
Okay.
But yeah, Vicki went to beauty school, so she says they can save $1 or $2 by her cutting Dawn and Michael's hair, which is great. But Michael's low-key really rude to Vicki. Like, she's just trying to help and be a good mom, and he's just like tuning her out, brushing her off, which is, I get that is a typical like mother-child relationship, but like, leave my queen alone. Leave my queen alone. So back to Tammy. Tammy mentions that her daughter Lindsay is feeling pretty lost and doesn't really know what she wants to do with her future. So she goes and has lunch with her biological father, Lou, Tammy's ex-husband. And her father's telling her that he wants her to go to college. He thinks it's really important, but she's kind of like, I don't really see the point. Like, why are you spending all that money and then you don't even know if you're going to make a lot of money, which like, fair, but I also do think school is important. Lou says they lost about $380 million. And you have to remember that's not adjusted for inflation. This is like 2006. He lost $380 million pre-2006. Like, that is crazy.
I don't want to just marry somebody that's rich because I know money does not make happiness. Example, my parents, they had it all and they got divorced and then lost it all. Everybody that you know that has those mansions and everything else, they have problems behind their doors, you know?
And Lou says, like, if you have a dream, if you want that success, you have to be willing to fight for it. And Lindsay kind of leaves being like, I don't really know what I want to do. Like, my dad thinks college is important, but like, I want to experience the working world. I don't really know what the future holds for me. So we see Lindsay go for an interview for a receptionist position at a hair salon. And she says that she actually worked as a receptionist for her dad before. And this would be her first kind of real job that's not working for her dad. Honestly, this scene did kind of make me sick to my stomach. Sick to my stomach, fam. Because gone are the days where a receptionist was an entry-level position. And I know she has experience working for her dad, but still. Gone are the days where you could just walk in somewhere and be like, hi, I'm applying for a receptionist job. Now they want 9 college degrees. They want a specialized certificate. They want a university degree. They want 10 years of experience. It is insane. So I need to go back to this job market. Actually, no, it crashes in like a year. So never mind. Scratch that. Anyways, moving on. But I will say she does low-key suck at this interview.
Why do you want to work for Carlton?
I love hair. I want to be a hair stylist or dyer, cutter when I grow up. And I want to go to school for it. And I want to see if it's something I'm interested in. And I am interested, very interested in it, but I want to see if it's something I really, really want to do.
So then we see Lauri and George, and they're taking the whole family, all 7 kids and all, out to dinner to celebrate their engagement, including Josh. Lauri says they got Josh a 12-hour pass out of rehab, which is really nice, so he gets to be there as well to celebrate. Lauri says that she's at George's basically like 95% of the time, so she's actually thinking of giving Ashley the townhouse. And Josh starts talking about like, oh, I could move in with you. Like, when I get out of this program, I could move in with you. And Ashley's like, that's not happening. And even Lauri says, she's like, I kind of need Josh to prove that he's more responsible before I just go and let him live off technically on his own with Ashley.
You want the house to yourself so you can have parties.
I don't have parties anymore. I'm too mature.
Don't let her do it. Look at every single place she's lived. The apartment. Evicted.
And we find out here that the reason that Ashley came back home to live with Lauri in season 1 was because she got evicted from her apartment for skinny dipping in the hot tub. Meanwhile, in season 1, they just framed it as she was like, I'm just tired of living up in LA. Time to move home, when the reality is she got evicted. But Josh kind of feels like, okay, so what's the plan for me then? Like, you're just gonna cut me off? Because if I can't live with Ashley, then where am I gonna go?
So I see how the plan works. The plan works like cut off Josh, and then Josh is
cutting off Josh at all.
Oh, can I at least keep my room?
That you get it together.
I think my mom should step up and figure something out and realize that Josh is never going to be old enough and responsible enough to have a house with a 22-year-old sibling.
Let's just see what happens. I don't know.
So back at Joe and Slade's house, Slade has planned a surprise weekend for him and Joe. I said this before, but like, Joe is kind of a little bit more annoying this season. Like, we're just seeing her act in a way that we didn't see in season 1. I just felt like she was a bit more mature and responsible last season, but it could just be the edit. It could be the edit. Like I said, it could be her also like acting her age and remembering what she actually wants out of life and breaking away from what Slade wants her to be. So I'm giving her grace. But even while they're packing, they're arguing. She's muttering to herself like, you suck, which he does. And he keeps making jokes that she's pregnant, which I don't love. Definitely feels a bit weird.
That absolutely bothers me because it made me feel like I could lose a few pounds.
Wait, hold on.
Baby, stop!
What's her name? Joe's reaction when I tease her about the little baby is not a pleasant one.
But you know what? It seems to be that one thing that motivates her to head to the gym or take a dance class. So, you know, it works out.
Mind you, her body is tea, so I don't know what more you could want, but again, it's the 2000s. Let me not dwell on it. They get in the car and drive, and Joe literally is like, I hate Koto. I think Koto is stupid. So we can kind of see where her heart is headed. And Slade keeps making jokes about her being pregnant, and it's really weird and just really uncomfortable. She's telling him to stop, and she's like, I can't have a baby. It would ruin my life, which again shows where her head is at.
I'm just kidding.
It's not funny. My life would be over.
No, it wouldn't be over.
Yeah, it would. Screaming kids and stinky diapers and crying babies that I can't stand.
Anyway, back to Jeana. Jeana takes Cara to an equestrian event because some of Cara's friends are competing. And turns out that Cara actually knew Lindsay, Tammy's daughter, growing up. And she's talking about how rich they were. Like, you know, they had all these horses and all of this stuff. And then Lindsay and Tammy show up. And Lindsay grew up riding horses. Obviously, like, they were insanely rich. They had like a multi-million-dollar net worth, her parents. So likely thing for her to be doing, and she loved horses, but unfortunately when her parents lost all their money, they had to sell the horses. I do honestly feel really bad for Lindsay because I can't imagine like growing up with a hobby or a pastime or even just a circle of people that you love so much and then essentially being priced out of it because your family lost all your money.
I haven't seen you in like forever.
I used to ride with Amanda at Kodo. We became really good friends, and then once I got out of it, she was gone. I haven't seen her in a long time.
And that can be really hard on a young girl. Like, Lindsay's only 17. But it is crazy how rich her parents were, and then to have nothing, that is insane. And Lindsay's talking about how much she misses horseback riding, and even like they asked like, oh, but like you loved it, why'd you stop? And she's just like, well, we kind of ran out of money. Which, like, yeah, this is very much a rich person activity. And Lindsay even says like, money out here means a lot. If you don't have money, like, you're basically a nobody. So one of the surprise activities that Slade has planned for him and Joe is a hot air balloon ride, and Joe is not really impressed, mostly because it's early in the morning and it's cold. And I know I've already said it, but I literally wrote in my notes here that I was like, Joe is both stupider but also more human this season, which is kind of why I'm not really, like, I'm trying not to harp on her because it's like she's being annoying but also she's being human. And she's kind of mad because she's like, I want a coffee. Like, I would enjoy this a lot more if I had a couple espressos in me. But when they get up there, she does say, she's like, I think it's sweet that after, 2.5 years or however long they've been together, that Slade still plans romantic things for us to do together, which I will give him that. That is very sweet of him.
That is approximately probably 50 acres.
Really?
Yeah.
What's an acre?
Joanna,
huh?
You have a real estate license. I was on the test.
Oh.
It's 4,400 square feet, sound about right?
I don't remember. If somebody loves you, they should love you for your moronicness.
I think that's fair. They should love you completely and wholly, even when you are being a little bit stupid. I think all the smartest people, honestly, are a little bit stupid. I'm sorry. Like, if you're not a little bit stupid, I don't think you can really be that smart. Sorry if that's controversial to say. But of course, Slade has to be weird and keeps making jokes and comments about her being pregnant, which she isn't. And she's like, it's kind of weird when your boyfriend keeps joking about you being pregnant, because is this his way of saying, like, I want a baby, when that's not something she wants right now. So back at Vicki's house, Brianna and her boyfriend Colby are going up to Chicago to go visit family. And Vicki is like randomly keeps talking about no sex before marriage. And Brianna's like, no, Mom, like, I know. And then Vicki randomly starts talking about the Bible and how, like, your virginity is a gift you can give your spouse and all of this. She's driving the point home. But then as soon as Brianna and Colby leave, Vicki's like, okay, we're going to the lake. We're going to Lake Havasu. We're going to the river. We're still in vacation mode, and it's time for us to whoop it up and party. And Vicki says that Havasu is a very different place than Kodo, and that she's never actually brought any of her Kodo friends out there because she doesn't think they would like it. It's very, like, people don't have their fancy jewelry or their clothes or makeup or any of that stuff, so she just doesn't think they'd like the vibe. And Jeana says Vicki actually invited her, and she was like, I don't think it's my thing. It's not Kodo. Like, live a little. And Vicki says she loves going to Havasu because she can really cut loose and she doesn't have to worry about what people think of her. And, her friends there are very different than her friends in Kodo. And Vicki says she's like, I feel like when I'm here, I don't get judged. They like me for who I am. I can wear my little cowboy hat and, just be myself. And Don says he loves it because he's like, it's a great It's a mental vacation. I can get my wife away from the office and her phone calls and all of that and just relax.
The people in Lake Havasu are real people. If I was in a wheelchair with a tube coming out of me and I was paralyzed or whatever, they would be there to change my diapers.
And that brings us to the end of episode 3. Looking forward to episode 4. Episode 4 is now. Yay! So episode 4 opens with Brianna at home with Colby, her boyfriend, and Vicki says that over the summer Colby's dog had puppies, so they got to keep them. Now during this scene I was incredibly distracted by the fact that this adorable little pug's name is Lucy. Listen, if you are a veteran Real Housewives watcher, seeing a puppy named Lucy can honestly be a little bit triggering. If you watch the show, you know why. You know exactly why. Insert the photo of Paul Kemsley. If you are just dipping your toes in the Housewives pond with my guidance, just know a massive turning point, and I say that not with love. I say that very negatively, in the beloved show Real Housewives of Beverly Hills revolves around a dog named Lucy Applejuice. Not Lucy Applejuicy, Lucy Applejuice. So seeing this puppy named Lucy definitely did like set off my fight or flight in a way that made me very distracted watching this scene. Let's just say that. And in the big year of 2025, I'm sorry, this might be, I don't think it's controversial to say, but it might be controversial to say. And if you don't watch the show, then you probably don't care. I don't think Real Housewives of Beverly Hills has ever recovered from Miss Lucy Applejuice. And again, if you watch the show, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And if you don't watch the show, that's all you need to know. Anyways, back to another part of California. Vicki and Dawn let Brianna keep Lucy. It's honestly going to trigger me every time I say it. Under the condition that when she went away to college, the dog would be going with her. Turns out the landlord is not going to allow Miss Lucy. I keep wanting to say Lucy Applejuice. That is how deeply it is ingrained in my brain. Initially, I had included a sidebar where I explained Real Housewives of Beverly Hills Season 9 Puppygate. But I took it out because I famously have a case of I can't shut the fuck up disorder. So if you want to know more, just Google Real Housewives of Beverly Hills Puppygate and you will learn everything. All you need to know, it was the dumbest shit ever. But I am in a spiritual contract where I can't not watch these shows, so I sat through it, and we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's get back to Orange County. And so Brianna tells Vicki and Dawn, and they're both kind of like, that was not in the agreement. And Vicki seems to kind of be a bit more open to taking this dog, because last season she did mention that being an empty nester, maybe they should get another dog, and Dawn shot that idea down. But Vicki's a lot more open to it and is like, yeah, sure, whereas Dawn is kind of, I don't want to say he's being mean. Brianna says he's being mean, but also it was mentioned last season, but it's mentioned here again, that Brianna and Dawn don't really have that much of a relationship because he's not her biological father.
My relationship with Dawn, kind of in the gray area. We don't really like talk that much. We don't really have a close relationship.
Okay, we will take Lucy, right, honey?
Well, that wasn't anywhere near the original deal.
Deals change all the time.
Well, yeah, but that was the
I'm okay with
stipulation
it.
of this deal.
Okay.
And much to Dawn's dismay, they do end up keeping Miss Lucy because she can't go up to Azusa. Is that how you say it? Azusa? With Brianna. So at least one dog named Lucy got a home. And continuing the theme of dogs, next we see Tammy, and she is driving out to her daughter's dog show where she is with her boyfriend who famously breeds pit bulls. And Tammy says that initially she didn't really want to go. She's not really a big pit bull fan, not Pitbull the artist. I don't know who possibly couldn't be a pit bull fan, but she's not a big pit bull fan. But she went to support Megan, and she thinks that Megan loves these dogs because they give unconditional love. They don't judge her or any of that. But Megan is happy that Tammy came, and Tammy says, again, that she did it for Megan. She didn't do it out of love for these pit bulls, but she did it because she wants to show Megan that she cares about something that's important to her.
Are you surprised I came?
I am very surprised, but I appreciate it.
Aren't those big dogs? Aw, look how sweet. Kinda not.
We really, I don't know.
You're gonna leave?
Yes.
Just
No, I haven't.
Hi, it's good seeing you.
Thank you. It means a lot to me.
Then we see Joe. And as we know, Joe was feeling a little bit conflicted over the last few episodes because she has been offered Beverly Hills as a territory at her job as a title rep. And she's feeling a bit conflicted because it is a pretty significant commute from Kodo to Beverly Hills. Oh my God, that's the second Beverly Hills mentioned this episode. At least, well, one of them was from me, so that doesn't really count. But she does say that if I need to turn this light off. But it's so glamorous. No, you actually did need to turn that light off. But Jo says that if she does take the job and she does need to move out there, she doesn't want Slade to buy her a condo or a house or help her pay for her apartment or anything, because it would kind of defeat the purpose of what she's doing. Again, as she mentioned last episode, she is longing for that independence and she wants to, in her words, re-independendize herself. And she also mentions that after they broke up, a big part of her getting her independence back was actually giving Slade back I think it was a Mercedes, the one with the J smiley plates that he famously took off the car during a fight last season when they were breaking up. Yes, that same car. So she is driving a new car, but he does say he did help with it, but baby steps, baby steps. And once again, part of why Jo is feeling so conflicted is because she knows this is probably one of the biggest decisions she's had to make thus far in her life, because if she takes this position, it will sort of change everything. The dynamic between her and Slade will change, everything will change, and that's kind of making her a bit nervous. But from my perspective, like, girl, take the job. And that's not just me saying that because I don't like Slade. It's just sort of like, it is a huge opportunity and she clearly wants it. But sometimes feeling conflicted kind of is your answer. Am I making any sense? I'm not a life coach. And so because she's feeling conflicted, Jo actually is going to Jeana for advice, because Jeana is kind of a big player in the real estate industry, so Jeana can give her some advice, hopefully. And as I mentioned several times last season, these early seasons of Real Housewives were initially sort of like family documentaries. We didn't see as much interaction between the ladies, but this season we do start to see that a little bit more, and this is sort of one of the early examples of that. She does mention that Jeana's probably, of the ladies, who she feels closest to, and Jeana makes some lobster for them to munch on, and it looks so good. I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm hungry right now, but I need a plate. Love lobster, love seafood. But Jeana says her husband just got back from Vegas and he's keeping a pretty low profile because she thinks he lost a bunch of money, and Jeana and her husband do famously spend a lot of time apart. Just keep that. You will be tested on this. There's not going to be a pop quiz, but it is just something to keep in mind. And so Jo tells Jeana the main reason she feels conflicted is because if she moves to LA, she doesn't really know what's going to happen with her relationship with Slade. And Jeana's saying that Jo should find a way to compromise, that just because she's moving to LA doesn't necessarily mean that's the end of her relationship with Slade. And Jeana's saying, like, you know, me and my husband will spend like 6 months apart. And like, again, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself for where this season is going, but I just don't really think Jeana is somebody who I would be taking marriage advice from. Like, no shade. Like, she's kind of in a unique situation that, like, I don't know if that would really apply to everybody, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But ultimately, Jeana does think that she should take the job because it is a massive opportunity, but she should make a compromise with her relationship with Slade.
Not like you have to leave your boyfriend because you got a job opportunity. Jo is really young still. I don't think she understands how difficult relationships are and that you do have to compromise. She's in the all about me phase right now. My heart will just break if you make the wrong decision. There has to be a way to make both things work.
I think Jo kind of subconsciously knows that maybe her relationship with Slade isn't really what she needs right now, but I don't think she consciously realizes that, and that's why she's having trouble. But maybe I'm looking too much into it, or maybe I have the benefit of having watched the season already. And then Jo's good friend Shane walks in with his diamond earrings, his shaved head, and his Buck Fuddy t-shirt that he showed off last season. And Jo's kind of making fun of his earrings and saying, like, are you trying to be gangster? Are you trying to be a gangster?
Hey, non-gangster guy that needs to wear 3-carat earrings.
That's what the girl said to me yesterday.
Yeah,
She's like, oh, are you trying to be gangster? Or like, it's a hip-hop thing? I was like, we're in South Orange County. It's a white person thing.
I don't know if Shane was flirting with Jo or at the point in their relationship. Now they have a strange relationship. I'm not sure. I know they talk a lot in text message, and I don't know.
I will say they are kind of like, they're flirting. They are definitely flirting, which is like, girl, you are conflicted about moving to LA because you don't know about your relationship with Slade, and now you're flirting with Shane. Like, I think she needs to put some pieces together in her mind. But that's me speaking hindsight 2020. I don't think anything's going on there, but again, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it's looking to me like Jo has like a couple toes out the door. Not quite a whole foot out the door, not quite 1 foot out the door, but a couple toes out the door with Mr. Slade Smiley. Try not to say yay challenge. Failed. Yay! And even though like they are flirting and I don't think anything's going on between them, they both say in their confessionals, like Shane says, oh, I would ask her out, like she's hot and we're friends. And she says, she's like, of course Shane is my type. And then Joe's asking him what his plans are for the weekend, and she is inviting him to girls' night. And he kind of is like, are you trying to call me gay again? Because that was like the whole thing last season, is that apparently everybody kept calling him gay. And she asked him if he was gay, like point blank. And she kind of buries the lead a little by being like, oh yeah, Slade's gonna be out of town. If
you want to come, invitation's open. Slade is going to be,
Who cares?
Did you just say who cares?
Basically.
He's going to be out of town.
Oh, so that's your free time to...
No. What?
Slade's leaving. Okay, party time.
No.
And like I just mentioned in that last scene with Jeana and Joe, we are starting to see the ladies spending more time together. We get our first group scene, which will become a staple in Real Housewives, thank God. But Jeana, Lauri, Vicki, and Joe have been invited to the Home and Garden show. Huge expo. And it's kind of interesting because like once the season has already aired, they do have some level of like celebrity, because they've been invited to each design their own like dream bedroom. And Jeana says that if she remembered that Joe and Lauri weren't getting along, she would have gotten 2 limos because it is kind of awkward. And Lauri points out that Joe's not wearing her ring, and which is kind of awkward because Joe's like, well, we did famously break up. I feel like you of all people would know that because you were famously freaking my boyfriend on the dance floor when we were broken up. But because Joe and Slade, they were engaged but now are just boyfriend girlfriend, if you will. And I think this is one of those moments where they start to realize that group scenes really are like the moneymaker of the show. Like, this is what we want to see. This is what the audience wants to see.
And you're not wearing a ring.
Because we're not engaged.
When did that happen?
The end of last year.
Last year. When she told me that, well, I didn't know you guys had broken up, I was kind of like, well, how did you not know we broke up when I ran into you and my ex-boyfriend in LA at a club, freaking on the dance floor? That kind of confused me.
And the fantasy bedrooms are kind of ugly, like, no offense. Maybe it's because I'm not 40 years old in the year 2006, but like those are kind of hideous. And so after an awkward limo ride and sort of getting their celebrity tasks out of the way at the Home and Garden show, like doing autographs and photos and that kind of stuff, Joe goes up to Lauri and kind of pulls her aside and is like, hey, like, can we talk a little bit? And they talk through it. Joe mentions that she's like, I've very much moved on, and whatever happened between Lauri and Slade is in the past, and she doesn't really want to know about it or talk about it anymore. And Lauri says she never had any ill will towards Joe or bad feelings, but she does feel like Joe's not getting the full story from Slade, and that maybe she's getting incorrect information from Mr. Slade Smiley. And Lauri wants to clarify with Joe that she did not initiate the relationship, and Slade actually pursued her for like 2 weeks before she agreed to go on a date with him. Which is just a bit like, again, Slade literally thinks he's the housewife because of all the women in Coto de Casa, you go for the other woman on the show. Like, what? And Joe's a bit shocked because that's not the story that Slade told her at all. Slade had really tried to emphasize to her that they were just friends and they only hung out with their kids around, and it was nothing romantic or any of that, but clearly that's not true.
I mean, if you think that he's been honest, he's not being honest with you. I have a feeling that we both got played during that time. I have a feeling he probably continued his relationship with you when I was with him as well. And that sucks. It does suck. It does suck. So I'm assuming that, I don't know, I think I was used.
Slade Smiley is literally the original stunt queen of the Real Housewives. Not to keep referencing other franchises that we are not currently talking about, but I remember I tweeted once that Slade Smiley looked like if Michael Darby took the substance, which is funny because they're both stunt queens. Slade Smiley walked so Michael Darby could win the 100-meter dash. Like, stunt queen. And they end the conversation on a good note. Joe is going to let it go with Lauri because ultimately at the end of the day, Slade is kind of more the one who betrayed her. And I feel she gets a bit of clarity from the conversation as well with everything else going on, because she does say, she's like, from now on, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. I'm going to do what I want, how I want, when I want. So she better be making that call about that job up in Beverly Hills. That's all I'll say.
Now that I know the truth about him and Lauri, I'm just letting it go and moving on. Slade's a liar, and he's been lying to me the whole time. I feel completely betrayed. So now I feel like I am going to do what I want, when I want, how I want.
So as I'm sure you noticed, Tammy was not present at the Home and Garden show because Tammy's a little bit of a nobody right now. she's new and clearly they're being invited off their celebrities, so Tammy was not there. And while the other ladies are at the Home and Garden show, we see what's going on in Tammy Knickerbocker land. And Tammy's daughter Megan is taking her boyfriend Roman. I can't. I actually can't with Roman. Like, I can't. Megan is taking her boyfriend to meet her father, Lou, for the first time. And Tammy says that Megan is definitely looking for her father's approval for her boyfriend, because that means a lot to her. And Megan mentions that her and her dad actually don't really get along that well a lot of the time, and they haven't seen each other in 8 months. And then she says that her dad and his friends all married, and I quote, young Thai women. There's like a lot happening here between Megan and her January 6th boyfriend and Megan's dad and his young Thai wife. And Megan says what I'm thinking, which is, I don't really like it. It's a little weird. I can't. That's crazy. This dynamic is bizarre. Lou actually really approves of Megan's January 6th boyfriend, who's 17 years older than her. And part of the reason why is because he was like, well, I was 25 years older than her mom, and, you know, she needs someone strong to take care of her.
I miss your daddy.
Of course I do. You're the one that doesn't call me.
I know, baby.
I want to go out to lunch.
Okay, you want to go to lunch? How much will it cost me? Because when you say daddy, my billfold gets emptied. I don't know what happens. It's phenomenal.
And even though Lou lost like $380 million or whatever it was, he clearly is getting back on track. And it seems like the money really did run their lives and the way that they parented their kids, because Megan mentions that when she was a kid and she was selling lemonade on the side of the road, her father yelled at her grandma because he was like, none of my daughters should ever have to work a day in their lives, about selling lemonade. She says that he doesn't seem like he can move past the mistakes that she's made in life, that she ran away when she was 15, she's done drugs, she's done all this stuff, and he can't seem to move past that, even though she's a bit more grown up now. She's 20. And again, their family dynamic does seem like it really... Money was a huge factor, obviously, because they had so much of it. But she says, like, growing up and never hearing no and then having everything taken away is a really big reality check. And I'm sure that can mess with a person. And Lou says, well, yeah, I only really planned for success. I didn't plan for failure, which normally I would be like, work. But this just seems weird. This whole thing is weird. And Megan reiterates what Lindsay said last episode, which is like when they lost all their money, like 95% of people they knew completely didn't associate with them anymore and acted like they were nobodies. So again, not only is money a huge thing in their family, but just in the community, which I'm sure we could all infer.
I could live on a shack. As long as I'm happy, it's all good.
Okay, here's the deal. Don't tell me that because it's not true. Don't tell me that because it's not true.
I don't need money to be happy.
It's not about money. It's about success. It's about achievement. It's about challenges.
It is, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be rich to be happy.
I totally agree with you. But you are a little princess, and you always have been.
And so they drink and eat and just kind of have a little kickback at her father's house. And as she's leaving, Megan mentions that she's getting a nose job in a few days and she's feeling really nervous. And Megan wants her father to take her to her nose job appointment. How lovely. So moving over to Joe, it's girls' night out and she's getting ready with her friends and they're drinking wine and talking because Slade is out of town. So the girls are going to have girls' night and they're saying, you know, who's all coming tonight? And Joe mentions that Shane is going to be joining them and they all go, Shane, like boy Shane? And for some reason in my head, I was like, no, L word Shane. Like work. That would really shake things up. That would have been the crossover of a lifetime. And realistically, Shane from the L Word would have showed up in the exact same outfit that Shane Keough did. But anyways, the girls all ask, oh, Shane's coming. Like, what does Slade think of that? And she's like, oh, he's fine with it. And then it cuts to Slade's little confessional where he's like, you know, I think it's highly inappropriate. And I don't think Joe would be too happy if I was hanging out with some girl. I'm like, you're so annoying. It is inappropriate. Like, unfortunately, he's right, but he's annoying about it. So I'm not going to agree with him.
Does Slade know Shane's going out with us?
Yes.
What does he think about that?
Regarding Joe's night out with Shane, I think it's inappropriate and disrespectful because I know that if I was choosing to hang out with some girl on a regular basis, she wouldn't be too thrilled about it.
But Shane shows up and he's very overdressed. He's wearing like a suit jacket. But also I'm like, isn't he 20? Like, are they going to an all ages bar? Because baby, this is not Canada.
Hi, my name's Lindsay.
Lindsay.
Hi, Heather.
Heather.
Nice to meet you.
That's JJ.
Hi.
Shane.
Ready?
Let's play.
Crazy.
I'm sorry. Let's go.
One of the girls is named Heather. Gag. They're all having a blast. Joe and JJ are taking pictures, kissing Shane on the cheek and all of that. And Joe's friends are asking, like, what are your intentions with Joe? They're definitely flirting. Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like this is not a flirtatious vibe and there's not flirtating happening here. Like, Joe asked Shane, she's like, do you want to go home with me? And then is like, I'm just kidding. But I don't think she was kidding that much. And when they're leaving the bar, Joe calls Slade to tell him that she's safe. She has a sober driver home. She got a little tipsy, a little drunk at the bar, and she has a ride home. And the ride home is Shane Keough. And even Shane points out, like, the conversation was really awkward. And it was kind of awkward because obviously Slade is mad. And the thing is, like, Slade is justified in being a bit mad. Like, okay, this guy you've been flirting with is out with you and is going to drive you home. Like, work. But I'm not going to sit here and let Slade Smiley act like he wasn't messy first. The important thing is that she has a sober driver home, and let's be happy about that, Mr. Smiley.
I have a sober driver. Where am I going with my sober driver? I'm going home with my sober driver.
Phone call with Slade was kind of like, it was unpleasantly awkward.
Okay.
Then we see Lauri, and after a gorgeous day in Catalina riding horses with her man, it's actually crazy how different her life is this season than it was last season. She goes out for lunch with Josh and Sophia. Josh apparently is making really good progress in his program, so he was able to get a 24-hour pass to go out for lunch with his mom. And Josh says that his relationship with his mom right now is very distant, and he really wants to patch things up and have a better relationship with her. And Lauri says that ultimately she really wants to see Josh succeed. He's turning 18 in 4 months, so she'd love to see him finish high school, maybe go to college and get a job and really move past all these demons that have been holding him back. And she'd love to see Josh move in with George and the rest of the family. And it's really sad because Josh expresses that he feels like Lauri has kind of tried to, like, break him off from the rest of the family, which is just really unfortunate. And Lauri kind of says, like, well, I had to, because it was either you were going to hurt yourself or somebody else. And are we going to sink the whole ship or, you know, throw the person off who's causing the problems? And it's like, again, I'm not a parent. I'm not going to sit here and tell people how to parent their kids, especially not on a show that aired like over 10 years ago. But I don't really know if that's the right attitude, because given the nature of the stuff that Josh is struggling with, I do think he needs somebody who cares about him and who's really there for him. And even though the state-run boarding school and all of that is clearly working for him, I don't know if breaking him off from the rest of the family is the right call. I'm not an expert in any of this stuff, and I'm only human, and these people are only human too, but it does make me feel really sad because I feel like Josh just like wants his mom to love him and approve of him because he doesn't really have anybody else. And he expresses that he does want to better his relationship with his mom, and he wants to have a relationship with her. And she's explaining, you know, this was a tough love situation, like I still love you, you just needed to be away from everybody. Maybe it would be different if he was like 25, but he's a child at the end of the day. Like, that's your kid. And it makes me feel really sad because I feel like when somebody's struggling, especially a child, I feel like what they need is for people to support them and to know that the people who love them are there for them. This is honestly just my opinion, so you're welcome to disagree with me and take what I'm saying kind of with a grain of salt, but I feel like he's a child, and I think there's a time and a place for tough love, and I don't really think this was the time or the place. And I can't help but feel like this just doesn't fit with her fantasy.
You needed to be away from everybody.
I want a future with you and I want a relationship with you.
Well,
and there's stuff that we both have to do. I mean, I know I'm not saying, like, you know, in any way that it's not just me. I'm just saying that there's stuff that you need to do with me. I mean, you need to, like, have some trust invested in me. I know it's hard for you to trust me.
Trust is earned. And that's your job to earn my trust.
And I understand that trust is earned, and I don't doubt that she loves him, but I just think this is really hard to watch. I just think this is, like, really uncomfortable because, again, at the end of the day, he's a child who just wants his mother's love, and he sort of feels like she has this new life and he's been left behind. And I can't even imagine what a horrible feeling that would feel like, especially as a child, to feel like your mom has like a new family. And she says, she's like, well, he sees how happy I am and I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. And it's like, again, I can't imagine how it would feel to be away from your mom, and when you do see her, she's way happier than she's ever been in the time where you've been with her. Does that make sense? Like, that would suck. And I can't imagine that would make whatever he's going through any better. I just feel like her perspective on it is a little bit skewed. But again, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that my take is the correct take or any of that. People are welcome to again, disagree with me. And she mentioned she's taking the whole family to Hawaii, or George is taking the whole family to Hawaii at the end of the month. Josh is welcome to come if he can secure a day off from his thing. And again, like, I understand the circumstances are unique, but like, that sucks. It would suck for anybody, but especially for a child.
But if I had a time machine and stuff, you don't know how much different stuff I would change. But obviously that's out of the question, so it's not, if I can dwell on my past, it's how I'm going to move on with my future.
Exactly. Good. You know what that's called?
No, I didn't.
Maturity.
But anyway, enough on that. Back to some more mother-child bonding. Megan's going to get a nose job. She says plastic surgery is the norm in Kodo. She got breast implants when she was 18. Her mom's had plastic surgery. Her dad's had plastic surgery. It's very much a normal thing to do. And she doesn't care if everybody sees it as just another brat in Kodo getting plastic surgery with their parents' money. If it'll make her happy, then that's what matters. She's getting her little bump shaved from her nose. And I skipped over a lot of this, and I'm not going to show a lot of it because they're in the OR. The cameras are in the OR. We see the doctor break her nose. When Megan's all done her surgery, the whole family's there to support her. Tammy was getting an oxygen facial in the next room over. Lindsay's there feeding her what I think is soup.
Even though my mom was in the other room getting her own stuff done, but she was still there in spirit, I guess.
Your nose looks so good. Honestly, it looks like Mom's nose. Lucky. It's gonna be hot now.
I can do like gore, but medical, it's a bit much. Like when I saw the substance, I was expecting to like really be like squeamish during the like parts you would be squeamish during. To me, the part that made me the most squeamish was like when she was injecting the needle to like take the substance. Like that made me go like, oh. I remember they would always show plastic surgery on TV because I remember watching, I forget the name of the show, but like the Gene Simmons, their like reality show that they had, maybe the Family Jewels, I think that's what it's called. But I remember him getting a facelift. I remember watching on TV Gene Simmons get a facelift and actually like gagging in the actual negative like way. So yeah, if you want to watch this and you're squeamish, as soon as you see Megan at the consultation desk signing in, just fast forward. And speaking of family bonding, Vicki is driving Brianna up to move into her condo to go to nursing school. And I know like kind of the point of this is like Vicki works too much because the entire drive in the car, Brianna's driving and Vicki is on the laptop working. She's taking phone calls. She's got her laptop out. I know the point of this is like Vicki's acting crazy, but like her work ethic kind of slays. Like if there's one thing Vicki's gonna do, it's gonna be to chase a bag, and I have to applaud that. I have to respect that and admire that.
I fight the demons all day long because the work pulls me in and then the family pulls me in, and I have to figure out where I should be at that moment.
If I stop working, Brianna, you don't go to school anymore.
I feel like sometimes when we're alone, it's like half of her is with me and the other half is thinking about what she needs to do in her office.
But ultimately, Vicki is going to miss Brianna. She says Brianna's like her best friend and it's going to be hard to not have her around. I remember last season she said that when she becomes an empty nester, she's going to have to be committed to a mental hospital. And Brianna's a bit annoyed because she's like, can we just like hang out in the car? Like, do you really need to be doing this right now? So moving on to Joe and Slade. Joe is very nervous to tell Slade that she accepted the job offer up in LA. And it's kind of awkward. She tells him and he's like, you know, I kind of expected that. And then he gets up from his chair and he walks over to her and like bends over and goes in her face and goes, you don't belong here. It's very strange.
Not mad?
Nope. It's good for you.
And he says he doesn't think that Joe appreciates Kodo for what it has to offer, and that it is a community that's kind of based around raising families and that sort of thing. And that's not really where Joe is at, which famously was their entire conflict last season, was that he wanted her to be ready for that and she wasn't, and he refused to accept that. But now he's almost too easily accepting of it. And Joe feels like telling Slade was a little bit too easy. She feels like there has to be a catch. And then we cut to commercial and it's clearly a different day when we come back. And there is a catch because Slade mentions, well, I've actually been looking at places up in LA. And Joe is sort of like, ooh, well, you see, the thing is, I actually was thinking of moving in with JJ. And Slade's like, I don't want to live with JJ. And she's like, well, I was thinking of me and JJ. And she tells us that she's still very hung up on what Lauri said about Slade not being honest with her, and that's making her kind of reconsider a lot of things, as it should. And so she tells him, she's like, well, I was thinking it might just be me and JJ. Like, she doesn't want him to move to LA with her, and he's not happy with this. He gets all pissy and tells her that she's being selfish, and he's like, every time I try to plan something for us, you know, you go and it's always about what you want. And she's like, well, not really, because if I don't do things your way, you react like this. And they get into an argument. And like I kept saying last season, he is being a weird bitch. He's being so pissy and such a little bitch about this. And I understand, like, yeah, you're in a relationship and now she's saying like, oh, I want to move out and move in with my friend away from you. I can understand being mad about that, but also, like, I think her reasoning is valid. And again, I also just don't like him. So I'm always kind of hard pressed to agree with him.
I feel like I lost myself here, Slade. Like, I lost a sense of who I was, who I am. And I'm just trying to get a little grasp on that again.
I have us in mind. You have you in mind, and that's why I get pissed. If you want to go off to LA and you want to do your own thing and hang with JJ and get your own apartment, go do it. But quit dragging me along.
Again, I said it a million times last season. A lot of their arguments just stem from the fact that, like, they're at two different phases in their lives and they want different things. And honestly, my general takeaway from this scene is like, girl, just break up. Like, literally just break up. This is the type of thing couples break up over, and it's like a pretty easy out. Just break up. Literally just break up. And not just because I don't like Slade, but like, you're at a crossroads and just break up. The end. So on to episode 5. I'm so sorry, I had to turn the pink light off. It was making me crazy. So the episode opens with a scene of Vicki just having fun playing with Lucy the dog. There's not really a lot to take away from it other than Vicki just being cute and being Vicki and playing with the dog and mentioning that as her business expands, the dog is just another thing on her already very full plate.
Oh God, she just stepped in dog poop. Lucy, you brat! Seriously, Lucy, I gotta get to work. Damn it. Come on, oh look what I got. Your little cute stuffed animal that you love. Come on, watch. Come in, look it. Oh, haha. Okay, bye.
But on to one of my favorite plots of the season, and you will see why in just a second. Over at the Keough household, Shane mentions that he's flying in one of his online internet friends from, guess where? Canada. Canada mentioned.
A friend of mine's flying in from Ontario, Canada. She's Miss Canada. She's a 4.0 student. If I make a big deal like this about a girl, Mom kind of understands that, you know, maybe somebody kind of special.
Just keep in mind, this is the year 2006. So saying you're meeting somebody who you met on MySpace, or as Cara calls it, my gay space, is definitely going to raise a lot more eyebrows than now. Obviously, internet safety is still a priority. Don't just go giving your information and flying out to meet anybody and everybody. But I have definitely met lots of my friends from the internet. I've met a lot of great friends on the internet. Hey, oomfies. But Shane's whole family kind of think he's gonna get catfished. And I think this, I don't know when Catfish first aired. This, I think, predates Catfish. And they all very much think that Miss Canada is not who she says she is. And Matt says that he's suspicious because she has nice teeth. And people in Canada apparently don't have nice teeth because there's no fluoride in the water. I think I have nice teeth. Mind you, I have had a lot of cavities and I'm definitely long overdue for a cleaning because I don't have health insurance because I don't have a job. But I think I have pretty nice teeth. But yeah, he thinks most Canadians don't have nice teeth because we don't have fluoride in our water, which is a stereotype I've never heard in my life. And Jeana's kind of like, leave it to Shane to find a new way to meet girls. Like, is there not enough girls in Southern California that you have to import them from Canada? And so Shane goes to pick up Miss Canada, aka Lindsay, from the airport. He's on the phone with Jeana and he mentions that she can't eat anything. So they're gonna go get her some Ensure shakes. And the reason she can't have solid food is because she just got her tonsils out. Her name is Lindsay, but I'm probably just gonna keep calling her Miss Canada as they all keep calling her Canada.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too, Canada.
Is that the nickname around here?
Isn't it like Miss Toronto or something?
Currently right now I'm Miss Ontario South. I take it seriously. I take the image seriously, and I try to present myself professionally. There's a couple different Miss Canada pageants. then it's Miss Canada Galaxy.
And as much as it is kind of crazy for her to be here, being from like rural Ontario, something about Real Housewives of Orange County is very like Ontario coded. I can't explain it. Her being from rural Ontario and being in Coto de Casa, for some reason she fits right in. And it's very weird. She gets her own room. Jeana thinks she's robbing the place. And then Shane's friends call, and Shane's ringtone is "Every Day I'm Hustling."
What is she doing in there?
That's his friends calling to check her out.
Again, everybody's pleasantly surprised that she is who she says she is. They all say what they thought she was going to be, and it's a whole different bunch of wacky, problematic shit. I'm sure you can imagine. So while Shane bonds with Miss Canada Galaxy, I can't even say that without laughing. Lauri and George are taking basically all of their kids to Hawaii for the big trip. Unfortunately, I say basically because unfortunately Josh, his request for the time off was denied. So unfortunately he's not coming, which just really sucks. And I talked at length about it last episode about how it just sort of sucks that Lauri is living this new life while Josh kind of gets left behind. But I'm sure they're going to have a really great trip. That seems like chaos trying to wrangle like 7 or 8 kids out the door early in the morning to get on a flight. But it's her life, not mine. And they get to go in a limo, so it can't be that bad. Anyway, we see Jo, and this is where her storyline this season takes a insane pivot, where she reveals that her and Gavin, who's Slade's son, are working on writing music together. What the hell, sure. Many people will say that it was Kim Zolciak from Real Housewives of Atlanta who was the first housewife to dip her toe in the musical pond.
Oh, what a funky. All that beauty and talent inside. Oh, you're so cute.
It was not. We're seeing it. We're seeing history be made right here. So she says that Gavin is helping her put together some songs for her demo. Mind you, last episode she was taking a new position in real estate. But hey, follow your dreams. I'm not going to knock it.
Can you stay a while? I've been singing and writing privately in my room forever. I kind of was brought up in a very musical family my whole life, and Gavin as well is also an amazing artist.
I wouldn't call it good, but this is literally me on the Smule app, so this is not sponsored, by the way. Smule, if you are looking for an ambassador, honey, my email is in the bio. This is a staple trope on The Real Housewives, is one of the women pursuing music. I'm not gonna lie, as much as like I want to roll my eyes and be like, okay, girl, you have no talent, I'm sorry, if I had access to that money, you would be hearing my demo tape. I could probably do a ranking of like my favorite songs that have come out of The Real Housewives. That could be its own video, but let's just say Jo is not ranking very high.
Want so bad to believe that this is real. Ooh, the way I feel. You hold me in your arms and I feel free.
And so Jo says she's always dreamed of being a performer. Even though I don't think she's that good, I'm all for following your dreams. Like, what the hell, sure. There's room for everybody, so go ahead. And so Jo is taking this pretty seriously, and her birthday's coming up. So she's been telling Slade specifically that she wants an acoustic guitar for her birthday. She really wants it to write music and to kind of pursue this passion of hers. And then we cut to Slade at Guitar Center with Gavin, shopping for a guitar for Jo, and the associates showing them an acoustic. And Slade starts insisting that Jo actually would want an electric guitar, even though she specifically asked for an acoustic guitar. And even Gavin is like, no, I think acoustic is better. So then Slade starts looking at the pink electric guitars, and for as stunning as they are, it's just not what she asked for.
It's the pink that's going to make it happen. Jo will have me spend $70,000 on a new car for her as long as the dash is the right color. Has nothing to do with performance. It's all about aesthetics.
I hate Slade. I hate Slade, bro. Even though Jo has a new hobby, a new passion every week, she literally asked for an acoustic guitar. And like, you got her literally the opposite of that. For me, this is also just so telling of how he perceives her, because it's like, you can't even take her seriously. You think she only would want the prettiest, pinkest one, which like you would think would be a nice gesture, because I'm kind of like that. But if I ask for an acoustic guitar, I want an acoustic guitar. If I want an electric guitar, I would have asked for an electric guitar. So then we see Tammy, and Lindsay has just gotten her license and she's learning how to drive. And Tammy's nervous that she's just not ready for this. She literally like hits a shopping cart or whatever it was when they're pulling into the parking lot as she drives Tammy to her hair appointment.
She's just like the person that goes, God, there's so many things I have to look at. You know, how do you expect me to like look at this and look at that and drive?
She was not very nice.
I know how she did that.
Come on. We have to walk around.
Around.
Just ready to go.
And she does kind of suck at driving. I famously don't drive, but this is the year, and I'm saying this so I can be held accountable. This is the year I get my driver's license, okay? I'm putting that into the universe. This is the year I finally get my license. So yeah, I'm no expert, but she does kind of suck at it. Moving on. So back to Miss Canada Galaxy at the Keough household. This whole thing is so weird. Shane is a horrible host. We see them sitting in one of the bedrooms with his friends while he plays video games, and she just kind of sits there and she's like, yeah, we haven't really done anything exciting or anything at all really since I got here, but it's nice to meet his family.
Are you hungry?
I can't eat.
There's more of your smoothies in the freezer downstairs. But, you know, I try to be a good host. They're probably frozen to, like, throw them in the microwave for 10 seconds or something. Oh, my.
Okay, yeah, I'll probably have one of those. I'll get it.
And she's like, you know, his family, everybody's really sweet. Everybody's really nice. And then it cuts to, obviously, Cara and Shane doing what they do best, which is fighting and yelling at each other while Miss Canada just sits on the couch like, there was nothing, like, more awkward when you were a teenager than when you would go over to your friend's house and then they would start, like, fighting with their parents and you just had to sit there, like, can I get a glass of water? I did hear Miss Canada drop a really strong house. They let me stay at their house. I felt really seen in that moment.
You can beat up on me and I can't beat up on you?
I was playing with your hair.
It hurts.
You and Colin have, like, anger problems. You guys, like, freak out.
It's because as children you used to chase us with knives. Yes, we're on the defense ever since then.
Remember the time you threw the scissors and it stood up in her foot?
Oh. Yeah, why do you think I'm always beating you up anytime you get near me?
They're letting a stranger come into their house.
And it's funny because right after she drops that really strong house, Jeana asks her if she speaks Canadian. I think they're just trolling her mostly to give Shane a hard time, but like she clearly does speak Canadian because her accent's a little thick. I definitely speak Canadian and I'm so thankful that nobody's actually commented on it yet. So thank you. So over in Hawaii, we see Lauri and George's vacation and they all decide to go out on a little sailboat, a romantic little sail with the whole family, which turned out to be the sailing excursion from hell because there was like hurricane level winds. They all thought they were gonna die. This honestly does look like my nightmare.
It was so windy. The wind was like 50 miles an hour.
This is something I'm definitely gonna remember.
Yeah, our first family vacation, we almost died.
Maybe it's the Pisces in me, but like if I'm near a body of water, like I want to get in it. I need to be in it. Like whenever I meet somebody who has a pool and they're like, yeah, we don't really use it that much. I'm like, if I had a pool, I would actually have to be surgically removed from it. But so for as much as I love water, I'm terrified of open water. So this actually, like you would have had to clean up my feces off the deck, literally the poop deck. I would have been so scared. But they made it back safe. And Lauri says if this is any indication of how their marriage is gonna go, uh-oh. And she says, she's like, when we got back to shore, we realized we were the only boat out there. It's like, well, maybe that should have been a sign. So then we see Tammy and Duff going shopping for art for Duff's new place. And we learn a bit more about their relationship. They were together for 10 years and then were on and off for about 2 years. And it seems like they really do have very different opinions on their relationship. Because Duff says he doesn't really feel the need to be with someone new. Like I said this before, but he clearly still wants to be with Tammy and still loves her. But Tammy's kind of like, I'm over this going in circles thing. I'm over being on and off. Like this just is not working for me anymore. This is just not the tea for me. Meanwhile, Tammy says she needs to move on with her life and he needs to move on with his life too, and she's actually started dating again. And she feels very hopeful. She said she just met a really nice guy. But again, her and Duff clearly are not on the same page, especially because they have a 4-year-old together. He thinks they basically should be together forever and that they're fine just going in circles for the rest of their lives.
I definitely think we're at the point now where we are calling it quits.
My attitude is I don't really have a need to be with someone new. I mean, I definitely think that we could grow through this together, become a stronger couple.
So then Tammy and Duff go for lunch. And again, she says that even though they're not together, they do still have a lot of love for each other and respect for each other. But this lunch gets really weird really fast because he feels like he was voted off the island of their family, even though like Lindsay and Megan are not his biological kids. And Tammy mentions being a single mom and he doesn't like that term because he's like, well, you chose to be a single mom. Like, you don't have to be single. You've got a really nice guy here. The nice guy, I guess, being him. It's not looking too nice to me right now. But he starts getting really weird about it, and he basically is like, you're choosing to be a single mom. You brand yourself as a single mom. Why don't you get a single mom tattoo? Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, she is a single mom, especially because she's not with the father of her daughters. She's not with their biological father. So like, she is a single mom because her and Duff are broken up. She's single and she's a mom. Like, what are you talking about?
I am a single mom. You know,
What am I?
Get a tattoo. Well, you choose to be single. You didn't have to be. And then it just seems...
I didn't choose to be single.
When you say, hey, you know what, Mr. Nice Guy, get the F out of my life because I want more, you chose to do that, okay?
But they are saved by the bell because Lindsay calls. Well, not really saved by the bell because when Lindsay calls, she mentions that she got into a minor collision even though she literally just got her license yesterday, and she's really upset. She gets overwhelmed by driving, which is understandable. That's literally the reason I don't have my license yet. Watch this space. So they offer to come and pick her up and take the car home, and Tammy says that Duff is a really good dad, almost too good of a dad, because she thinks their dynamic is not necessarily healthy. He still does a lot for them and is still super involved in their lives, but like, it kind of gets to a point because he clearly still wants to be together and she doesn't really want that. And again, I do think that Duff is a good dad. The way he handled the situation with Lindsay was great, but he does say that even though he loves Tammy, he does feel kind of like he's being used a little bit, almost as her emotional support blanket, and that she kind of pulls him in when she needs him and sort of needs that security and then pushes him away when something better comes along or when she doesn't feel like she needs him anymore, which two things can be true at once. That can be true, but also it can be like your dynamic is just not very healthy for either of you, and it would probably be helpful and productive to see other people. But again, I'm not a relationship guru, nor do I claim to be, just as a disclaimer.
Kristen said she totaled her car. You can name all your friends that say they totaled their car. It doesn't mean you should be doing it.
We know all those children too, and we don't really care about them. Guys,
Okay, we gotta go.
All right. I still love her to death. You know, she's one of my favorite people in the world.
So back in Hawaii, Lauri and Ashley are on the beach, and they decide to call Josh because Lauri does feel very guilty and very sad that Josh wasn't able to come on their vacation, and she wants him to know that he is still loved, and she wants to call and check in, and they both call, and they both look phenomenal. I know that's not the point here, but like Ashley holding that moto razor is giving 2000s excellence, and that's like all they could focus on. But so they call Josh to sort of tell him that he is loved and he is missed. And then Josh starts asking Ashley, like, hey, are you still going to be living at the townhouse in 3 months? Like, I need to know where I'm going to live when I come back to Orange County, which is valid. But also Ashley's like, can we talk about this when I'm not relaxing on a beach in Maui? Also, when they hold the phone up, and be like, can you hear the ocean? Not to show my age, but if you've ever talked on a flip phone, Mama, that probably sounded like a carburetor.
I think Ashley definitely kind of rubbed it in his face a little bit.
Hey, listen, can you hear this? Can you hear that?
Yeah, the ocean.
Yep.
Awesome.
How jealous are you?
I am hard on Josh, but that doesn't mean that, I don't love him.
But honestly, flip phones were so fierce. Talking on the phone like this just doesn't have the same effect. When she's holding it like this, talking. Actually, this is kind of fierce. But my case is doing the heavy lifting here. Moving on. So back at Tammy's house, it's Miss Canada Galaxy's Impact. Back at Tammy's house, Lindsay's father buys her a new car, a big fancy BMW, even though she literally just crashed Tammy's car, but hey. And Tammy's definitely a little jealous because she's like, Lindsay's car is nicer than my car now. Like, would I have bought her a new car? Do I think she deserves to have a new car? No, but that's what her father does. So again, clearly he's doing well for himself after losing all of their money, because he says, he's like, as my fortune grows, I'm gonna share it with my children. So the family dynamic again is just very, very interesting. So back at Jeana's house, she's throwing a barbecue and Duff is there, and Duff actually mentions that he is also Canadian, and he mentions that she actually is from, I need to Google. Unfortunately, this show aired so long ago that these people are all nobodies. So Duff doesn't have a Wikipedia article, so I can't farm this information for my own nosy pleasure. Damn it.
Hey, this girlfriend of yours?
She's like you, man.
Grew up very close to where I grew up.
Yeah?
Actually went to school. My university is
in my town.
Wow.
Isn't that funny?
Small world.
I was kind of surprised Shane needs to meet girls over the internet, but I think she belongs in Canada.
But then Jeana receives a call from Tammy where she basically is like, can you tell Duff to leave because I want to come to the barbecue, which is kind of awkward. But I respect it because Tammy expresses that she would like to have better boundaries between her and Duff in order to move on. and kind of break this cycle that they have. And Duff is kind of like, oh, we've never really like done this before. We've never really had this kind of dynamic where it's like, you need to leave. But Tammy's also like, it gets to a point. So back at the barbecue, the whole thing is just kind of a mess because Jeana's like, Shane is not really a big dater yet, so this must have been kind of a new experience having a girl around. Miss Canada is just sitting there minding her own business, eating her steak or whatever the hell she's eating. I think it's a burger. It's not important. And Shane is like telling stories about like, oh, and then my shirt got ripped off at this party. Like, just... the diamond earrings are speaking to him. It's the earrings. He's being extremely low vibrational. And he's calling out to Tammy. He's calling her tits again, which is just like very disrespectful. And Tammy expresses that it did make her feel really uncomfortable and she doesn't find it funny. She thinks it's really rude because it is really rude.
He's so mean to me. I don't even know how to handle it. Actually, no one's ever been that rude to me before. You're such a superstar, I'm telling you.
Shut up, tits.
And then we hear Colton again saying that like, yeah, when there's people around, Shane feels like he has to show off and like be an asshole. And Colton's got his little girlfriend whose name is Sean, and Shane obviously is being like, it's a boy's name, oh, like just being so rude and like crass. I don't know, he's being an asshole. And Colton's like, this is why Shane has never had a long-term girlfriend, because he'll be so nice to them for a bit and then just turns around and is a huge asshole. And we're seeing that because Miss Canada is probably sitting there like, what the hell have I gotten myself into? But it's funny because we see Shane being a massive asshole and then it cuts to his little confessional where he's like, you know, I like to make people smile. I just want to make sure everybody's having a good time, and I think I made her smile and made her laugh. Meanwhile, she looks so uncomfortable.
You know, I always worry about people if they're having a good time or not. When they're new, she had a good time, saw the smile on her face. So, you know, that's kind of what I was trying to aim for.
Yeah, that's kind of scary.
So I don't think things are going to last between him and Miss Canada. So back at Joe and Slade's house, it is Joe's birthday, and she says that every year on her birthday she plans a girls' night for just her and her girls. So unfortunately, Slade is not invited. And Slade is like pissed about that. He's like, I'm not too pleased. Like, the person who's supposed to be her partner isn't allowed to come to her birthday. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's a girls' night. Have dinner the night before. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And they're all getting ready, and he's like, okay, on to phase 2 of Joe's birthday, and takes her into their home theater to give her the guitar.
When I saw the guitar Slade bought me, it was really cool because it was pink and it was sparkly, and there was even this cute little Playboy bunny pink pick, but it was an acoustic.
But I asked for acoustic.
I know exactly what you asked for, and guess what?
What?
This is the guitar that you learn on.
Okay, Mr. Expert, like, what? Also, like, correct me if I'm wrong, because like, I can kind of play the guitar, but I'm not an expert. I'm pretty sure it's easier to learn on an acoustic guitar. And like, that's kind of more standard than learning on an electric guitar. And she asked for an acoustic, so he just pissed me off. And he's a bit miffed at her response because he's like, I'm just trying to help her and it didn't seem to mean much to her. It's like, well, you didn't get her the thing she asked for. She was appreciative, but she was also like, this was not the thing I asked for, which I think is a reasonable response. So then on to the next phase of Slade's gifts for her. He brings out a jewelry broker who I'm pretty sure, I didn't fact check this, but I'm pretty sure is the woman who had the Tupperware party for millionaires in season 1. So he brings out this jewelry broker, and Joe says in her little confessional, she's like, I've never really been into diamonds. If you want to spend that money on me, I would rather you spent it on like a nice pair of shoes or a new purse. Jewelry isn't really my thing. But then the lady starts putting the diamonds on her and she's like, ooh, okay. All the bracelets are like $17,000. And Slade's like, what? He told her to get whatever she wants and then now is having reservations because she's getting whatever she wants.
7, 8, 8, 17,000 right there.
Oh, that's nothing.
What's 17,000?
Okay, and yeah, no necklace at all.
I told Joe I'll buy her whatever she wants, and I'm having reservations about that now.
He expresses he feels a bit frustrated because he feels like he's always giving a lot and she doesn't really seem to appreciate it, and he's tired of giving and not really getting that in return. Which, okay, fair enough. You're entitled to feel how you feel. However, we've just seen 2 examples of you giving from a place of like you wanting to spend money and not really from a place of giving her something that she would actually appreciate, because you didn't buy her the guitar she asked for. You brought in a jewelry broker when she's not really into jewelry. So I understand feeling frustrated because it is your money at the end of the day, but also like, it seems like you don't really know her. And he feels like not just money wise he doesn't get anything in return, but like respect or appreciation or time. And it's like, Okay, dude. I just don't think you guys are a good match. Like, at the end of the day, that's what this is. Yes, he's getting her all these gifts. It's a nice gesture. But also, I do kind of feel like he's making her birthday about him. Because it does kind of feel like he's showing off to her friends, like, look at how much money I have. So I'm hard-pressed to feel like this is entirely well-intentioned. But that's also, again, because I don't like you. And Joe's a diva. I'm sorry, if you open up a jewelry box and you tell me get whatever you want, I'm getting whatever I want regardless of whether I wear jewelry or not. Don't act shocked. So Joe and the girls go and hit the town for her birthday, and meanwhile, Slade decides to call up his buddies who live up in LA and have a little boys' night.
Kind of going through some stuff with Joe, and she spends a lot of time out with the girls, so they figured they'd plan a night for me to kind of get my mind off of some of the stuff that's happening. Here's a boys' night out. Boys' night out.
So he wants to queen out just like Joe. And Joe's having the time of her life, and she's talking about, she's like, when I'm with my girls, like, I can let loose, and you don't get a lot of that in Kodo. Like, there's a lot of rules, it's all about family, and I don't really like that. I think that's okay to just want to queen out a little bit. And so Slade's at his boys' night, and he's talking about how he had the pleasure of sitting next to Janice, who's this girl, and she's very hot, and she took a bite of my pork chop. He is such a stunt queen.
I had the opportunity to sit next to Janice. Ooh. She's very cute, very hot. She took a bite of my pork chop. We've just met. She had no idea what she was walking into.
This is now the second episode in a row where I'm saying, girl, just break up. It's over. Like, let it go. So episode 6 opens at the Kodo insurance office at Vicki's house, but Vicki's not there. It's just Lauri and Duff. And Lauri's running some stuff by Duff. She expresses that she eventually wants to get out of the insurance business. It's not really her passion. And also, like, she has a rich husband now, so she doesn't really need the job anymore. But hey, she didn't say that, I did. Lauri says Duff is great. It's hard to work when, number one, he brings his 4-year-old son, Riley, to the office and he's running around. And number two, because Duff just wants to queen out with Lauri. They just want to gossip, which, fair enough. That's the best part of having a job is gossiping. I'm sorry. Money and gossiping.
Duff is like a girl because we just sit there and gossip all day.
It's past 4 o'clock. We're allowed to gossip for half an
Is
hour.
that the rule? Oh, I got my bikini wax. I got my Brazilian wax last night.
My goodness.
And without Vicki around, both of them honestly would rather queen out. Again, Lauri says she's like, the insurance business, it's great, but it's not very exciting, and I need to get back into the fashion business. I didn't know she was in the fashion business. We're learning a lot this season. Joe's a singer, and apparently Lauri's a fashion designer. Many such cases. And so Lauri goes and has lunch with her friend Lorelai, who we met last season, to talk about starting their jewelry line. Again, many such cases. And Lauri says that for the past couple of years, she's been making jewelry out of semi-precious stones in her free time. I guess she didn't have a lot of free time last season because we did not see this.
Then I met Lorelai. She has a similar style, and her interest was making jewelry as well. I'm going crazy because I can't get my creativity out in my business that I'm doing right now. And I go home and I make jewelry. And do you think that I would be successful at doing my jewelry line? And would you be willing to join me and partner up with me?
This is, again, where it really starts to feel like Housewives, because random business venture, check. Lauri also says that George is willing to help her out with starting the jewelry brand, which I kind of expected, because she also shows off the Rolex that he bought her as an engagement gift that cost $30,000. I think we all need to find ourselves a George, because that is fierce. I always thought the present you get for your engagement is the engagement ring, but I guess a Rolex works too.
Well, that's just a love band. George wants to do an engagement ring.
Well, yeah, you have to have an engagement ring.
I know.
But let me see.
I know.
Oh, that
Isn't
is
beautiful?
so beautiful.
I know. That was the engagement present.
I've never heard of engagement presents.
I haven't either. What do you get a guy like him anyway?
I can tell you what you give him.
So over at Joe and Slade's house, we see this big fancy car pull up in the driveway, and Joe says that Bob Cotrella and Juan G are two very successful producers that Joe met when she was up in LA, and they're coming by the house.
Bob Cotrella is a Grammy award-winning producer. Juan G is a rap artist, producer, super talented, amazing person. He's worked with some big names in the music industry.
After talking to you, please come in, guys.
And it's funny because both me Vicky and my friend Martha, friend of the show, both said the same thing, which is like, if you're not looking at the screen where it says Juan G, it almost sounds like she's saying Warren G with kind of a speech impediment. It is not Warren G, it's Juan G. And so they're chatting and Slade is like, why don't you sing them the song you've been working on, even though it's not finished? And she's kind of like, oh, well, it's not done. Like, well, I'll sing it anyway. And she sings it and like, mess. Like, it sounds a mess. I'm sorry. But I can't even laugh because, again, if I was rich, I would be doing the same shit, I fear. And I actually was thinking about this when I was at the gym the other day because, yes, I listen to a lot of Erika Jane music when I'm at the gym because I have, as a gay man who is 50, music taste. And a lot of the time, the remixes of her songs come up on my, like, workout mix on Spotify. I'm sorry. A lot of her songs I do genuinely non-ironically listen to at the gym because they are bangers. But I was thinking about it and I was like, honestly, as a housewife, like, making gay club music, which is not what Joe is making. Let me make that abundantly clear. She is not making Erika Jane music. I keep using Erika Jane as an example because I do listen to her music at the gym, but I feel like it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyways. No amount of excellent, amazing, fabulous gay club music is worth embezzling hundreds of millions of dollars from plane crash victims. So obviously I don't agree with that. But the music's hitting, so goodbye. Making like gay club music is probably one of the more noble ventures that a housewife can go on. Like jewelry of semi-precious stones, who's buying that? But gay club music is evergreen. And again, I do think that is one of the more noble uses of your husband's money is making music, particularly gay club music. Whatever the fuck Joe is singing, this is not a noble pursuit in my eyes.
Is that smile? Boy, all I'm asking you is stay a while. My heart is yours. A little bit.
As if the song isn't nothing burger enough, I also don't like the fact that it's probably written about Slade. Ew. And despite it all, Bob and Juan G have taken an interest in working with Joe and producing her song or her demo. And Slade says that he's going to support her on this venture. So back at Koto Insurance, Duff is helping Vicky build a website because their business is famously growing. And this is where I'd put a sponsorship for Squarespace if I had one, because this would honestly be a perfect segue. But alas, Vicky is really thankful for Duff because she feels like none of this would be possible without him, and he's been such a huge help, especially because she feels like she's losing Lauri a little bit. She feels Lauri doesn't really have that passion for selling insurance, and now that she's got a rich man, she doesn't really need to work anymore. She's happy for her. You can tell she is a bit jealous of her that this just fell into her lap so easily, but she says she's like, I don't want Lauri to lose her independence. And she said that a couple episodes ago, that it's like, you know, if Dawn left me tomorrow, I would still be able to support my kids, but can Lauri say the same thing?
You know, if Lauri wants to quit selling insurance, that's her prerogative, and I hope she maintains her independence and her self-worth. The fact of the matter is she doesn't need to work anymore. She's going to have a man that...
Honey, that's not a fair thing. She still works.
I think she doesn't have the passion for insurance, and I think we both have seen
She's
that.
got passion for George, I mean...
So over at Jeana's house, Kara's boyfriend, who's a year older than her, is going away to college, and she's really upset because she says this is like the longest they've been apart. And he's been a huge support for her, and she's nervous about not having him around and having him be so far away, which I guess makes sense because like her family doesn't really seem like the most emotionally supportive environment. So she is understandably pretty upset. And she is nervous too about things changing because she says things do change when somebody goes to college, and I just hope any change is change for the better. So she is being a bit dramatic, but I understand it.
No alcohol, no girls, no parties, no friends that make you do stupid things. Deal?
Yeah.
So next we hear Tammy, and she's telling us about how Megan and Lindsay both loved horseback riding, which they mentioned a couple episodes back, and that it was a huge source of common ground for them and a huge part of their old life, as she refers to it. So aka when they had money. And Lindsay says that now that their dad is getting money again, she wants to convince him to get them a horse, which I mean, fair, like that is something they both really love. And they literally, the only reason they stopped was because their parents ran out of money.
Why don't you guys start just coming down and riding?
Because it's
embarrassing.
It's awkward. For me, honestly, it's awkward. When I had to give up my horse, at first I felt like embarrassed about it. And it was like, okay, like I don't even want to go down to the barn anymore because I know I can't like afford like a really nice horse.
Well, now it won't be so embarrassing if you come down during the day. No one's really here. The kids are all in school. Yeah.
And I really feel for her because things like that, like extracurriculars and sports, are a huge source of stability and support in a kid's life. And I feel like to lose that because of something beyond your control, like that must have been really hard for her. And I say that like completely seriously, like that must have actually been devastating. And Lindsay obviously does really miss horseback riding. But then Megan says apparently pit bulls are like super valuable, which I guess kind of makes sense. But apparently like a puppy can go for like $7,000. I think that's what she said. So she's trying to convince Roman to get her a horse and he wants to keep them on his property. And Lindsay's like, I don't think that'd be a good idea because like the pit bull could eat the horse. And as much as I think that sounds ridiculous, all love to pit bull owners, but like those dogs are vicious.
I'm trying to get Roman to buy me a horse. He's been talking about it. He wants to get two and keep him on his property. I don't know if it'd be the best idea with the dogs there because I think the pit bulls could eat the horse.
Meanwhile, the women are doing a promotional photo shoot, and when they walk out of the studio, there is a Mercedes-Benz with a massive red ribbon on it, and Lauri immediately knows that's for her, and it's from George. And Vicki feels crazy about it. She feels very jealous and very crazy, and she even says that in her confessional. She's like, I feel insane about the fact that Lauri just seems to be getting everything handed to her, and like, I work so hard. And like, we all deserve to have things handed to us, but like, this is crazy. And everybody is gagging at this car.
I got really jealous.
Is he not a great guy?
He's the greatest guy in the whole world. You're so lucky.
Yeah, I am. I know that.
Whose car is that? What?
Shut up. Oh my God. No, is this insane or what?
Oh my God.
Her birthday's next week, and he literally got her the most expensive kind of Mercedes, like a $100,000 supercar. And apparently it's like one of two right now, like it's not even out yet. So George is crazy, and clearly he really likes to make Lauri happy. And again, it's actually like crazy how much of a 180 this is from how we were seeing her last season. Last season, it was hit after hit after hit with her. It was always something. She was always going through some shit. And now, my God, she really is the luckiest girl in the world. And Vicki's not the only one who's jealous because Lauri takes the car home, and Ashley's also kind of jealous. She says it is kind of frustrating, like, all of a sudden now her mom has a $30,000 watch and a $100,000 car. Meanwhile, Ashley still does have to work for a lot of stuff. But she is kind of being a brat. She's like, let me drive the car, let me drive the car, let me drive the car. But that's also kind of just how she is.
The first thing I thought of when my mom pulled up in her new car was that I was going to be driving it as soon as I could. The second thing I thought of was hopefully she can trade in her old Yukon so I can get a new Beamer.
Meanwhile, back at Jeana's house, Cara is still feeling kind of upset about her boyfriend leaving for college. And she says something that's very telling. She's like, I'm very good at covering up my emotions. Like, I cry alone at night. I'm a lot like my mom in that way, which, again, is very telling. And so she has these friends over. Lindsay, Tammy's daughter, is there as well. They're getting closer again. And Cara says that her and Lindsay actually used to be like best friends, and then they lost touch when Lindsay started homeschooling, and she's been homeschooling for about 2 years. The girls all like Lindsay and they want her to come back to school, but she's just not really ready yet. Again, she still kind of feels that sting of embarrassment of everybody kind of knowing what happened with her family, which I can imagine if you live in a place like Kodo is probably the worst thing ever. So I do understand why she wants to be homeschooled, but I think it would be nice for her to go back to school.
When Cara and the girls say, hey, you need to go back to high school, I want you there, I feel thankful that I have the friends that want me to go back and stuff, but I'm also glad that I don't have to.
And then here comes Shane to come and spoil all the fun and just be an asshole. And he starts teasing Cara, and it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's like beyond playful teasing. He's kind of being really mean to her because he keeps making jokes being like, your boyfriend's gonna cheat on you at college, which is like something that she's clearly already anxious about and something she's clearly been upset about all day. So I don't think it's really fair to be like, well, you're right, he's gonna cheat on you. That's just a bridge too far. There's teasing and there's poking fun, and that is like just a bit much. And like, Cara's getting really upset, rightfully so. She's like, can you shut the fuck up? You're being such an asshole. Like, why are you doing this?
He's not gonna cheat on me, Shane.
Oh yeah.
Stop.
That girl's room is right next to Steven, and Cara doesn't know. So bad. They have a little.
Stop it.
They have a little hole in the wall.
Look at me. Lindsay's gonna start crying.
Oh, yeah. He pulls his desk apart, and she just comes through the wall, and it's just quickie and then right back to the wall again.
Shane is kind of a tyrant. I wouldn't say Shane was like particularly nice guy last season. Like, I think he was just a boy, But this season, he's like actually diabolical. So while Cara has her friends over, Jeana says she really trusts Cara's friends. She has a great group of girlfriends. So while Cara has her friends over, Jeana and Vicki go to a cooking class. And they're kind of just trolling the entire time.
And it consists in chicken breast. Now, Vicki, what kind of breast do you usually use?
Double D.
She was double D.
No, 85% of the women in OC have what?
Breast implants.
Okay, so this is great stuff.
And I know I said this last season, but it really is so fun and refreshing to see like women in this age bracket just like having a girls' night and like having fun. I feel like that's something we just don't really see very often. It's very liberating and fun to be like, wow, I can't wait to be in my 40s and queening the fuck out. And not just queening the fuck out, but having the grown-up money to do so. But anyways, the ladies are all doing like muff divers. I think that's what they're called. At least like muff divers, the one that I know, where there's like the thing of whipped cream and there's a shot and you have to like take it with no hands. And a bunch of ladies are doing it. Barbara the jeweler is doing it, and Vicki's like, you can't do that, you're my jeweler. Vicki can't do the muff dive. She struggles. She does not do it.
You can do it. Come on, Vicki. You can do it. Okay, Vicki, first step.
Anyways, then we see Lauri go over to Lorelai's house to work more on their jewelry line. And Lauri says she's taking it very seriously, but she thinks Vicki will be really pissed if she leaves the insurance agency. But also I'm like, baby, Vicki sees it coming. And I'm not gonna lie to you, this shit is so ugly. Apologies if this is your taste and you think this is the most sickening and gorgeous and fabulous jewelry you've ever seen. We can agree to disagree because I think this shit is so ugly. They're saying they mix semi-precious stones with antique heirlooms. Looks like shit from a butt, if you ask me. And it's like expensive too.
What we do is mix semi-precious stones with antique heirlooms and centerpieces.
I find my pieces anywhere from Asia, India, and I have a real good sense of color and style and texture.
And I just want to know, like, who's the market for this? I guess, like, other rich housewives. Honestly, though, when you go into a boutique where it's, like, all these types of brands, where it's, like, some rich woman is bored and starts a brand, and then there's, like, a boutique that stocks, like, all those brands, it's so dark-sided to me. And their jewelry company is called Bella Roche, which I think is kind of chic, but also in my notes when I wrote it, I keep reading it as Bella Porsche. Like, this ain't Build-A-Bitch. This jewelry's looking a little Build-A-Bitch, though. I keep wanting to say Bella Porsche. Bella Roche translates to beautiful stone. And again, are the beautiful stones in the room with us? So they're planning out how are they gonna get this off the ground. And Lauri says George is willing to help, but she wants to do it on her own, which is admirable. But again, this shit is so chopped. I think you're gonna need a little bit of that help. And they're saying they feel confident that it'll be a successful business. And I'm like, I get it, it's 2006, so I'm speaking with 2025 eyes. And maybe this was a bit more chic and of the moment, but some of this stuff is not really $2,500 worth of nice. But alas, they're confident that this business will be a massive success, but it is definitely no skinny girl margarita, if you ask me.
George has said he's willing to help me. I don't want him to be my financial backer. I'd really like to see if I can do it on my own.
Back at Tammy's house, Tammy is going to Catalina for the weekend, and she says that she's locked Lindsay out of the house and Lindsay's going to stay with her father because she doesn't want to leave Lindsay in the house alone because she doesn't want her throwing parties or getting into trouble. Riley's staying with Duff and Megan is staying with her boyfriend Roman because Roman, again, with his very successful Iron Cross kennels, he makes a lot of money off of Iron Cross. I literally cannot get over that. I'm sorry. Like, that's crazy. And Megan is going to stay with him at his house and help him deliver the new litter of pit bull puppies. And Megan is saying, she's like, you know, Roman, he's like a lot more mature than other guys I've dated. Mind you, he's 36. Like, yeah, I'd hope he is. Like, yeah, my 36-year-old boyfriend is so much more mature than all the other guys I've dated. Like, yeah, I'm sure. He's definitely mature. But Megan's trying to convince him to buy her a horse still. And again, this relationship is just very weird. And he looks like Paul Wall.
You promised me a horse.
You buy the horse. Talk to your dad. I'll keep the horse out here. I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
You love me. Just admit it.
I love you.
Thank you.
Megan and I are really happy.
And Megan already knows that Lindsay is definitely throwing a party at their mom's house. And Roman wants to know if they're invited. And I'm like, Lindsay is 17 and is having a high school party. You're 36. You are not invited. You are not invited, and nor should you want to be, Mr. Iron Cross Kennels. Vibes are off. Vibes are very off. But Lindsay was pissed that her mom locked her out of the house, and she said, I'm getting in that house one way or another. And what did she do? She climbed through a doggy door.
I had to climb through a doggy door, and it was awful. I have like scrapes on my back. But I had to get in some way. I didn't want to break a window. If she found out, she'd probably kill me. But I'm kind of paying her back in a sense.
What? It cannot be that serious. It literally, throwing a party cannot be that serious. Actually, when you're in high school, it kind of is. I remember when I was in high school, there was a girl in my grade who threw a party at her parents' house when they were out of town, and a bunch of boys peed all over her parents' bed and in the drawers of their bedside table and then stole all their passports. I wasn't there. Apparently, it is that serious in high school. But Lindsay's getting ready to throw a party, and she's literally using the same hairspray that I use. Not sponsored. You better cover that brand name up for me, Lindsay.
I hope Megan doesn't tell my mom. I doubt she would. Because she used to throw parties all the time at my mom's house. And I never would say anything.
I think we should bust her. She'll be so embarrassed. I straight up will pick her up and throw her.
Could be fun.
So Lindsay's having this party. Cara is there as well. And Cara says she hates alcohol. She hates people who drink. Jeana thinks that all the parents in Koto should be thanking Cara because she tries to get kids to not drink. And she's hassling some kid because this kid is most definitely stealing Tammy's wine and is claiming that he isn't. And Cara's trying to get him to stop. And she's like, isn't wine for girls? And it's funny because this kid is insisting that he brought it. And I'm like, I'm sorry, no teenager brings a bottle of red wine to a party. They bring beer or they bring vodka.
Well, doesn't beer suit 21-year-old boys?
Well, there's no beer here.
Why don't you bring some? So you're not drinking Tammy's wine?
I already drank all my beer.
No, you don't. Well, then you don't need any more.
Cara again says that she's like, I hate people who drink. I hate alcohol. I just hate seeing people act like idiots. So when I get uncomfortable, I just leave. And it does kind of make sense when you remember that at the end of season 1, Jeana did mention during the reunion that Matt, Cara's father and Gina's husband, if you need a refresher, was in treatment for alcoholism. So it makes sense that Cara would be pretty anti-alcohol.
Thank you for coming. I miss you. Cara and I are complete opposite. Cara's a good kid. She doesn't really party that much. She doesn't really ever do anything bad.
Hey, put that wine away.
And the next morning, Lindsay said she's like, my mom will never know I had a party because she cleaned everything up at the end of the night and then went back to her dad's house. And when Tammy comes home, she's like, oh, I'm so happy that nobody had a party and my house isn't trashed. Which is funny because it's like, oh, my mom will never find out I had a party. But it's like, well, it's on TV, so she's gonna find out. So back to Joe. Bob and Wanji want Joe to come and record with them down in LA. And Joe is running late and without coffee, which is clearly a recipe for disaster. And so she calls Slade and basically is like, can you do me a huge favor? Can you get me my Starbies? And Slade is like, oh, I'm such your houseboy, which if you know, you know. I think that might be what Slade is best at. But time will tell. And so Joe is running late for her first session, which isn't really a great look, not a great first impression. Also, she's fully doing her makeup while she's driving, which is both impressive and also wildly dangerous. It kind of reminds me of those like videos on like Chinese TikTok and on Korean TikTok where like the girls will do their makeup while they're like commuting. Those videos always stress me out because they'll have like I can't do that.
Okay. Hey, Bob. I am driving down Santa Monica because I went the wrong way. Accidentally.
I know, darling, but we have limited time, so get your ass here.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna hassle her too much because I'm kind of the queen of being late. But even I know that like something that important, it's not a good look to be late, sweetheart. So Joe finally gets to the studio and she's super nervous. There's a ton of people around watching her. It's her first recording session. She's feeling very out of her depth. And then they tell her they changed her song. They're like, this is the original, and it's like the acoustic guitar that Gavin was playing. And then they play it and it's like,
this is how we changed it. Change the key too, because I know your voice was going to be too low after you sang it to me on the phone.
It's the same song.
definitely is different. I just went on Spotify. She has like a whole EP. I'm gonna have to listen to it. I don't know if this song is on there, but she got her demo out. She got her EP out, and I'm just gonna say it. This is a disaster. She does not know what she's doing. She's very nervous, and I'm not gonna lie, she's sucking at this. She keeps blaming it on like, oh, I don't have my coffee yet. I need my coffee. Oh my God, I swear I'll do better when I have my coffee, which is fair. I always do better after my caffeine, but like, this is a mess. This is bad.
Your touch. That's it.
After that, take another 4 bars, and then your voice transcends, and then you'll see where it leads.
What's
to.
4 bars exactly?
1, 2, 3, 4.
And she is getting more nervous because she feels like she's blowing it, and she feels like maybe I'm not ready for this. And yeah, maybe you're not. I'm sorry. Like, I want to be nice, but it very much reminds me of when they do like the singing challenges on Drag Race, like either the girl group challenge or like the musical challenge, and you can tell exactly who's going home during the recording session. That is what this is giving. She's about to sashay away. And then Slade shows up, and then Bob and Juan G are saying they're like, she's actually doing amazing. She's actually amazing for somebody who this is her first time. And I'm like, they have to be being paid for this, because amazing, I don't think I'd say all that. I literally just said she'd be going home on Drag Race. So
First of all, she's amazing to me for someone who's never been in the studio. Not good, amazing to me, just to hear what she's doing.
Really?
Oh yeah, she just, and she catches phrases 1, 2, 3 and just goes with it. And
I'll definitely give her some credit, because once she does get that me espresso, she definitely does start performing better and does actually start singing better. I know I already said this in another episode, but it is interesting. Like, she feels very different this season compared to last season. She feels much less like mature, if I can say that. Not in a good or a bad way. It's just like, this is a very different Jo than we saw last season. And even then, I feel like in this scene alone, the dynamic between her and Slade is very different. He seems weirdly happy to be her like stage boyfriend and houseboy. At least in this moment, he seems very happy to be doing that. But we will see how this progresses as the season continues. And that brings us to the end of episode 6. And we're rolling for episode 6. Okay. By episode 6, I fully mean episode 7. Tricked you. I was making sure you were paying attention. But let's get on with it. So we are at Jo and Slade's house, and they're sitting on the couch. Slade goes and fetches her slippers because he's doing what he does best, which is being her houseboy now, I guess. And she's on her sidekick texting, and he's on his Palm Pilot, and they're looking at her schedule for the week. And he mentions that they got invited to the album release party for Fergie's solo album, The Duchess, which is kind of crazy. Like, I get that they're in with like industry people now, but like the idea of Jo and Slade being at Fergie's album release party is like kind of blowing my mind. If you've never listened to Fergie's The Duchess album, it's fierce. The singles off it are fierce. The B-sides are fierce. I used to love the song Voodoo Doll, which is crazy. It's such a banger because it's actually about her being addicted to meth, but like I can't make the song not bop. We love you, Fergie. We stan you. But I guess it's because like, number one, the Housewives are kind of gaining a bit of notoriety, but also I guess she's kind of in the industry. I use that very loosely. So they continue going through her schedule. He mentions that there's something on Friday, and she's like, oh, I can't do that because that's my move-in date. Oh.
If you want to go do that, that's great. But I'm supposed to be your boyfriend. I'm supposed to be your best friend. And I know we've talked about this stuff, but it seems to me that if you got to the point where you just decided to like go move in with JJ, I wouldn't haphazardly go, oh, gee, by the way. That's what's hurtful, is you don't care to tell me.
She found a place in LA with JJ, which they'd already argued about because Slade thought that this was going to be a Jo and Slade thing. I see both sides here because I understand Slade is not really listening to Jo and is not really hearing her about her wanting to be independent and that kind of thing. But also, I feel like when you're living with a partner and all of a sudden you're going to move out, I feel like it does require a little bit more discussion than just like, oh, by the way, I found a place and I've signed the lease and I'm moving in. Maybe that's just me. So Slade's obviously a bit ticked because he's like, well, were you not going to tell me this? And I understand her reason for not telling him because she's like, you would just come with a million questions and you would go into daddy mode. Sigmund Freud, analyze this, which seems to be a pattern in their relationship, not just this season, but last season as well, that like he seems to have a lot of trouble letting her have some independence, like in the way a parent would with their child. And she feels like sometimes she's talking to her dad and not her boyfriend.
And you'd go into daddy mode.
Daddy mode?
Yes. Freaking treat me like I'm 5 years old. And I'm not.
And again, it's clear that this relationship just isn't working because he's not a fan of the daddy mode comment, and she's like, well, you treat me like I'm 5 years old. And it's like, well, she also kind of is acting like she's 5 years old right now, because the whole reason their relationship isn't working is just because they want two completely different things and they refuse to acknowledge that the other person wants that. It just gets to a point where it's just not going to work. Slade wants to live in Coto de Casa. He wants this suburban life, family, all of that, and she literally wants the exact opposite of that. And you just have to understand that, like, it's okay to want different things. Maybe your relationship just won't work. And this isn't even coming from a place of me not liking Slade and not wanting them to be together. It's coming from a place of like, mama, this shit is not working. Like, let's go back to the drawing board and research, because this shit is not working. You both need to find somebody else. It's honestly just super awkward because she doesn't like the way he's talking to her. He doesn't like what she's saying to him. And again, I'm gonna say it for the 50th time, just break up. Like, literally just break up. This shit is not working. Unfortunately, sometimes in relationships, especially at this stage of your life, liking the other person just isn't enough. Like, you can't just, ooh, the way I feel your way out of this. Like, I'm sorry, that has been stuck in my head like the entire time I've been recording this. In the back of my mind, like the monkey with the cymbals, all I hear is, ooh, the way I feel. Like, girl, shut up. That shit is so ass. Ooh, the way I feel. This dynamic just is not working. And even just the fact that she feels like she can't tell him should tell us everything we need to know. Anyways, moving on. So we see Tammy and Duff, and they go to like a school supply store because they're trying to learn how to co-parent without necessarily relying on the other person. How do I phrase this? They're trying to figure out how to co-parent, like drop off and pick up and that kind of stuff between the two of them. Because again, she is trying to have these boundaries in their relationship. If they have a schedule, they don't have to constantly be talking to each other and calling each other, or at least that's how I'm interpreting it.
Jeff and I are going to pick out some stickers and a calendar for Riley to help him better understand who's going to pick him up at school and not have that anxiety he has. Hi, Sharon. This is Riley. We're not together anymore, and so the drop off and the pickup at school has been kind of difficult.
But honestly, they're shopping for stickers, and all I can see in the background is this gigantic sign behind Duff that is neon green that says sticker in massive writing. And if you know anything about me, if I'm seeing neon green with the word sticker on it, play that flute noise. I was watching this episode a couple days before I went to the NCT 127 concert, so like literally in the back, all I could think about was like a sticker. Sorry for those of you who are not K-pop stans who don't get the reference, but this is like a Simpson predicted it moment for me. Like, for me personally, this was like seeing history in The Simpsons. I don't know how to explain it any better. But the general gist of the scene is that they just have very different parenting styles. And as Tammy says, they need to find a way to make this work that doesn't rely on them being together, because Tammy's trying to move forward and move into a new chapter of her life. But also, sorry, not to go on another sidebar, they mentioned Thomas stickers, like Thomas the Tank Engine. And I just have a question for the culture, because this has been on my mind for years. I was once gaslighted into believing that it was not Thomas the Tank Engine, it's actually Thomas the Train. I know the truth and that it's Thomas the Tank Engine, but if you think it's Thomas the Train, I need you to like actually provide me with proof and receipts, because this has haunted me for years. Thomas the Train? Like, who says that?
Come on, guys. Now's not the time for Thomas shopping. Gotta earn it.
I won't kill him with a little talk. Do you want this one? Definitely much has Riley 50% of the time. And, you know, we're kind of at a turning point in our life, and it's kind of hard to, like, be together.
My parenting skills and Tammy's differ immensely. It's the yin and the yang.
As we see Duff and Tammy trying to work through creating this life apart, we move on to see Vicki and Dawn, who are trying to spend more time together. So Dawn takes Vicki golfing, and Vicki is pretty resistant to it. She keeps reiterating that she'd much rather be at the office. She doesn't see the point of this. She feels like it's a waste of time. But she also says that if Dawn doesn't literally physically remove her from the office, she won't leave. Like, she will stay there all day and she will work. But I think in addition to trying to spend more time with her family, she also is trying to find a better work-life balance. But she says something that is so relatable, which is that she's like, I'm a perfectionist, and if I'm not immediately good at it, I have no interest in ever doing it again, which unfortunately made me feel extremely seen. Where are all my perfectionist girlies out there? This undertaking of mine, making these videos, has been a huge point of growth for me and my perfectionism is that it's like, okay, I have to actually like allow myself to not be perfect. I have to allow this lighting to drive me crazy in order to power through and get better at it. So hopefully Vicki can learn the same lesson, that sometimes you have to just like roll with the punches and be a little bad, because you won't get better unless you're a little bad.
I'm not in my comfort zone. I'm a perfectionist and I don't like not doing well at things. So for me, this is an area that I won't do again if I don't do well at it. Ow! I suck.
Bottom line is Vicki gets to spend some time with Dawn, but she thinks golf is stupid. And she's kind of right. I don't know. It looks fun, but like, I don't think I'd like it if I'm not good at it. So then we see Ashley at the townhouse getting ready with her girls to go out. And in Lauri's talking head, she says that Ashley's allowed to live at the townhouse under 2 conditions. Number 1, she keeps it clean, which from what we've seen, she's not really doing a great job at that. It looks like a gutter garbage mess. It looks horrible. She said there was rotten milk in the sink. It looks disgusting. It probably smells crazy in there. So clearly she's not keeping up her end of the bargain on that front. And rule number 2 is that she has to be enrolled in college. But as Ashley's getting ready to go out, she discovers the water is not working. So she calls her mom and she's like, Mom, oh my God, the water's not working. I went pee and I went to flush and it didn't flush and yada, yada, yada.
Oh, shoot. When I was in Hawaii, I got a call from the water district saying that I hadn't paid my bill. Oh my God. Oh shoot, I am so sorry.
It's okay. I just felt crunchy. I couldn't even go pee in my own house.
Hey, you know what?
Pause. This French tip nail moment. This square French tip nail moment. I live. I need to get my nails done and I'm about half a Celsius away from asking the nail lady to give me those exact nails. When I hit 500 subscribers, I'm going to get those exact nails. That's a promise. You can hold me to that. When I hit 500 subscribers, I will get those nails. They are so fierce. I'm sorry. Again, I mentioned this in my season 1 series, but like a part of what I love is like the kind of sociology of beauty and fashion and like what was fierce at this period in time. Something about it just makes me so giddy. Like, yes, nail moment. We need to focus because Ashley's gotten a water. So those nails are probably filthy, dirty, nasty like the rest of the house. And Lauri suggests that Ashley takes over the water bill because she's the one who's living there. And Ashley's response is no. Because she says she's going to be a full-time student starting October 14th. So it wouldn't make sense because she won't be working full-time because she's going to be a student, which will be her way of keeping up that end of the bargain. So I guess Lauri will continue to pay the water bill. In addition to the square French tip nails, maybe that white platinum blonde starts speaking to me like a Green Goblin mask. It would destroy my gorgeous, stunning brunette locks, but I need it. I need it. I need it. So they go to the club. The go-go dancers are so sickening. Like, maybe it's because I don't really go to like any of the clubs in my city because they all like actually are like headquarters for the killer to me. But I feel like clubs just aren't doing this like this anymore.
It's hard because my mom's spending more time with George. If I'm not going to be with my mom, I'm going to go out with my friends. It's as simple as that.
With the body glitter and the bikinis and the big boots, like, I know that fierce is like my word of the moment, but that is fierce. I also decided this is the summer that I get really into body glitter. That's just an announcement for everybody. So if you'd like to join me, it's a body glitter summer. Because I'm honestly convinced that if I put a little bit of body glitter on, that I will look like this. Me all summer with my body glitter, my square French tip nails, and an orange tan, bleach blonde hair. They can't take me. Let me get my attention off the sickening and fierce go-go dancers they show for literally 2 seconds and go back to the actual plot of this episode. So Joe takes Slade to see her new apartment she's going to have with JJ in LA. And Slade thinks the place is a dump. He's not making any secret of that.
When I first saw Joe's apartment, I was not impressed. But this is what she needs to go find herself to be independent. I respect that.
And he's worried about the fact that if he's not by her, then he can't protect her. Whatever that means. Like, he's her alpha. Like, what the fuck? And Joe's kind of getting a little annoyed because he's making her feel like she's 5 years old, because he's putting the place down. He's kind of being like, it's not good. Oh, I don't think you can protect yourself and blah, 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 which is like, he's making her feel like she's 5 years old, which is exactly why she didn't want to tell him in the first place. And I know I sound like I'm on the fence in every single conflict because I keep being like, well, I see both sides of it, but I will get to my thoughts on this more three-dimensional view of conflict within Real Housewives in a little bit as we see a couple of things unfold this season. I will get to that, trust me, because I have a lot to say. But it very much is like, I understand why she didn't tell him and why she wanted this for herself, but also I understand why he's upset, especially because like you guys have been having conflict. There's a lack of trust. Now suddenly your girlfriend wants to move out. It's sort of like, what are we doing here? Like literally, what are we doing? You know, I'm not a fan of their dynamic. That's a pretty known fact over here, but I don't think it's the healthiest dynamic to have your partner treat you like they're your parent. Again, Sigmund Freud analyzed that, and certainly not healthy for fostering a long and trustworthy relationship. But hey, I'm not an expert. I'm just a girl who watches the show. But anyways, they go out on the balcony and Slade points out that they can see Bloomingdale's from her balcony. And she literally is like the Carrie Bradshaw in Paris seeing the Eiffel Tower clip. Like, oh my God.
Well, you can see Bloomingdale's from here.
Honey, I can see Bloomingdale's. I'm so excited. I'd never noticed that. You like it?
It's not Kodo.
Honey, this is far from Kodo. And I love that.
It really feels like that picture of like the guy, I think he's in like a Gucci backpack. It's literally falling off the bone. And it's like, come on, bruh, like just let it go. Just let this relationship go. You clearly are not right for each other. You haven't been right for each other since last season, but now it's really starting to show. Anyways, back to Tammy. Tammy is getting ready to go out on a date. Ooh, that was a harsh ass. Oh. Do I speak Canadian? Yes, I do. Fluently, actually. As we've seen, she's clearly trying to move on from Duff and trying to kind of move into the next chapter of her life. So she's going out on a blind date, which is really exciting. She's a little nervous because she hasn't gone out on a date in a while, but Tammy still got it.
I never thought in a million years that I would actually be saying I'm going on a blind date. But life is short and, you know, why not?
Def and I, we love each other and tried a zillion times to make it work, but it's not working. So dating is something I'm really pushing myself to get out there to do. I need to do this. I need to move on with my life.
Yes, Miss Tammy. Jason had this girl Tammy with the purple Bentley, and how she got it I never get to ask. I just knew that she was fine, like a ticket on the dash. So as Tammy's getting ready to go out, Riley, her 4-year-old son, starts scream crying. Kids are honestly ridiculous because they'll be having an absolute meltdown, and when you're like, what's wrong? It's some shit that makes no sense. And you just have to like let them do their thing and try to walk them through it, because he's crying because Lindsay's sitting next to him, and then he's crying because Tammy's going out on a date.
Daddy.
Lindsay, what, honey?
Daddy's sitting next to me.
Don't you want Sissy to sit next to you?
No.
Why not?
I'm just running away from her.
You're gonna be a good boy? Because mommy has to go out for a little bit, okay?
No.
A little bit.
But anyways, Tammy reveals she's only ever been in 2 long-term relationships. One was with her ex-husband Lou. The other was with Duff. Tammy arrives to her date. She looks fantastic, but Tammy feels a bit awkward, and she kind of says like she's not really looking for a relationship. I think she just wants to see what's out there, especially because she was with Lou for I think 12 years, she said, and then Duff for 10 or 11. So she just wants to like let Tammy have a little hot girl summer or something. But he makes a joke about like, oh, I don't put out till the 4th date. And this asexual diva, she's like, I never put out, so.
I was trying to make a joke about how I don't put out until the 4th date or something like that. Which is a lie, by the way.
But Tammy's friends crash the date, and she kind of is like, thank God, because she feels she's not really cut out for dating right now. It's really awkward, and she needs to kind of figure out what she's looking for. All we know is she's not looking to get back with Duff. She does not need that right now. Anyway, moving on. I could have sworn this entire time that Lauri's like youngest daughter was named Sophia. It's Sophie, so if I've said Sophia at all, sorry. I could have sworn she was 4 years old last season, and now she's 8. And I know that like the timeline is kind of wonky because I think this is like summer of 2006, so like some people are like between their birthdays, but I could have sworn that kid was 4 years old last season. And no, I'm not about to go fact check. So anyway, Lauri and Sophie show up to the townhouse unannounced to check up on Ashley, and the place is a disaster.
Don't go in there. Please don't.
Oh my God.
Gus is look at what's up.
Where is she putting the trash at? The trash has not been put out for, I think, like 2 months.
Like, it's a mess in ways that don't even make sense to me. There's pots in the garage. There's cat shit everywhere. And I know she said in an earlier episode that when she goes out, she puts the cats in the garage so they don't like pee and poo all over the house. Get a litter box. Like, what are you talking about? But that doesn't explain the pots and pans in the garage. It's not making sense to me. And Lauri's obviously pissed because she's like, okay, literally the one thing I asked you to do was to keep the townhouse clean, and this place is a biohazard zone, so what the fuck is going on? Also, cat shit like really smells, so why would you not clean that up? So Lauri starts getting worried because Ashley's not at the house, it seems. Like, the bedroom door is locked. Ashley's not picking up her phone. She's now moving from being angry to being worried.
Ashley, where are you? I'm at the house right now. I came by to get my mail, and I mean, my bedroom door is locked, so I don't know what's going on. I'm actually worried about you. I don't know if you're in the bedroom and something's wrong or what. Call me.
So Lauri calls George, and she's sort of like, she's pissed off, obviously, because it's her house and Ashley's made a mess of it. And George says, he's like, she's probably mad that her maid quit, the maid being Lauri. Turns out Ashley was in the shower, and Lauri goes and she tries to open the door, and Ashley gets mad because she's like, I'm naked, like, move. They start arguing, and Lauri's asking her, like, hey, girl, there's doo-doo feces all over the wall and all over the floor, like, do you not notice? Like, what is going on? We need to talk about this. And Ashley's like, no, not when I'm naked. Like, get out of my room. And Lauri's like, well, that's actually my room, so hold on.
I don't have time for this right now. I am so frustrated right now. I just have to get away and think about this. Ashley, we need to sit down and talk this weekend to figure out what we're going to do with this place.
So Lauri goes to Vicki for parenting advice and is like, what do I do in this situation? Do I kick her out? What am I supposed to do? And Vicki says that Ashley and Michael seem like they're sort of cut from the same cloth because they both are pretty irresponsible and lack a lot of motivation to do things, to put it simply. And Vicki doesn't think that Lauri should kick Ashley out because she's like, she clearly still needs you. Like, she's not responsible enough to be out on her own. And I'm kind of obsessed with Lauri's outfit here. The pigtails, the Von Dutch, like, fierce. And Lauri's reiterating her rules where she's like, she either needs to be working full-time or in school because this is just insane. So Lauri leaves a voicemail with Ashley where she's blinking like crazy. That's all I can focus on, is that she's like, but she talks about, she's like, is it easier for me to just sell the townhouse? Like, if you can't maintain it and keep it up, then literally what's the point?
Because I'm really am very tempted to sell the house. I think it might be easier, you know, if you're not able to keep it up.
And I do agree with Lauri that, like, she's not asking too much, but also knowing what we know about Lauri and, like, the fact that she was married to a rich man and all of that, I don't think much has been asked of Ashley in her life, which isn't me saying that it's okay for her to be living in squalor, but it might explain some of the lack of responsibility and lack of motivation to be responsible. Anyway, speaking of families where the kids have probably not been asked much in their entire life, we see the Keough household. And as we know, the house is not just full of badass kids, but badass dogs as well. And Jeana feels like she bears the brunt of taking care of these badass dogs all the time. I'll just say, I'm noticing a pattern with these Kodo kids. That's all I'll say. I'm not a parenting expert, but this inability to take responsibility does somewhat feel like learned behavior, but it would make sense. A lot of these kids taking responsibility doesn't come naturally to them, sort of a little nurture versus nature moment. So because Jeana feels like she's the only one who takes responsibility for these dogs, and the dogs aren't necessarily very well behaved, clearly, and so Jeana invites a dog trainer over to stop the dogs from peeing in the house.
Inger, we think she might be the one to help me train these dogs.
And here are these.
Scout,
Mowgli, Calvin,
Mowgli,
and
Travis.
Noodle.
Travis Noodle. Got it. And all of them potty trained?
So we see Matt emerge, and Jeana mentions that he does not take care of the dogs at all because he thinks they're useless. He only likes dogs if they have a purpose, like security or hunting. So he plays no part in taking care of these dogs. He does not like them. Honestly, whenever Matt enters the room, the vibe like shifts, and not in a good way. Matt comes in the kitchen and is like, do you want to see a $50,000 dog? And brings everyone into the room to watch hunting videos with this black lab in it. It's so awkward and weird.
Matt doesn't really like any of our dogs. The little dogs he considers nuisances because they have no purpose, so he won't feed them, he won't give them water. It's just, they're your dogs, you take care of them.
Dogs are like children, they don't grow no problem, they grow bigger.
Well, we're gonna try.
Yes.
And Matt talks about how these dogs, they never barked, they were so well behaved, and the dog trainer asks, so what happened to the dog? Matt says that Jeana had friends over and one of them left the gate open and the dog escaped and was unfortunately hit by a car, which is really sad. And as I'm sure you can imagine, created a huge point of contention in their marriage, but we will get to that in a second. And everything from here just gets progressively more and more awkward and uncomfortable as Matt continues to talk about how his dogs, they weren't allowed in the kitchen, they were well behaved, all of that. And it's clear their family's just dysfunctional because the trainer keeps emphasizing, well, it's not just training the dogs, like we also have to train you guys on how you treat the dogs and how you look after the dogs. And he's just being really pessimistic and kind of just generally being a huge asshole.
It's not the dogs, it's the people.
That's what she said a million times. Why don't you just stop being so negative? She said, I'm training your family. I'm training your family. I'm training your family. Don't ever change. Don't ever change. I'm training your family. It's all about the people. She already said that.
Everybody gets frustrated with Matt, but I get to a certain point and I ignore it anyways.
And so the dog trainer asks, she's like, and how long have you guys been married? And they've been married for 20 years. Jeana says the good thing about Matt is that he's gone a lot of the time. And he makes a comment that every time I watch this makes me like recoil. It makes me so uncomfortable. He says, just long enough for her friends to kill my dog. Which is just like, the dog dying is very sad and unfortunate and could have been prevented, but it's just such a cutting remark that clearly shows how much resentment he holds towards Jeana. Probably not just for that, but for a lot of things.
And how long have you guys been married?
20 years.
The good thing about his job is he's gone a lot. Maybe 300 days a year he spends in a hotel.
Just enough for her friends to kill my dogs.
In Matt's talking head, he talks about their marriage and he says he'd rather be wrong and stay miserable than admit that he's wrong and go and get happy, which is kind of crazy to say in relation to the marriage you've been in for 20 years. That comment alone just speaks volumes about their relationship and about their dynamic and just even the dynamic of their entire family. I feel bad for this dog trainer who just has to like watch this couple who clearly hate each other and be like, so here's how we stop your dog from peeing in the house. And he's like, my wife's friends killed my dog. Like, whoa, slow down. It's very eye-opening and very uncomfortable.
I'm stubborn. I've made a life commitment. I'm not going to go out and try to find some 20-year-old girl to marry. So I'd rather be wrong and stay miserable than admit I'm wrong and go get happy.
So then we see Joe and Slade, and it is moving day. So Joe is moving out of the house and into her apartment in LA finally. And she expresses she's very excited to be moving and to be starting this new chapter of her life, but it's kind of sad to be leaving behind Kodo and the memories and all of that. But ultimately she is more excited to start this new adventure and get back in touch with herself and the person she was before moving out here. I'm really happy for her. I think she needed this. I think losing your sense of independence at any stage of your life can be difficult, but especially when you're so young. I said this last season, but she should have been at the club. She should not have been doing Slade Smiley's laundry in the suburbs. I don't know if Kodo's the suburbs, but I'm going to call it that because it is giving suburbia.
I will play.
Want to get back to me?
It'll be like a friendship necklace. You take half, I take half.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
I'll display it in my room.
Remember the good times where you guys got into a fight and he took them off your car. The crazy thing is, I think they both realized that they need to break up. Because if they weren't having relationship problems, they could probably deal with this like adults and it wouldn't seem like the end of the world. And although she's sad to be leaving Kodo, she says she has no doubts that this is the right move and that this is going to be a fresh start for her. And ultimately, I'm happy for her. I'm very happy that she finally gets out of Slade Smiley's house. This is literally what we've been waiting for since season 1. And part of why I very much think they both know this shit is over, when they show her taking all her stuff out of the closet, it's not like she leaves some stuff in Kodo on the idea of like, oh, I'll be back on the weekends, or like, oh, yada yada yada, like I'll come visit. She takes all of her stuff. Like she moves out completely, which is somewhat telling to me. As I mentioned before, the spiritual and metaphysical are weirdly really big parts of the Real Housewives, which is huge for me as somebody who's into that kind of stuff. Definitely something that is a running thread through all of the franchises. But Vicki invites the women over to her house because she has an astrologer coming over. I need to be here. I need to be getting my chart read with these ladies and drinking cocktails. Joe obviously is not there because she is moving up to LA, so it is just Vicki, Lauri, Jeana, and Tammy. And Brad the astrologer. Vicki says she'd offer Brad a cocktail, but she wants him to be completely sober while he tells her about why she is the way she is. So we start with Lauri. Lauri mentions she's a little nervous to have her chart read because her life is like a dream right now and she's scared that there's going to be something in there that's going to be like and it's about to be taken away, Diva. But the astrologer explains to her she has a Scorpio sun and a Cancer rising, and that she has a tendency to act like her kid's best friend, which we've seen.
The interesting thing about your chart is, with Cancer rising, motherhood and family are the most important issues for you in home life. Now, based on that, watch out for a tendency to be your children's like best friend.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have to like pull in the reins a lot and be like, this is, I'm mommy talking.
Right.
You know, this isn't like your best friend. We have a great relationship and we're friends, but I'm still your mother.
True.
And George is like, you're expanding your horizons. Maybe you're going to meet somebody that could be the love of your life. And she's like, well, I actually already have met someone. And she tells the astrologer that George is actually a Pisces. Pisces mention. Honestly, Pisces are a sign that are like drastically underrepresented on the Real Housewives. There's only like a couple Pisces throughout the entire dynasty of Real Housewives, which is crazy because I feel like they're overrepresented on Jersey Shore. Even though there's not a lot of Pisces representation, there are a lot of women named Heather. So I'll take what I can get. But Brad tells her that since George is a Pisces, that's actually really good and they are really compatible, which they are, because they're both water signs. And back in the house, Vicki keeps emphasizing that she just really wants to get to the bottom of why she is the way that she is. And Vicki's actually an Aries, which makes sense why she has such an intense energy. And Aries are so funny because I feel like they would take that as me saying that as like a negative thing. What do you mean we're intense? Like, that's exactly what I meant.
Control freak, is that what you mean?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think I'm a control.
You don't think...
Aries and Leos never get
Every
along.
single thing in this house is under your control. Your closet, your daughter's closet, the kitchen, the refrigerator, the freezers. It's pretty amazing.
What does that mean?
What
What does that mean? Does that mean controlling, or does that mean just organized?
Control freak.
It can me feel like Aries aren't good people.
Oh, please.
I'm getting scared.
I'm trying to swear less. I don't know if you noticed that, but the cocktails they're drinking actually look good as fuck. Capital F. Fuck. Also, in my notes, I wrote, Vicki says she's getting scared, and then I put like a scribble. I don't know if you can see that. I didn't know how to write a key smash, so I just put a scribble. Because Vicki had me laughing my ass off here. Like, really, girl? You're not a control freak? So up next is Jeana, and Jeana says something that is so unbelievably on brand. She's like, I'm not going to change who I am depending on what he says. Like, I am who I am, and like, that's not going to change it. If any of the women are going to be like, oh, this is some woo-woo bullshit, it was going to be Jeana. And she's a Virgo. Even just from that little comment, baby, we can tell. Even though she kind of like brushed this off as being bullshit, Brad the astrologer kind of gags the fuck out of her. He's saying she's super mom and she's kind of like a mother figure to everyone around her, which we've seen. And she tends to neglect her own needs and put everyone else's needs before hers, which we've seen.
Pay close attention to what your needs are these days.
You don't.
You don't at all.
No.
According to your chart, you really ignore what your inner needs are, especially your emotional inner needs. So that's all coming into play right now with Mars sitting there.
And the astrologer's like, you know, where Mars is sitting is telling us that you need to voice any tensions that are going on. And she's like, well, I do. Girl, no, you don't. You've been in a loveless marriage for 20 years and you're telling me you voice all your concerns? Okay.
But are you venting to the people that are... That's the important thing. You need to vent to the people causing the tension.
What happened to this time?
Some of my wife's friends kind of let her out. She got run over on the road down there.
Really?
A couple years ago, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's something, just don't bottle anything in, and I think you need to go to the direct source of whoever's causing the problems.
But no, she's kind of eating her words because he did actually gag her. And then she comes in and classic Virgo, she's like, well, he didn't tell me anything I didn't know. I already know everything. And I'm allowed to say that because I'm a Virgo moon. So then next is Tammy, who is a Leo sun and Leo rising. And the astrologer is like, he's like, they're regal. They love being the center of attention. They've got killer looks. And she's like, And honestly, this astrologer is actually so good. I don't know if he was like fed information by production. I don't care. I'm choosing to believe he was not, because he says, he's like, you're probably experiencing something really challenging with some disillusionment because of an old relationship. Well, yes, she is actually. And back in the house, apparently Lauri's chart says she loves sex toys.
But you used to tell me toys were the way that you got up every morning. So.
Oh my God, you remember that?
Remember, I'm an Aries. I don't forget a thing.
And I can't believe I like you. But my mom's an Aries. No.
So up next is Vicki, and Vicki says she's expecting the astrologer to tell her she's insane because that's what everybody else tells her, but she just wants to know why. So Vicki in her chart actually has something very rare called a grand trine, which she's very excited about, which according to the astrologer means that when she was born, she had 3 different planets in all the signs of an element. So she had like Leo, Aries, and Sagittarius, which means that she will always be full of energy. We can tell. No, we can tell. And she's so geeked because she's like, so it's not my fault that I'm always go, go, go. I'm not a freak. I'm not a freak.
I just want everyone in this room to know
My planets form the perfect triangle, and I am not a freak. I'm all about energy.
Oh my God.
I can't help it. It's who I am.
He's lying.
He said my soul was born with energy. I could have told you that.
I know this was like 10 years ago, but is Brad the astrologer still taking clients? Because I need him to read my chart. I'm honestly obsessed with Vicki's primary motivation is just like, can you just tell me I'm not a freak? Mama, you kind of are, but that's why we love you. That brings us to the end of episode 7. So episode 8 opens with Vicki revealing her grand master plan to go and surprise her son Michael in Boulder at university. She misses him and she feels like because he was gone for most of the summer, she didn't get to spend a lot of time with him and she thinks it'll be nice to surprise him. But Brianna and Colby, they both know Michael's probably not going to be too happy about this.
He's gonna kill her.
All his parties he's not going to be able to go to.
Hey, Mom. Why are you going out to Boulder? Just cuz?
I miss him.
Mike's gonna kill you, Mom.
Why would he kill me? He loves me.
I expect Michael to be like, Mom, what are you doing here? You know, this is really great.
All I know about Boulder actually is, I'm gonna have to put the mic down for this, is that their area code is 303 because that's where the band 303 is from. I definitely had a brief period where I was like ironically obsessed with them. Moving on. This is not about that. Michael and his boys are all ready for game day to watch the game in their house. And one thing I'll say is there's something so evergreen about the appearance of like a college guy house. Because this is 2006 in Boulder, Colorado. I feel like I've been in this house multiple times. This looks like every disgusting ass like college guy house. If you've ever lived in a college town, you've been in this house, and I hope you have your vaccines updated. I hope you have your measles shot, your tetanus shot, your chickenpox vaccine. I don't think that exists anymore. But I can smell this house. And it doesn't smell good. But who walks in the door of this disgusting house that should be condemned? Vicki Gunvalson with a case of they blurred it, but I can still tell that's Coors Light, baby.
Yeah, that was pretty off the post. Like, yo.
Michael is mortified. You would think he just saw a ghost. And honestly, this scene is so hard to watch and progressively gets harder to watch, but I'm here to watch it for you. But Michael is gooped and gagged and not in a good way. He's running around saying hide the contraband, and he is not happy that Vicki is here. He basically tells her that because she says, aren't you happy to see me? And he's like, not really. But mind you, Miss Vicki Gunvalson gets down. We've seen her in Havasu. We've seen her with the ladies. Vicki knows how to party. And Michael says he's not happy that Vicki's here because it's game day, Mom. Literally whatever that means. Mind you, again, Vicki brought beer. And Vicki expresses that she just ultimately wants to feel connected to Michael. She said that they hadn't been talking a lot and their last couple conversations they'd had, she felt like he was being a bit cold towards her and was being a little closed off, and she wanted to surprise him and spend time with him.
Michael, you're so happy I'm here?
No. No, I'm not. Why? You just showed up in my house while I have a bunch of friends over getting ready for a game. You think it's fun? No. What were you planning on doing?
And again, this is extremely hard to watch because as much as Vicki is crazy, Michael is being an asshole to her. I feel like I wouldn't want to speak to my mom that way at all, but especially not in front of my friends. Yes, okay, maybe it's embarrassing to have your mom surprise you in front of your friends, but I think it's more embarrassing to be an asshole to your mom in front of those friends. You get what I'm saying? I think I mentioned this in a previous episode, but I get such an ick when like you are like around your friend and they're like mom or their parents, whatever, and they're being just like so rude to their parents. Like they talk to their mom in a way where you're like, what the fuck? And Vicki gets really upset and she starts to cry. And even Michael's friends are like,
dude, your mom is crying. Like, can you go give her a hug or something?
And Michael just keeps expressing to her like, well, I don't want to make you feel sad, but like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, it's game day and I have friends over. And Vicki says, she's like, after everything I do for you, can you at least make it seem like you're happy to see me? To which Michael responds,
pull yourself together and then come back out.
The very least Michael could have done was at least pretended to be happy to see her and maybe pulled her aside and been like, hey, what the hell? This is another example of seeing both sides of it, because as much as what Vicki did was kind of insane, and like I can imagine anybody who's a 20-year-old away at college would probably be a bit stunned if their mom just randomly walked through the door. So on the one hand, we have, yes, what Vicki did was a little bit insane, but that's just the way she is. But on the other hand, the way Michael responded to it is crazy. And maybe he doesn't see that because he's only 20, but it's like, she's just trying to connect with you and there was no reason for you to embarrass her. And also, like, she brought beer. Like, she was clearly looking to get down and have fun. Like, it's not like she was there to show up and reprimand you and be like, what are you doing? Put those beers away. You know what I mean? I think that's part of what makes it so hard to watch, is on some level you do kind of understand where both of them are coming from, even though his reaction is extremely rude and uncalled for. I'm not somebody who like hates surprises, but I'm not a big fan of them either. I understand why Michael was shocked and maybe not happy, but again, I think he could have handled it better. This is also something I'll probably circle back to later in the episode, but something I find really compelling about reality TV is how, obviously, I know, like, I hate when I start talking about reality TV and somebody's like, well, you know, these shows are overproduced. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. Obviously, I know editing and show running and all of that does play some type of role, but ultimately these are real people and a lot of their reactions can't be faked. And the thing about reality TV is, like, there's a lot of room for this uncomfortable, like, I get both sides of this. Scripted television, you're meant to be guided in, like, this is who you're supposed to side with, this is who you're supposed to agree with, this is who you're supposed to disagree with. Otherwise, it's a plot hole or it's bad writing, or this is just my opinion as well. But here, it's like we get to see more nuanced conflicts where it's like, okay, what Vicki did was insane, but also Michael's reaction was insane. And I get both sides. Do you see what I'm saying? There is this more sort of three-dimensional approach to conflict that feels a little bit more human. I don't know. Maybe this is me like gassing my favorite show, but ultimately it's my video, so I'm gonna do that anyway. Then we see Jeana, and she's doing an interview with Playboy for Sirius Radio, the 2000s equivalent of going on a podcast. And they're talking about how, you know, her being in the magazine as a brunette was super rare because usually it's all about blondes. Next, they're going to have Jeana interviewing on Housewives with Heather with Miss Garbage Candy. Watch this space.
Did you go out with a lot of guys?
I went out with a lot of guys. I dated Tom Selleck. And
did you?
Actor.
That's so funny.
Matt came into my life about the same time.
Ooh.
He was gorgeous, looked like Tom Selleck. My husband was a Major League Baseball player, so he was gone half of the year.
And Jeana mentions Matt's injury again, his critical brain injury that changed his personality. And Jeana also mentions that her and Matt sleep in separate bedrooms. She says it in a way where it's like, he's nocturnal, so we have our own bedrooms and we have separate TVs, so we don't have to fight over the remote. Ha 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 ha. But I have a hard time believing that's the only reason. And that's not me saying that like sleeping separately automatically makes a marriage a failure. Personally, I love like the idea of having my own bedroom and being married is like, that's king. I don't necessarily think that couples having their own space necessarily means their marriage is failing, but given what we've seen and also not seen of their marriage, it is a bit telling.
I'm unattracted to my husband anymore.
It sounds like you need to just get a divorce and move on. It was so strange to be giving out sex and marriage advice. I'm a kind of person that you tell me the problem and I fix it. My husband, I don't think he enjoys his life very much. That's something I can't fix. It's something that he has to fix.
And Jeana says she honestly doesn't know why her and Matt stay together. She thinks it's the Wisconsin in her that she keeps everything. She keeps every car, every house, and feels a need to hold on to things. And then Cara says she views her parents' marriage almost like a business deal. They put all this time and energy into it to make sure it succeeded, and then now they're just in it till the day they die. Kind of like a sunk cost fallacy thing where it's like, well, we've put this much into it, like, why give up? But Cara thinks her mom should get a boyfriend. I kind of agree, because this is not working. Back in Boulder, Vicki's still upset in the bathroom, and Michael's girlfriend Lauren goes to talk to her. Vicki says that she not only wants to feel loved by Michael in the way of, like, that's her son, she also wants to feel like he likes her and he likes spending time with her and he accepts her, which is probably why this hurts so much.
And it's really nothing.
It's embarrassing, you know? Yeah. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have all this stuff. No, he wouldn't have an education. He wouldn't be living here. He wouldn't. I mean, I do whatever I can to make his life good. You know?
And
I work really hard for him.
I know it's like it's William Schwarzenegger, but like it's your mom.
Give her a hug or something. And Michael's standing 10 toes down of like, you need to understand where I'm coming from and why I'm mad. And here's the thing, I think I would get the ick if any of my friends acted like this towards their mom in front of me, but especially if I was dating somebody. This would be like breakup level. I would be like, ew, your mom is crying in the bathroom and I have to comfort her and she's crying because of you. We would be broken up within a week, I fear. maybe even the day. But Michael's friends, they hug Vicki. They say they're happy that she's here. And then Vicki joins the party. And things seem to be pretty patched up. And Vicki really is the life of the party.
No, I would do anything for you.
Would you buy me a car?
Sure. You get straight A's. How about if you get a
There's
3-5?
no way!
There's no way! How about if you get a 3-5 this semester, you got a car in your driveway.
I'm calling it right now. He's not going to have a new car. Just from what we're seeing here. The day continues to get better. Vicki does a keg stand. And she leaves ultimately feeling like the day ended up being a success. And she does feel a bit closer to Michael. Even though it got off to a rocky start, to say the least. So then we see Joe and Slade, who are at a meeting with some more record executives and producers. Slade is dressing like a Backstreet Boy this season. I know I already mentioned that he dresses differently, but it really just keeps making me giggle. Joe looks fantastic. She looks gorgeous. But this song is ass. This song is shit from a butt. This song is doo-doo feces all over the wall. I'm just saying. That's just my opinion.
I'm really scared.
Slade says it's important for him to be there at these meetings so that they don't try to take advantage of Joe, which is, I guess, very noble of him. But honestly, part of me feels like it's because, like, he thinks he's the diva. He thinks this is his singing career. Because I also was thinking, I'm like, I don't think because he's not a main cast member, I don't think he was getting paid for any of this. Like, I don't think he was getting paid to appear on the show. He was doing all this messy stunt queen drama literally for the love of the game. And Joe says that having a career in the music industry, she's very serious about it and she'll do whatever it takes to get there. And I'm just wondering, like, Mama, what about the real estate? Both her and Slade, like, do they still have their job? I guess Joe does because that's why she moved to LA, but it's just like such a pivot. This makes me feel crazy because they're all talking about how, like, oh my God, she's so talented. I really see, like, she could be the next big thing. Like, I could see this playing on the radio. And it's like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? I don't see any of that. This shit sucks. Lots of boardroom meetings this episode because next we see Ashley having a meeting with Lou, who's Tammy's ex-husband. He started a program called OC Angels to promote his new energy drink. He's saying they got patented technology that makes water from air. Sure. But Ashley and this girl, Kristen, with like white blonde fried hair, are talking to Lou about being brand models, promotional models for this patented energy drink.
I just got this amazing job where I'm going to be traveling with the company and we're going to be modeling all over the world.
And then we're going to do billboards with you girls on the billboard.
I'm not really sure what the Aqua Air Angels do. I think that they're supposed to be a spokesmodel for the product, out there getting the word out about the energy drink.
The whole thing is just very weird. And Lou was talking about how, you know, all the girls, they're supposed to be good role models. You know, they all have over a 3.5 average, no tattoos, no piercings. And this girl, Kristen, is talking about how they're going to go and do something at a veterans hospital because I guess that's what the vets need is Aqua Air energy drink water, whatever the fuck this thing is. And this girl's telling Ashley, like, no partying, no junk food. And Ashley's like, meanwhile, I know she's going back to that club with the go-go dancers tonight. And Lindsay's talking to her dad. She's like, I don't drink, I don't smoke. And he's like, I know, that's why you're an Aqua Angel. And then it literally cuts to a clip of her, like, hacking on a dart. For those who don't know, dart is Canadian for cigarette.
Yeah, Megan, we dropped her.
Sad.
I'm serious.
That's horrible. Megan is my sister. She has tattoos. She's not physically fit. She's not the right attitude for it.
I don't like the fact that Megan has tattoos. Megan goes out for a job interview, and unless she's working in an office, who's going to hire a girl who's got 17 tattoos on her?
This whole thing is just so weird. And Megan's pissed because she's like, this shit all just seems so fake. All these girls, they're not angels. They're not even that pretty. They're not even that fit. This whole thing just feels like a bunch of bullshit. But anyway, back to Joe and Slade. So Slade has set up a photo shoot for Joe at the house. She's got her gaggle of gays doing her glam. She says she wants the photo shoot to be tasteful and classy. She doesn't want to be too raunchy. And Slade is saying, he's like, you know, there's been a lot of buzz about her, so I think this is huge. What buzz? Literally, what buzz? You're making this shit up. But Slade is actually being really supportive of her, which is a big shift from last season where he just was like, no, you have to live in my house and you can't get a job. I can't give him his 10s because I don't like him. So he's never going to get that 10 from me, but I'll give him a flower, a petal, a stem, just for being supportive, I guess.
She looked freaking phenomenal.
I'm excited. I'm really excited.
Because I know there's already a buzz about her.
You look hot. That's great. Great. Give it all you got.
Can you blow the fan like underneath me and have it be like a Latin Marilyn Monroe?
Great. Love it. Give me a couple more like...
I wouldn't call this photo shoot trashy or raunchy, but I don't think I'd call it classy either. There's a lot of boobage going on. A lot of boobage going out of this dress. It's just funny because like I don't have faith in this career for her. I'm sorry. All love to Joe, but I'm just not seeing it for her. I wish she could have seen the astrologer, because the astrologer probably would have been like, girl, what are you doing? So then we see Tammy, and she's out to lunch with Duff again. Tammy and Duff going in circles once again. They go out to lunch to discuss co-parenting, and Tammy mentions that she's actually kind of starting to date somebody and is trying to slowly introduce him into her life. And Duff is taking the opportunity to really beg once again and hammer home like, well, like, you got this great guy sitting right here, and what could possibly be so great out there? And then when like we were already happy and had a family, it's like, buddy, give it up. Give it up.
Going into lunch today, we were just getting together to talk about a few things with Riley, and I basically took the opportunity to hammer her one more time on what it is that she really thinks she's going to find out there that's better than what we already had.
And Duff really seems adamant to get her back, because he's like, when we leave this lunch, we either, go our separate ways, or we say fuck it and we go to Vegas. And she's sort of like, I mean, a year ago, I probably would have said yes. A big part of why their relationship ended was because they weren't on the same page. She wanted to get married and he didn't. And he's talking about how Hurricane Tammy came through and ripped his roof off. And she's kind of saying like, sometimes love isn't enough. Sometimes you just got to know when to throw in the towel. And honestly, this would kind of be my hell. Give it up. Give it up. And they leave lunch very much being over. Tammy's like, okay, I'm done. Like, when I've reached my point, I'm finished. And again, it's like, especially at your big age, how long can you continue going in circles? You can be in each other's lives, but at some point you have to move on and give it up.
Love doesn't like conquer like everything, Yeah, we're just out of whack. Jeff and I are done. We're completely over. When I'm at the point I'm done, I'm done.
And I respect Tammy for putting in that boundary and just being like, no. Like, there was a point where I would have said yes to go to Vegas with you and get married right now, but that point is not right now. So then all the ladies go up to Beverly Hills to go shopping with Joe at Jimmy Choo. And this really is a like, women be shopping moment, because they're all living for these Jimmy Choos. It's very Sex in the City, very Carrie Bradshaw. Honestly, these shoes are fierce. Vicki says that at home she has a shoe closet that Dawn made for her. Lauri picks out a sexy pair of red shoes. She says George is gonna love them because red's kind of the color. These freaked out 40-year-olds, like, whoa.
I picked out these amazing red, beautiful satin shoes. George has great taste, so I think he's gonna love the red shoe. I mean, you know what that implies. Red's kind of the color, so should be fun.
That's another one of my goals for this year, is I really want to like get good at walking in heels, because this looks like, I'm trying not to say cunt, but this looks cunty. And Joe says, now that I'm up here on my own and I'm paying for everything, maybe I should be on a budget, but like, baby, these Jimmy Choos. She went to the Carrie Bradshaw School of Economics, and it's just nice to see the women all like hang out, even if it's just a short scene where they try on shoes. Again, knowing what the show becomes, I live. But anyways, Tammy is at the Aqua Angels shoot. I can't with the Aqua Angels. Right now, the Aqua Angels are Cara, Lindsay, Ashley, Brianna, and then 2 other girls. So basically like the daughters of the women on the show and then 2 random girls. When they show them all in the room, it is kind of funny that their whole thing is like, we want girls who are like, have good grades and are physically fit and healthy, and we're trying to promote that image. And like the makeup and hair they're doing, maybe it's just the time, but it's smoky eye, red lip. You would think that it would be kind of more like, oh, natural, little clean girl moment. This isn't exactly giving clean energy. But then Lou comes in and says they're bringing in 2 more girls as backup in case the girls don't behave. So this random girl named Michelle comes in, and the girls do not like her. They have beef with her for whatever reason. And the one other random girl in the corner is mean mugging Miss Michelle. And so this girl Taylor comes through and she goes, get out of my way, bitch. And these 2 girls start fighting.
Orchid Beach Fair, yeah.
Oh, I think I might have seen you.
Are you crazy? Probably.
I ate there one time. It was good. I like the shrimp with the coconut. That's my favorite thing. And actually, there's this rice there. Do you know the rice I'm talking about? The rice is yum. Taylor, stop it!
It's all very low vibrational. They start fighting. She throws a water bottle. Lou has to come and break it up. And Lindsay says she's not quite sure of the specific details of what the smackdown was about. Maybe she does need to go back to school. No disrespect, but like, Pacific girl, really? A lot of bad PR for brunettes going on here, because why are the two girls with brown hair fighting like cats and dogs in the corner? First we can't be in Playboy, now we're getting real low vibrational with it and fighting at the photo shoot, at the Aqua Angels shoot. Come on, we need a win. We need a win.
That was f***ed up.
I don't care. Knock it off, okay? This is bull.
You did it on purpose, and
I
you
didn't
know
do it
you
on
f***ed it, and f*** you for even being here, you stupid bitch. Get a life.
You know, if that's the way you feel, Taylor, you can leave anytime, okay?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious, okay? I thought there'd be a little competition. I didn't think there'd be a Second World War.
And Ashley says, ew, she was ugly anyway. But the show must go on, and the Aqua OC Angels photo shoot continues. This photo shoot is so bizarre. Tammy's directing Lindsay. She's telling her like what to do. Lindsay's getting pissed off. Cara says the whole look of the OC Angels is supposed to be like cute, fresh, healthy, but none of this is giving that. They're telling Cara to look bitchy, to give like a sexy bitchy pose. Mind you, these are a bunch of teenagers. So they're all saying the look is supposed to be fresh, healthy, conservative. None of this is giving that. Like, literally not even in the slightest. And Vicki in her little talking head, she thinks it's weird. And I agree. She's like, what the hell is Lou and Knickerbocker doing with all these girls? Like, I got a bad feeling about this one.
Just the whole thing freaks me out. It's just a little weird. I worry about Ashley and the other girls thinking that this Aqua Air Angels is going to be their next career. These girls are very vulnerable. This is not going to be a long-term career.
Very good lipstick.
I think that the OC Angel energy drink will do very well, and if I could get a full-time job out of it, that would be a great thing.
Lauri thinks she's being naive and that this is not really a viable career, and I agree. And also, Ashley's hair looks a hot mess. Look, I know it's 2006. I know fashion, beauty, style trends were completely different then than they are now, but Ashley's hair, there's no way around it. It looks a hot mess. The extension's not matching. The fact that it looks dry and wet at the same time. Even from this hair alone, girl, I would not bank your career on this. Please. But anyways, we cut to Jeana at her birthday dinner. Vicki and Dawn are there, and honestly, I have to say, Dawn has a really nice smile. I just feel like I have to point that out. And so it's Jeana, Dawn, Vicki, and then another one of Jeana's friends, and Matt doesn't show up. Jeana's husband, Matt, bails on her birthday, which is honestly just really sad. It's very telling, obviously, but it's just really sad. Like, it's her birthday. And in Vicki's talking head, she says she tries to talk to Jeana about her family and about the dysfunction going on, and that ultimately it's just really sad to witness. Like, even the fact that your own husband doesn't come to your birthday dinner, like, that is really sad. But Vicki's gonna treat Jeana like a princess anyway. She gets her one of those gorgeous sky tops that all the women wear. Literally, like, trend alert sky tops with the big embellishment.
It's all about you, princess. This is my color, but you can take it. I just did like a little guy in here. She did. What is that? What is it? You have to read it. Just count your blessings. That is beautiful. I think we share our blessings. That is beautiful. You're coming home with me tonight, baby.
Jeana tells them about the dog trainer coming over, and she kind of tries to frame it as like a funny story when it's really not. And Vicki says in her talking head that she thinks Jeana deserves better. Honestly, she doesn't understand why she stays with Matt. And she also says she doesn't know how Jeana stays sane. And I think Jeana really does deserve better than a man who can't even show up to her birthday dinner. So then we see Lauri, and she's showing up at the townhouse to have a conversation with Ashley about what's going on here and about their living situation. And Lauri approaches the subject by being like, you know, like the conditions of you living here rent-free are that you keep the place clean and that you're enrolled in school. Ashley starts to get very defensive and emotional, almost disproportionately so to the conversation going on. And Lauri starts pushing her about whether she's enrolled, and Ashley's like, yes, I am enrolled, but like I'm in one class, it starts in October. And Lauri's kind of like, hey, you're missing the point. Like, when I say enrolled in school, I mean enrolled full-time, not in like one class, and that class being ceramics. And Lauri basically tells her that if she's not in school, she needs to have a job and she needs to be paying rent. It's ultimately just really awkward to watch because Ashley's getting really emotional and Lauri just keeps pushing the subject.
How much do you make a month?
I don't know.
Of course you know. If you don't know, that's a huge,
How much do you make a month?
Mistake. That's not up to. We're not talking about my
well,
finances.
It doesn't matter what my finances are.
I'm not here living with you for free. Can you make your $300 car payment?
Yeah.
With what you're making?
Are you like seriously trying to embarrass me?
No, I'm not trying to embarrass you at all.
And Ashley starts running away from Lauri. She's running all over the house. She says Lauri's trying to embarrass her, which is like, I mean, they are having this conversation on television, so I do get what she means by that. And Ashley's like crying her eyes out. And Lauri's trying to explain to her, like, if you're not going to be in school, you need to get a job and you need to be paying rent. And Ashley, here's the thing. Here's another example of something where, as weird as it sounds, I do kind of see both sides on this. Because Ashley is very much being a brat. And I would say Ashley is kind of in the wrong here. Not kind of. I think Ashley is in the wrong here. Because she's telling Lauri, she's like, can you just finish whatever lecture you're trying to give me right now? But she does express in her talking head, she says that her mom has historically tried to be her friend too much and not necessarily be a mom. And that's kind of confusing because it's like, don't go out and party and drink with me and then think you can go and lecture me right after. And Ashley once again explains that she thinks this Aqua OC Angel energy drink gig is going to be a fruitful career for her. And I get it. She's young and like it is an exciting opportunity because she's crying and she's like, we're going to go all over the world to promote this energy drink. And Lauri's like, okay, no. Did you ever think that maybe your education is more important than promoting a drink in a nightclub? And Ashley doesn't like that. She's like, it's not just promoting a drink in a nightclub, it's a sales job. Girl, it is promoting a drink in a nightclub. I've done promotional work. It is promoting a drink in a nightclub.
OC energy drink, I'm doing that and promoting it all over the world.
Lou's a great guy, but here's my problem with that. Has he ever thought that your college education is more important than promoting a drink in a nightclub? Seriously?
Like that.
I mean,
seriously.
well,
promoting
no.
a drink in a nightclub? No, it would be a sales job.
What's in it for you? I don't think that that's going to be as much time as what you're thinking.
Well, I do.
I'm not on Ashley's side here, and I need to make that abundantly clear. But here's where I do kind of understand where she's coming from. She does point out something that I was thinking about when I was watching this, which is like, you didn't really care about any of this until you started getting your life together, which is kind of true because it's like, we saw Lauri last season, her life was a mess, and like, I don't think the Lauri of last season would be talking to Ashley like this. Maybe it's because she had bigger fish to fry and more stuff going on, but I think it's like, you got a rich man, you're all shacked up, and now you want to act all Hollywood instead of having sympathy for the fact that Ashley's having trouble getting her life together. And it comes out during the conversation that Ashley's actually not enrolled in college at all. She's not enrolled in the one class, she's not enrolled at all. And Lauri doesn't like that because that was the one part of the agreement. And Lauri starts talking about, you know, if you don't want to pay rent here, maybe I should just put the house on the market. I should take advantage of the market. Which to me, again, I'm like, that's George's voice in your head. And even Ashley says in her little confessional, she's like, I think my mom selling the house would be really stupid because she's only known George for 6 months. And if it doesn't work out, then where's she gonna live? And when I say I see both sides of this, what I mean is I feel like there's a pretty easy compromise here that I think they can achieve if they just listen to one another. But that doesn't seem to be happening because I think Ashley's being a brat. I think that she is taking advantage of her mom's trust by living here rent-free without fulfilling either of the requirements her mom asks of her. But also, I think Lauri could be a bit more sympathetic considering, again, like her life was in shambles until 6 months ago, but now she wants to act Hollywood because she's got this rich man and he buys her all this nice stuff. And I think that's more just my general thoughts about Lauri this season as opposed to whose side am I on here. Because like, your daughter doesn't have a job, she can't pay rent at the house you're letting her live at. What's the solution if you sell the house? Where's she gonna live? Is she gonna come live with you and George? Like, what does that solve? I feel like, I don't want to say Lauri's neglecting them because like Ashley's 21, she's an adult, but also like Lauri fully has this new family going on, and I feel like neglect isn't the right word. Like, neglecting her kids is not the right word because I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say she's neglecting them. I think it's more like she's living such a different life, but like without her kids. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's very interesting to me because Ashley's definitely in the wrong here, but I can understand her frustration with her mom. And Lauri says she's like, I can't just keep giving. She needs to grow up and she needs to land on her own 2 feet. And I think that time is now. But also it's like, again, like I've said several times, where did she learn this behavior from? Because even Lauri has constantly needed the support of these men around her, and then she expects her daughter to not see that and also require support. Like, does that make sense? Am I making sense or do I sound insane? I don't know. I'm not a parent. I'm not a parenting expert. Goodbye. So we have made it to the season finale of season 2 for Real Housewives of Orange County, episode 9. The episode opens with Lauri and George's modern day Brady Bunch having a joint birthday party for Sophie.
I could have sworn this entire time that Lauri's like youngest daughter was named Sophia.
For Sophie,
who I keep wanting to call Sophia,
and George's daughter Bria. They're having a joint bowling birthday party. Everybody's there, and Josh was actually able to come. He was able to get out of his program for the day, and everybody's having a great time. Ashley is in an absolutely rotten mood.
When are you guys getting married?
Dun, 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 dun.
When we can find time, I'm trying to figure this out. When are we getting married?
Anywhere between now and May.
No, I just...
January's my birthday month. You're not stealing my thunder.
Oh my God. Ashley was in a foul mood at Sophie's birthday party. So there was no making her happy.
And Josh, once again, is bringing up the subject of potentially living at the townhouse with Ashley. And Ashley is not really a fan of the idea. But here's the thing. I'm like, and Josh says the same thing, which is like, I don't really think you get to make the decisions when you're not making any payments on the house. Like, it's not actually your house. But she gets really weird and defensive about it. Again, she's convinced that Lauri's not going to sell the house because she's like, why would she sell the house when she's not even married to this guy she's been dating for 6 months? Which, like, I think it would be silly for Lauri to sell the house, but hey, what do I know? But Ashley's reasoning for why she wouldn't want Josh living with her, kind of the same reasoning of Lauri, which is like, I don't think he's responsible enough to be living on his own. But ultimately, I think that's a conversation for Lauri and Josh and not for Ashley and Josh. Because again, Ashley famously doesn't pay for anything at the house and it's not her house. So if Lauri wants Josh to live there, then Josh is going to live there. And Sophie gets a cell phone for her 9th birthday. I guess.
Why are you telling me? No.
Yeah. Sophie, what did you get? What did you get?
It's on the phone I wanted.
And she's been asking for a cell phone since she was 3. So, you know, at 9, at the ripe age of 9, she gets her first cell phone.
But then we see Tammy, and she talks more about co-parenting with Duff, and that they get 50-50 custody of Riley, which she says is quite unusual for men to get the child 50% of the time. She doesn't think Riley, who's 4, understands that Duff and Tammy aren't together anymore and is having trouble with the whole 7 days Tammy, 7 days Duff thing, which, I mean, yeah, he's 4 years old. I think a 4-year-old would have trouble with that. But she says even through that, raising Riley is still easier than raising Lindsay and Megan. And speaking of Megan, Megan broke up with Roman, her Iron Cross Kennels pit bull breeder 36-year-old boyfriend. Thank God. That's just, I'm sorry, I really can't get past Iron Cross Kennels. That is so absolutely fucking crazy. Good for Megan for breaking up with him. I'm sorry, Megan, every time Megan's on screen, all I can look at are those eyebrows. Honestly, part of why I delayed filming this was because my eyebrows are super grown out right now, but that's because one night I took a flat razor to them and then tried to have a little thin eyebrow moment, and it looked horrible. It looked like a chopped mess. I had a notch in one eyebrow, so I had to wait for them to grow in. So sorry for the delay, everybody. At least now you don't have to see me looking absolutely insane. If I had done them right, they would have looked kind of cute. I did them after a couple of cocktails, and in the moment I was like, this is so fierce. And I woke up and was like, actually, what the hell is wrong with me? But anyway, since Megan and Roman broke up, she is spending more time at the house with Lindsay.
Having Megan around, it's weird because I'm not used to it, because it's like she's like gone for so long, and then she comes back whenever she breaks up with somebody. She comes back and it's like, hey, you have to be best friends with her again. So it's kind of hard to jump into something that quick. But we're sisters, so we'll always be best friends with each other.
And then Megan is making Lindsay cook for her, and they start to get into a bit of an argument where Megan says that Lindsay wants to marry for money. And Lindsay's like, don't say that. Like, that's so mean for you to say that. And Lindsay's like, you just piss me off. You can make your own food. But they both say that even though they fight, it's nice to have their sister around, that they have a really nice bond. And I have to say, drinking out of red Solo cups in your own house is insane. Like, you don't have glassware, a red cup in your own house, like maybe the microplastics. Not even microplastics, the macroplastics. So on to Joe and Slade. Joe comes down to cook for Slade. And this time actually cook, not make chocolate chip cookies out of a package. And Slade is being pouty and he's in a bad mood. And she asks him, she's like, you seem like you're in a bad mood. Like, what's going on? And he says, it's because you're not nice to me. What?
Why are you in such a bad mood? You're always in a bad mood when I try to do something for you.
It's because you're not nice to me.
I'm sorry if you feel like I've been short with you. I just feel like you're always so busy all the time now.
I know, you don't need me anymore.
And he says things don't feel the same. They don't feel like boyfriend and girlfriend. And he feels like she doesn't respect him. Okay. And she says, she's like, I moved to LA to take a job. Like, hello, we're still boyfriend and girlfriend. And he says,
but I feel like you don't respect me. And I feel like you don't appreciate the things I do.
And Joe does not want to fight. She's like, I came to cook you dinner. Like, I don't understand where this is coming from. And he's kind of just being a bit of a bitch. Like, he's being really pouty and really moody. And he feels like their relationship has definitely changed since she moved out and that she's changed. And again, I've said it once, I'll say it again. They're just not on the same page and they need to break up. Like, that's the gist of it. But Slade is being a bit of a bitch and he's starting to wonder if his relationship with Joe is even worth it anymore.
You just become a different person up there.
I'm just me, Slade. Love it or leave it.
Okay, well, I'm just being me. So if you don't like it, tough shit. I've been doing a lot of wondering, actually, if my relationship between Joe is worth it. The toll that it has on me emotionally, it's not a good deal for me.
And then he comes over and he like hugs her from behind and then starts crying and then they both start crying and he says I just feel like I've lost you. And it's all very dramatic and I can't take it seriously because I'm like, you guys should have broken up like months ago. You guys should have broken up last year when you did break up. And he's crying and he says,
I just feel like you don't want me as part of your life up in LA and I just don't know how to turn my feelings off and throw away the best 3 years of my life and I don't know what to do and blah, 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 blah.
And it's just, again, it goes back to season 1 where it's like the cause of your conflict is that you guys are at 2 different places in your life. She does not want to settle down in the suburbs. You don't care to move to LA. You'll both be fine. Maybe I'm being a bit too callous. Maybe I'm not caring enough. I just don't like Slade. And I think everything they fight about is kind of stupid. Is that okay to say? Am I allowed to say that? I think it's kind of stupid. I feel like just break up. And I think part of why they're both upset is because I think they both realize like, mama, it's over. I feel like even when they got back together and they were trying to make things work again, I feel like they both just knew like this is not gonna work.
I just feel like I've lost you. I just love you so much. You know? I feel like you don't want me as part of your life in LA.
But anyways, speaking of women who are in relationships that are not working for them, I don't know why I said that because the scene isn't even about Jeana. I needed a segue and the scene is about Shane. But Jeana says that Shane's back injury has been kind of a wake-up call for not just him but for the entire family, kind of what life could look like without just revolving around baseball. So Shane needs to go and get fitted for a suit. Because Matt's not around a lot, Jeana mentions that Shane actually has a lot of positive male influences in his life, and the guy he goes shopping for a suit with is Brent, the guy that Slade had that absolutely tankstagram meeting with in season 1. He goes with Shane to get his suit fitted, which is really nice. Even though Shane is kind of an asshole, I feel like it is good for him to have male figures in his life.
With Shane, he's playing baseball, but I worry that he won't have the skills to fall back on something, but that will be his choice, and I won't be saying I told you so.
But I don't really care to watch a bunch of men get fitted for suits. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Vicki and Jeana go out for dinner together, and they kind of both talk about their husbands, and Jeana thinks they treat their husbands very similarly in the sense that they don't treat them very well and they don't pay that much attention to them. Jeana feels like she treats Matt like the mailman, which isn't really like a good vibe to have with your husband. And Vicki says that she feels she's very independent and like she doesn't need Don. But then she kind of has moments where she realizes, I kind of do. Like, he's my rock and our relationship is really important to me. But Vicki says, she's like, I still want to be courted by my husband. I want to go out on dates. I want to do this romantic stuff.
Women and men hit a certain plateau and they stop working on their relationships. And that's when the wives run off with the poolmen and the husbands run off with the secretaries.
But she says she doesn't really worry about Matt cheating on her because they share really similar morals and that neither of them would cheat. Because Vicki's like, I'd be more worried about you cheating on Matt. Which is honestly tea because Jeana needs a boyfriend. And Vicki says that strong moral compass is very much a Midwest thing because they're both from the Midwest. And she says her and Dawn have always said that if it gets to a point, like, just leave, don't cheat, just have enough respect to walk away instead of cheating on one another. And Jeana says that where she's from, people don't get divorced. Like, you get married and that's it. You stay together because you marry someone who you love and respect. But I fear that Matt and Jeana need to get a divorce. Sorry, I'll say it. They need to get divorced because this is not working. And compared to Matt and Jeana, Vicki and Dawn have only been married for 12 years. And Vicki comes to the realization that she's like, if I don't start investing time into my relationship with Dawn, it's going to fail like Matt and Jeana.
I mean, how long have we been married?
20 some years.
I'm
12. I should still have that sparkle. And then I realized, if I don't give the time for my marriage, it will fail, just like Jeana and Matt's marriage.
That's true. Like, their marriage is not in a good place. I literally just said that they need to get a divorce. And I do think that's a thing that Vicki's sort of realizing this season is like, she needs to sort of diversify how she spends her time and not just think about work all the time. So Vicki and Dawn go for dinner and drinks. And I know I already said this, but Dawn really does have a really nice smile. Maybe it's just because I'm hungry right now, but those chips look so good. I'm not even that much of a foodie, but I feel like every time I'm watching a show and they're eating food, like my eyes go to the food and I'm like, what are you having? And I have to be like, oh, that looks good. Okay, hi. I know I look crazy right now, but 2 things I cannot believe. Number 1, I'm about to break my no free promo rule. And number 2, I can't believe I was talking about food in the context of Real Housewives and didn't bring up this cookbook that I own. Cook it, spill it, throw it. The unauthorized, unofficial Real Housewives cookbook, thank you. If you are in the market for a cookbook or you are a Housewives fan, you have a Housewives fan in your life, you need this. Because when you look at a recipe or like you get a cookbook and the recipes in there are either really fucking complicated or they're easy but they're not good. Like, they taste like they were easy to make. This is the answer to all your problems. And so Dawn asks Vicki, like, what are your plans for the weekend? And then he's like, psych, we're catching a boat in the morning. He has surprised her with a romantic weekend in Catalina. Ugh, I'm sorry, those chips in that margarita. Let me have one.
We are. Just you and me. Absolutely. My wife, God bless her, she's really, really busy lately, and she goes 100 miles an hour, and we seldom ever get a chance to get away. So I thought I would, maybe take her to Catalina for a night.
Thank you. Are you sure?
Yeah.
And Vicki is thrilled because normally she's the one who plans these types of things. She says Don's a great husband, but he's kind of a backseat husband. He doesn't really plan stuff ever. So it means a lot to her that he actually took the time to plan this so that they can spend time together and that she can relax. And she says that Don's never really done anything like this for her before. She feels like they're getting married all over again. She's realizing, especially after talking with Jeana, that one thing marriages need is time. And she feels like she doesn't give Don enough of that. And that's the one thing that she can improve on, is actually spending more time with him. And Dawn's really happy to have time where it's just them, no kids, no phones, no work, no dogs, no nothing, just Dawn and Vicki sharing time together.
I'm an empty nester now, and it's changed my relationship with Don. I recognize that he's the one that I have to go to every night to talk with versus Michael or Brianna.
Wow, I can't believe you pulled this off without me knowing.
But Vicki's kind of gagged that he was able to pull this off without her knowing, because I feel like you can't get shit past her. And they talk a bit about how they could spend more time together without forcing it. She says how their relationship kind of works is that he lets her do her own thing, she lets him do his own thing, and then they kind of come together and find that happy medium. But she feels like this little trip to Catalina has really rekindled something between her and Dawn. And it's nice to feel like he still loves her and he still cares about her. It does look like a gorgeous little day. We need to go to Catalina. And while Vicki and Dawn are rekindling their spark, things have not been great between Joe and Slade. I did not need Albert Einstein to tell me that. Honey, I could have told you that. I am telling you that. I've been telling you that. Shit is not working between you two. But they're hoping they can get back on track, so they do go to see a relationship counselor, which is something that Kimberly had actually suggested in season 1, and both of them were kind of like, we're not even married. Do you think that's really necessary? Clearly it is. And so the relationship counselor wants to talk to both of them one-on-one to sort of get a feel for what the issues in their relationship might be. And I'm like, sweetheart, how much time do you have? But so she speaks with Slade first, and she asks him what he feels his commitment level to their relationship is. He says about 50%. And when asked about what he thinks Joe's commitment to the relationship is, he says he doesn't think she's committed at all anymore, and maybe he would put her at a 2 out of 10. It kind of bothers me that those aren't on the same scale. Like, you're 50%, she's 2 out of 10. I'm no math wizard, but that bothered me. And Slade says something that, I hate to say it, is very valid. He's like, I don't want a part-time girlfriend.
Truthfully, do you
Hers?
think? Yes.
I don't think she's committed to it at all anymore.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10?
2. I don't want a part-time girlfriend.
Right.
I'm not convinced that her being in Los Angeles and me being in Orange County is really going to work for me.
So then she asks Joe the same question, and to very little surprise, their answers are different. She says her commitment level is actually an 8 or 9 out of 10, which is very different than Slade's 2 out of 10 he put her at. She says she would give herself that number because she loves Slade, she thinks he's perfect, she loves their relationship. And she says that staying at home and trying to be this housewife, she lost a sense of what her goals were, what her ambitions were, and just ultimately who she is, and she wants that back. And she felt that she was molding into another person, someone who she's not. And the reason she was doing that was because she loved Slade, which is really difficult, and I feel like is not a sign of a good relationship, which really sucks. And we even saw that firsthand last season. Like, she was miserable sitting at home. And for as kind of annoying as she's being this season, it's nice to see her regain that sense of independence, because that would be hard on anybody to feel like you've lost touch with yourself and what you want out of life, especially at such a young age. And for a man at that, no, you need to get out of there.
And I just lost completely a sense of me.
So you have a sense of unfulfilled ambition.
Absolutely.
And achievement.
Completely.
Right.
I just found myself becoming and molding into this other person. Housewife in training, if you will.
To please
him because I loved him.
Right.
Right. And found myself really unhappy.
And so the therapist comes to the conclusion that they're having a life stage conflict, and that a lot of the friction is coming from the fact that they're at different points in their lives. Diva, I could have told you that. Like, no shit. And the relationship counselor keeps emphasizing, like, yeah, you guys are just, you're living in separate worlds and you want different things. And again, baby, I could have told you that. Here on youtube.com/garbagecandy, I can give you that advice for free. You just need to break up. And here goes Slade. He goes,
I think I love her too much that I have to let her go.
I can't. I'm sorry, the way Slade is sitting on this couch is kind of destroying me. Like the crossed legs, the bootcut jeans, and the flip-flops. Okay, stunt queen.
My gut tells me in this relationship that I love her so much that I have to let her go. That we can't be together physically in that type of relationship. Right. Which churns my stomach to say that.
Right. So why don't you tell her what you need to tell her?
It is. It's real.
And Joe's kind of looking at him like, what are you talking about? And she says, she's like, I mean, I kind of saw the end of our relationship coming, but I'm still kind of shocked. After 3 years, you're going to break up with me on a couch? And for some reason, it's so funny, like, that's what she's hung up on, is like, you broke up with me on a couch, as opposed to a chair, as opposed to standing up. Maybe it's just like, you broke up with me on a couch in front of this random lady. I think that's more what she means, but it's just funny that she keeps being like, you broke up with me on a couch?
But after 3 years, he broke up with me on a couch.
You need to be free to date other people, to work on your career, to not date if you choose. That's up to you.
And he's like petting her head. I'm happy this is where this ends, but like, girl, he says, he's like,
I refuse to sit at home wondering, you know, where you are, what you're doing, who you're with, and I'm probably going to end up dating myself. I refuse to sit at home in a 6,000 square foot house by myself and blah, blah, blah.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this. And like, even just the way he's kissing her looks so awkward and stiff. Like the kiss on the forehead, the cradling on the neck, and kissing on the cheek. It's just too much in front of this random lady. I would assume this is a regular occurrence as like a relationship counselor, that like people break up right in front of you and you just have to sit there like, your time is up, can I have my payment please? But yeah, it's kind of awkward, but I can't help but celebrate, because hopefully this is the very end of Joe and Slade. Yay! So then we get our Real Housewives staple, the finale party, Vicki's backyard barbecue blowout where everyone's invited. We see Lauri and George. Lauri finally got her engagement ring. It is absolutely enormous. As expected, George loves to spoil her, but that shit is huge. For as much as I feel like I keep whacking her, good for her. There is some tension between Lauri and Ashley still, I guess, after their argument. And Ashley is kind of not moved by the gigantic engagement ring. And she says, she's like, I guess it's kind of just like, I'm shocked that my mom just keeps getting one thing after another from this man. Which is like, yeah, we saw the car, the Rolex, the engagement ring, the trips, and then some.
Did you hear about this?
Georgie, welcome.
No? I know. Nice, huh? Yeah, it's so big it makes me look skinny.
Yeah, but it does.
At Vicki's barbecue, there was a lot of tension between Ashley and I went to show her my ring, and she was less than excited about it.
And then Tammy shows up with a date, her new boo that she's been dating. It's still very fresh. Duff's not coming because he's trying to kind of find distance between the whole Kodo scene. Jeana's there with her whole family, including Matt, which is a shocker. I feel like this is the first we've seen him out of the house. Jeana says they're at a bit of a crossroads.
We're at crossroads in a relationship, and one of us has to bend one way or the other. But as you get older, I think you're less flexible to bend. I don't know. We have 4 houses. He can pick one.
So here's hoping they get divorced in season 3. And everybody's drinking these little martinis. Vicki says hers is super strong because she wants to get lit. Oh, I love Vicki. I need to be at this barbecue. Build me a time machine. I don't care about the butterfly effect. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I need to be here. And Vicki hits Brianna with my favorite line again.
Hi, Princess. Is it better than dorm food?
It's better than microwave dinners that I eat all the time.
Where's Michael?
Colorado.
Hi, Princess. You can tell Vicki's already off the tease. And she cries thinking about Michael because she misses him and she feels proud of him. Vicki says she's working on her control issues and that people around her have started to notice the change. I'm gonna commend her for anything she does because I think she's queenie, but good for her and I commend her. Joe shows up all the way from LA and she gags on Lauri's ring. Lauri says she thinks Joe's a little jealous. Mama, she had a giant ring. And Vicki, being the queen she is, she encourages Joe to have fun and live her life because who cares about Slade? Honestly, I don't. But speak of the devil, and when I say devil, I mean devil. In walks Slade Smiley, and in true stunt queen fashion, he's brought a date. I'm dead because he knew he was messy for this.
Slade brought a date to the party, and it was just so weird because I didn't know they were there until I heard all the gasps. What? Oh! Okay, you've got to be kidding me right now.
It's actually the girl who he was flirting with at boys' night who was munching on his lamb chop or his ribs, whatever cut of meat that is. I don't know, I used to be vegan. That cut of meat is not my business. And Slade goes, it was a little awkward seeing Joe there. Like, yeah, no shit. You knew she was gonna be there. Like, he's a messy bitch who lives for drama. And Vicki thinks it's terribly rude that Slade is causing a scene at her party, which it is. You tell him, Vicki. Joe thinks it's weird because she didn't bring a date out of respect for Slade because she knew he would be there. So why did he bring one? He's so messy. I actually can't, it's like, I can't stand him, but also, like, not to reference another franchise for those of you who don't watch, but, like, he really is Michael Darby in the sense of, like, I cannot stand him, but also, like, I kind of live to see what he does next. And Lauri says exactly what I've been saying, which is Slade thinks he's the next Real Housewife.
He thrives on drama. I mean, Slade thinks he's the next Real Housewife.
Don't you think it was brave of Janice to come into the wasp's nest?
It's not a wasp's nest. I think her feelings are just hurt that you replaced her so quickly.
Who?
Joe.
And everybody thinks not only is it extraordinarily tacky that Slade brought a date to this barbecue, but they also think his date looks tacky. They're saying she looks like she was pulled off Sunset Boulevard. They just say she looks tacky, she looks cheap, she looks like she was paid for, which, like, no disrespect if she was, but, like, to a backyard barbecue at someone's home, crazy. And to no surprise, Slade seems to be thriving off this drama. He's like, oh, we're the talk of the party. Like, yeah, because you're tacky and weird. But Joe and Lauri have a bit of a heart-to-heart over the situation because Joe's obviously upset. Like, this is very tacky and very rude and very disrespectful because they broke up 4 days ago. But Joe decides to go and be the bigger person, but she walks right up to Slade and Miss Janice and introduces herself. And then Joe leaves, and by leaves, I mean she goes and hangs out with Shane. What the hell, sure. And once again, I'm obsessed with Vicki's grotto. I would love to have this at my house. Like, I would spend all day in there. I would be recording in there. But Shane is comforting Joe, and honestly, I think Shane needs to use his evil sensibilities that are being communicated to him through his earrings to go up against Slade. Take one for the team. Whack him once real good.
He shows up at places where I go because our friends are all the same. And, like, I already told him, like, we can't.
By the way, no one breaks up in his friends. Just thought I'd
Well, we tried to do it, and obviously we can't. Great, now I'm like the drama girl of the party.
You're always a drama girl.
Shut up, Shane.
But anyways, we get everyone's little exit moment. Shane has returned to baseball after his injury. He's playing for the Oakland A's minor team in Arizona. Work. And him and Joe are just friends. I feel like Joe does not need to date any more Koto DeKaza guys, especially not one who's 20 years old. Cara hopes to go to UCLA in the fall. Yes, God. And Jeana and Matt are miraculously still living together under the same roof. And Joe says she hopes to keep in touch with all the ladies. Spoiler alert, she will not be returning for season 3 because now she's no longer living in Orange County. She's moved out of the apartment with JJ and now lives on her own in LA. And she's still looking for that record deal. And Slade is now Joe's manager. What the hell, sure. I can't. I can't. But Slade plans to move to LA in his own apartment. At least they're both out of Koto and I don't have to see them in season 3. Thank you, God. But anyways, Lauri and George plan to wed in the spring. Ashley is still living at the townhouse, except now she pays the bills, she pays the rent, and she cleans up after those cats. And Josh did end up moving into the townhouse with Ashley, but he was kicked out 2 weeks later for violating the rules of the townhouse, which is unfortunate. But when they say kicked out, I'm like, where did he go? Like, surely you didn't just kick him out. I would hope not. On to Tammy. Her and Duff remain broken up. Thank God. I feel like they need to stop going in circles. She's still dating the new guy who she brought to Vicky's party. And Megan and Roman did not get back together, but she's still got that Iron Cross Kennels tattoo on her stomach. But anyways, Lindsay has moved out of Tammy's house and now lives with her father. And she plans to attend college, community college, in the fall. And then finally we have Vicki. She says, people want to keep up with the Joneses, but frankly, we are the Joneses. I am the Joneses. Which I'm pretty sure ends up becoming a Nene Leakes tagline, where she says, I don't keep up with the Joneses. I am the Joneses. But Vicki is still trying to control her control issues. She promises to never surprise Michael at college ever again. And Michael did not get his GPA up, and Vicki did not buy him a car. I could have seen that one coming from a mile away. Brianna and Colby are still together and still saving themselves for marriage. The finale ends with Jeana's line that ended season 1.
There's a huge mystique when you live behind the gates, but once they open up, we're no different than anyone else.
Which again, I wouldn't say no different, but they really are just women who live normal lives and have similar problems to the ones that we have, maybe just with a bit more money. That concludes season 2. I thought this was a pretty good season. Like I said, we are kind of seeing the show take shape a bit more. There was definitely a lot more drama and a lot more interaction between the women this season than we saw in season 1, which is amazing. I quite like Tammy, the new addition. Do I think she's a top tier housewife? No, but I like her. But honestly, I just have to say it. Season 3, we are getting
I'm the hottest housewife.
Life-changing addition to the cast. We are getting an addition to the cast that will, I would say, change the trajectory of the entire Housewives dynasty, if you will, forever. And I'm so unbelievably excited. But it is interesting because initially the show, they just wanted to call it Real Housewives, The Real Housewives. And the idea was floated around to have it be The Real Housewives of Orange County for 2 reasons. Number 1, it would draw attention by playing off the titles of 2 already very loved and iconic shows, Desperate Housewives and The OC. So it would bring in attention that way. And number 2, calling it The Real Housewives of Orange County would offer the opportunity to potentially explore other cities, such as The Real Housewives of New York, The Real Housewives of Atlanta, The Real Housewives of New Jersey. And Andy Cohen initially opposed the idea because he thought it was too clunky and why would we ever, expand this? And then after season 1 aired, they were like, wait, I think we have a hit on our hands, and obviously yes they did, and thus the show became known as The Real Housewives of Orange County, which is a bit of a mouthful, I won't lie. But after season 2 of Real Housewives of Orange County, they began production on 2 more shows. One was a little show that was formerly known as Manhattan Moms, which thus became The Real Housewives of New York City, premiering in 2008. And also premiering in 2008 was The Real Housewives of Atlanta. Both of which, honestly, 2008 was a huge year for me because both of those are probably my 2 favorite franchises of all time. Some of my favorite housewives. I realized that in season 1, I asked everybody who their favorite housewives were, and I didn't even say mine. Even though I asked everybody who their favorite housewife was in season 1. Whenever I get asked that question, I freeze. I'm like, no, it's not that simple. Like, it depends on my mood. It's like asking me to pick a favorite child. But I would say some of my goats would be Countess Luann, Miss Luann de Lesseps, Kenya Moore, Nene Leakes. I know that's a cliche answer, like that should be everybody's answer, but Nene Leakes. Vicki, obviously, and Tamra. I'm sorry, I love Tamra, who we will meet next season. LVP, like there's so many legends who I all love for different reasons, but this is really where we see the show start to take shape, and you will see another very exciting landmark moment in the next episode, which is the reunion. So let's get into that. I'm probably not going to spend too much time getting into the reunion. As a little life hack, my queen Deeply Superficial says in her video where to start Real Housewives, if you're ever looking to start like in the middle, watching the previous season's reunion can always be a good way to get caught up, which is why I'm not going to recap it that much because I already just recapped the entire season. But we'll be talking about it, we'll be discussing it. And this reunion is different than last season's because last season's was lawn chairs in Vicki's backyard watching the show on a like substitute teacher rollout TV. But it's not quite where the reunions are today. It's more of a watch what happens special where they sit down with the women, which means it is the first on-camera appearance of Andy Cohen on Real Housewives. That is the monumental shift that happens here.
Hey everybody, welcome to a Watch What Happens special, the Real Housewives of Orange County reunion. I'm Andy Cohen. Let's meet the housewives.
And Andy looks so young and sprightly here. It actually is like kind of insane. Like I was just watching the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City reunion at the gym today and seeing Andy there versus here. My God, this fresh-faced young man. And right out the gate, we notice Joe is a blonde. She's got some highlights going on. I don't really like it. I think in Not All Diamonds and Rose, she literally said, she was like, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Team Brunette is losing soldiers over here. And Andy's just generally asking the women questions like who their style icons are. Jeana says her daughter dresses her. Lauri says her style icon is Nicole Kidman, which I think is kind of fierce. And Andy asks them about their plastic surgery. Turns out all of them have breast implants. Jeana was actually right that Kimberly's guess of 85% of the women in Koto having breast implants was actually a low ball because 100% of the women on the stage have them. Andy asks what names they get called online. And we have a little brush with some slight transphobia. Lauri kind of says that she's been transvestigated online, but those are not the words she uses. Those are my words. I'm not going to say the words they use. But anyway, Andy asks if any of them regret their plastic surgery, and Joe actually says that she regrets her breast implants, her breast augmentation, her fake boobs. Joe says she's actually having a breast reduction done, and Vicki says that she's already had a breast reduction, which is crazy because I feel like I noticed that her boobs are really big. So it's crazy that that's already the product of a breast implant reduction. Good on her, though, because I think she looks great.
I think a lot of people get them because they're maybe insecure, they're feeling not sexy, or they've had their children and they got saggy baggy elephants happening and they don't want them anymore.
Andy asks the very brave question of who everybody voted for in the presidential election. I feel like they just don't ask questions like that anymore. I wonder why. Let's not talk about that. Unanimously, they voted Republican, which should not shock anybody. If you're gagging at that, I don't know what to tell you. They're like, yeah, basically everybody in Orange County is a Republican. I'm not going to comment on that further because I'm not American, and I feel like it's not my place to comment on the voting demographics of a lot of places in the States. Anyways, moving on. I'll comment on it when we get Real Housewives of, I don't know, Calgary. Andy asks Joe about her relationship with Slade. Honestly, Andy's like, the reunions are so funny when Andy gets involved because I feel like some of the shit that he reads, like some of the viewer comments are like, Joe, Heather from Toronto says that blonde hair looks horrible on you. Why do you keep it? And she'll just like laugh. That's not what the question was. That was me creating an example because that blonde hair does kind of look a little horrible on her. I'm not going to lie. For someone as gorgeous as her, this hair is not working. The viewer is like, why does Slade put up with Joe? Which, that's a crazy takeaway. Maybe it's a sign of the times. Maybe they were just picking viewer comments from people who were actually insane and watching a Twilight Zone version of the show. To which Joe says, baby, change the channel. And they all say that Slade calls himself the 6th housewife. We can tell. No, we can tell.
Oh, what can I say? I don't mean to be disrespectful, you know what I mean? It's just sometimes I am. Because I'm mad. Because I'm human and I have feelings that, you know.
Is Slade a chump?
He's not a chump, but he has called himself the 6th housewife.
Joe says that she's currently single, and Andy gets a little messy with it, and he says there's a tall, dark, handsome guy that's getting a lot of buzz on BravoTV.com. His name is Shane Keough. Asking Joe that, number one, is messy. Asking Joe that in front of Shane's mom, crazy. But it needed to be said. Joe says there's nothing going on between her and Shane. There never has been. He's hot, but no. Andy asks Jeana, how would you feel about having Joe as a daughter-in-law? And Jeana is so messy. She's like, Joe needs a guy who's going to treat her badly. First of all, what does that mean? Second of all, then wouldn't Shane be perfect for her? If that's the condition, wouldn't Shane be a shoo-in for the role? Andy asks Vicki about her control issues, and he said that a lot of people noticed that she was putting in effort to get a little bit of a handle on them. And she says, I'm not controlling, I just like to be in control. This diva.
And I try to get the people around me to see that what I'm passing over for them to do is to release some of the control that I have. So, okay. Did you understand that?
No.
Okay, I see myself like that, and sometimes I get like, oh, but I really hope that the people that are in my life that love me know that I want the best.
Which doesn't really answer the question, but I don't give a shit. I stan her. And then Andy asks Lauri, when are her and George getting married? And she says, it's coming soon. September, spring, summer. Joggers. But then they ask Vicki, does she really feel jealous of Lauri's relationship with George? And Vicki says something very honest where she's like, I think anybody is jealous. If you woke up one day and didn't have to worry about money anymore, who wouldn't be jealous? She says she's happy for Lauri and George, but she can't help but feel a little jealous that Lauri doesn't really have to worry about work or money or any of that anymore just because of this man who fell into her lap. And Lauri feels that the reception of her online, it was easy to root for her in season 1 because she was kind of an underdog. But now she says when you're at the top of your game, people just want to knock you down. Which I think there is some truth to that. But also, like, I do think she was acting a little Hollywood this season. But that's just my opinion. And I still like her. I'm not trying to knock her down. I'm here to make observations and commentary. So, of course, I'm going to make observations and commentary on Miss Lauri. And a viewer writes in a question about how Jeana just sort of like stood by when Shane was calling Tammy tits and how disrespectful it was. And Jeana tries to blame it on the alcohol. She tries to blame it on Shane drinking, and she's like, I need to not have alcohol in my house because he had to have been drinking. He would never say that to an adult. And it's like, your son's kind of an asshole. He wakes up at 9 a.m. and is an asshole right out of the gate. So I feel like a lot of these parents don't want to take responsibility for how bratty their kids are. They like to act like the problem just came out of nowhere. Baby nurture versus nature. I feel like the keough kids aren't really disciplined a lot, but I'm not a parenting expert. And Tammy kind of points out that, like, as a woman, like, even though she's offended, she just kind of has to, like, laugh and smile and be respectful. Whereas, like, if it was a guy saying it to another guy, he would have gone over and kicked his ass. Exactly, Miss Tammy. But Tammy actually says that being on the show helped her parenting a little bit because she could see almost from an outsider's perspective, and she's trying to learn to be less passive with her kids and actually kind of take on a more active discipline role, which again seems to be a trend among pretty much all the parents except for Vicki. And she says even that she feels like her kids learned a lot because they would see themselves from this sort of outsider's perspective and they were like, wow, I can't believe I was that rude to you, like, I'm so sorry. And Tammy says that she was a bit shocked when she saw on TV that Lindsay had thrown that party. She was a bit shocked and disappointed because she was like, Lindsay saw everything I went through with her sister, all the parties, the police, all of that like I thought she had a bit more respect for me. She says Lindsay's actually living with her father now. She's living with Lou because she doesn't like Tammy's rules, and she's 18 so she can kind of fly the coop if she wants, I guess, which Tammy says is hard because she's like, obviously I'd rather her be living with me because I'm actually around, whereas her father's out of the country a lot, he's at work a lot, he's out of town a lot, that she doesn't really have a stable person around to actually like discipline her when she needs it. And Lauri said that watching the season as well as reading comments from the last season has made her realize that she needs to parent her kids a bit more and not be their friend as much. And Andy thinks it's interesting that like reading viewer comments has affected the way she parents her kids, and she's talking about the blogs and all of that, and that she, you know, feels like she was too friendly with her kids and that ultimately her kids need structure.
I love my kids so much that I want to be more of a friend than that really stern parent, but I've learned that, you know, kids need structure. And, you know, watching that clip between Ashley and I love her to death. I mean, we are truly, truly good friends, but she still needs me as a parent.
Since filming, Josh has turned 18, so he has a clean criminal record. It's interesting. She says she hasn't really heard from him, and when he turned 18 and he had that fresh start, she did let him live in the townhouse and all of that, and they had rules. It was like no drinking, no drugs, no sleepovers, you know, no more than one guest at a time. And she said that her and George walked in the townhouse at like midnight one night and all 4 of the rules were being broken, so they had to discipline him. And Lauri says she's in contact with Josh a little bit, but not much. And she says she's worried because there's outside pressures. Sorry, I'm doing air quotes. There's outside pressures coming in, and affecting his life. And I don't know, it's like, again, I understand her need for boundaries, and I'm not here to tell her how to parent her kid like 10 years ago, but it is just sort of like she sits here and talks about how kids need structure in order to succeed and they need discipline. But I feel like losing contact with your son who's consistently having issues can't really be good and can't really be setting him up for success. Even if he did break the rules, I feel like there was probably a better solution, but I'm not a parenting expert. Once again, I'm just giving my opinion. Andy asks Vicki about one of the most honest and raw parenting moments we've seen on the show, which was when Vicki went and surprised Michael. And Vicki says that she was genuinely really hurt at his response, and it was really hard for her to see that, you know, her son is growing up in real time, and to feel like he doesn't need her anymore. That really hurt her feelings. She was hoping they could have a nice day and go to the game together. Again, it's like they might have been able to had she given him some warning. That's my opinion. But I'm on her side because I think Michael was crazy to her, and I don't think anybody should talk to Vicki that way. I don't care if they're related to her. If anything, that means you should not talk to her that way even more. Leave my queen alone.
I want to know that my kids are happy when they're with me. And I saw that moment where he wasn't happy that I was there. And I saw a time that, you know, he's becoming a man. He doesn't really want me around anymore. So it was hard.
And then they do a segment that they never do anymore, thank God. They've sent the women off the stage and it's just the kids. I'm going to cover it anyway, but they do not do this shit anymore. Even now, like when they bring the husbands out, they sit behind the women on the couch where they belong. So to have a whole segment dedicated to these kids, let's see. Cara got a new haircut and she looks so much like Jeana with this hair. It's actually like astonishing to me. And first things first, I gotta say, there are too many blue eyes on this stage. It's freaking me out. Literally, I'm shaking, I'm crying. Somebody get them some damn contacts. So Ashley says that she is working at a job. She's working with the OC Energy Aqua Air Angels or whatever. She's like, I'm working with this energy drink company. And Andy's like, you mean the OC Aqua Air Angels? And apparently Cara and Brianna left the OC Aqua Air Angels. And Cara and Brianna both say like, it was just kind of going in a direction that it's not really my thing. Cara's like, I don't really want to be, laying all up on a rug. It's just not really the thing for me. And Brianna says something where I see Vicki in this moment where she's like, it's just not where my life is headed. It's just not aligned with my path. Those are my words, not hers.
Like, I'm in nursing school, and I don't think it's appropriate just for me to just be like doing photo shoots all the time because that's not where my life is going. So it's
not exotic dancing, is it?
No, I know. I'm like, you guys are making it sound like I'm laying naked on rugs, but that's not.
Brianna says that she's like, the show accurately represents my relationship with my mom. We're really close, but we do have our tiffs. She pisses me off. She's very controlling. There's a lot of women who I'm like, as much as I love them, I would hate to be around them. I would love to be around Vicki. I would hate to have her as my mom. I'm sorry. Brianna says that even as a sophomore in college, she has to be home by 11. Like, Vicki still can control her that much. Please accept my sincerest apology if you actually cared about what the kids were saying. That's literally all I recorded because it was filler boots. So we're just gonna get back to what actually matters, aka the ladies. Back to the ladies. Andy brings up Jeana's marriage and he asks how are things going between her and Matt. And Jeana says that they're going through some struggles right now and that they often disagree about parenting. Matt doesn't agree with the way Jeana parents their kids. Matt feels like Jeana hands the kids too many things as opposed to making them work for it. So they've been disagreeing about that basically since she bought Shane his first car. And a viewer writes in a question where they're like, unless you still love your husband, why don't you kick him to the curb, girl? And Jeana tries to pull the whole like, oh, you're only seeing part of it. You're not seeing the full story. Na. And like, from what I do see, that's enough. I've seen enough. And Vicki chimes in and she says that she just wants Jeana to be happy and she wants Jeana to have a man who respects her, and she doesn't really think that Matt does. And Vicki says that's really hard for her to see as Jeana's friend.
Well, it makes me realize that we don't have a lot in common at this point in our life, and we're either going to have to make some changes and work on some things or we should get a divorce because it's just, we each have our own life. So.
Thank you.
You all know what team I'm on. Girl, get a divorce. And then we see Tammy. She talks a bit more about her relationship with Duff and why she's ready to move on. Finally, she says that she's still with the guy who she brought to Vicki's backyard barbecue. And they're taking things slow. She's trying to kind of figure it out, but things are going well for her. And Andy asks Jo about her music career. She said that she's taking it slow. She's got a music publishing deal with Sony, whatever that means, and they're looking at a couple labels to get a record deal or whatever. And she says if there's one person whose career she wants to emulate, it is Jessica Simpson. Okay. She could never do Irresistible, I'm sorry. Or Public Affair.
One more question. Any advice for the housewives across America who watch you all every week?
I think that the strength that we have, a lot of people admire us for it. We're all empowered to make these choices and do something with our life and not look for somebody to make that.
Yeah, and it would have been nice to have when I was growing up to have somebody like us that I can say, I'll be okay.
I hope that you enjoyed this discussion of Real Housewives of Orange County Season 2. Once again, I want to thank you so much for watching, and I really hope that you enjoyed discussing Real Housewives of Orange County Season 2 with me. I am so grateful if you watched my videos. If you enjoyed them, please consider leaving a like or a comment. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, please consider changing that. I'm literally so excited to get into Season 3. You have no idea. And I promise you, I will not disappear and I will get into Season 3 much faster than I got into Season 2. But I hope the wait was worth it, and I hope that you enjoyed Real Housewives of Orange County Season 2. I will see you in the next one. Bye!